when a village boy entered the academy. No one believed he was capable of anything. They thought Ronin would be a punching bag. But when they decided to put him to the test, he quickly showed them who was boss. With a wooden sword, he shattered a third-year student's spear and humiliated that wretch, beating him with his bare hands, as if he were a piece of meat. If the master hadn't stopped him, Ronin would have beaten those arrogant upperclassmen. He's not just some simple village boy. He's a regressor who fought against the gods who invaded this world, leaving it drenched in blood. After a brutal war, Ronin seems to be the last one standing. Even so, this isn't the end of the battle. One of the monsters our boy has to deal with is still alive, pathetically taking its last breaths on the ground. This giant is named Ajayut. He arrived 20 days ago with 2 others, bringing destruction to the kingdom. No one knows why they came, but they've caused a lot of damage and fear. Seeing this bastard alive frustrates Ronin, because the Empire became a graveyard fighting these creatures, and yet this wretch is still standing. He tells Ajayut that he won't be living much longer. Our boy thinks that's for the best, since his fallen friends are waiting for him in hell. Speaking of which, Ronin mentions how pathetically the other 2 giants fell. One ended up as a roasted and fried mess, thanks to a short-tempered red dragon, and the other was sealed away forever by an old man named Lorahan. But Ajayut doesn't seem scared. He's still glad that even in defeat, his 2 companions managed to kill as many people as they could. He also thinks Ronin should be proud of his impressive achievements. No one else has fought the giants like he has. But he warns him that this small victory won't last long. Something called the Starlight will destroy their entire world. So he warns our boy not to get ahead of himself, as his time is quickly running out. Our boy, for his part, makes sure that's the giant's last word by cutting off its head in one swing. Covered in blood, he walks away without looking back, his mind already busy deciding what to do about everything that's happened. He briefly recalls the good times with his comrades, who now lie like corpses, bloody on the ground. He calls them fools for being here, wondering what pride made them fight to the end. He wonders if they thought they were strong, just because he was. He really would have preferred for those fools to have run away when they realized it wasn't their fight. As he gently closes a fallen friend's eyes, he reflects on a strange thought. How could one of the giants sense the aura of the strongest sword? Not only that, he wonders why his sword was the only one capable of finishing him off. Otherwise, a disciplined soldier like him wouldn't have been at the front, and they wouldn't have been the first to die. It's all over, and he falls to his knees, dejected and hopeless, until a voice breaks the silence, asking if anyone is there. It belongs to someone who can't move because of their injuries. The sound surprises him. He didn't expect to hear it. He didn't think this person was still alive. After gathering the last of his strength, he props himself up and heads towards her. At first, he clings to hope, even smiling at the thought that his grand commander, Adishan, is still alive. But when he sees her amputated leg, horror washes over him, leaving him speechless once again. The commander's expression, however, remains unchanged. The horror of the grand commander's amputated leg hits Rona hard. He's stunned to see someone of her rank, a leader who led every battle, with only one leg. Yet, the commander is unfazed. She points out dryly that our boy, a corporal in less than ideal condition, is hardly in a position to judge. Without dwelling on her own state, she focuses on the matter at hand and demands to know if he has finished off the Ajayut. Ronin confirms the kill, explaining the giant's body isn't far. The news brings tears to Adishan's eyes, and she thanks him for making the seemingly impossible a reality. Ronin is silent for a moment, taking in the weight of her words before a thought strikes him. He seizes the moment and asks if she will now hear the request he's been saving. It's about the proper handling of the disciplinary soldiers. According to regulations, they're usually abandoned or burned, but Ronin asks if, just this once, they can be treated with dignity. The lady looks at him for a moment before saying that he seems more alive than she does. She says it seriously, then adds that she'd rather he take care of himself. Our boy tries to refute her point, suddenly coughing up blood as if to prove he's no better off, though the effort hardly changes her mind. Still, Ronin insists he could die at any moment. After wasting so many days doing nothing, he feels it's unfair to be on the verge of death without having done enough. Adishan, leaning against a rock, asks if there's anything he would do if he survived. Our boy admits he has a list in mind, but the only thing that comes up now is wondering what it would be like to attend the academy. The answer surprises Adishan. Ronin admits the giant's words have been bothering him, but more importantly, his late sister wanted him to study there. But fate seems to be against him, and he believes he'll be rejoining his family soon. To reassure him, Adishan says the search party will arrive soon after the rain. Still, Ronin tells her he's a lost cause and sees no point in pretending he'll make it. In the middle of their exchange, something in the air changes, taking them both by surprise. The rain suddenly stops. A moment later, the ground trembles violently, making them lose their balance before a divine figure appears before them. Ronan's eyes quickly look up, counting 8 wings. The being is not alone. It brought an army. Our boy doesn't understand where they came from. None of this was planned for today. Adishan watches in disbelief. She thought the 3 giants were the end of it all. Yet, another incredible force emerges. A chill runs down her spine at the thought that perhaps there is no salvation for this world. There's no end to them. This is the 3rd time, with only 1 chance left, and she can't think of how to move forward. Her mind begins to go numb, feeling the sound of our boy calling for his commander fade away. Seconds later, Ronan gets Adishan's attention, urging his grand commander to pull herself together. He takes a risk, asking her to use telekinesis or whatever to throw him upwards. Almost instantly, he notices his sword won't reach from here, and frustration shows on his face. Adishan watches him, confused, wondering if he doesn't plan on killing them. Her surprise grows seeing that our boy, in his current state, still seems to want to fight. He asks if she plans to just sit there and wait for the end. For someone like him, he says that if death is inevitable, he might as well take a swing at these idiots before he goes. Grand Commander Adishan is surprised to see that Prince Charming still has the spirit to keep going. Then she understands. This is exactly the type of man he is, the reason they've made it this far. It's him. She sees a ray of hope in this ordeal. She grabs his shoulder, which annoys him because he insists he's busy, but he doesn't expect. What happens next? Without warning, this Iron Rose, Adishan, kisses him, slipping a blue orb into his mouth. When Ronan demands to know what she put in there, she leans in and whispers something in his ear, words he doesn't fully understand. He presses her to explain, but she just steps back with a faint smile. Then, with a calmness that unnerves him, she tells him that if they meet again, she wants the Prince Charming to remind her not to do anything reckless and to simply become a seamstress. Smiling, she admits to having done many things but nothing like this. Meanwhile, the 8-winged being prepares to strike with a roar. However, though it's inches away, Ronan doesn't flinch. Suddenly, a blue light descends, and something about it completely stuns him. The scene shifts to a wide, green valley where Prince Charming calls for his Grand Commander but finds no trace of her. It takes him a few seconds to realize he's in his hometown, Nimbuten. He wonders if he has somehow traveled to the past. It's the first day of his regression. Under the shade of a tree, Ronan tries to process everything that just happened. He never imagined the Grand Commander's words would come true. His mind flashes back to the memory of her kiss, the moment that became the turning point in the chaos of the battlefield. It was then that Adishan put a blue orb in his mouth, which has now turned back time. He remembers her explaining that it was the reason why she, once a seamstress, was able to rise to Grand Commander. The commander says the orb allows for 4 aggressions. She had already used it 3 times, leaving only this final one. That's why she entrusts this chance to him. Now, she tells Prince Charming that she believes he is the key to stopping the world's destruction, the only person with the strength to take down giants. To do so, she instructs him to hone his skills, noting with satisfaction that he already has the drive to improve. She's seen that spark in him, especially in his desire to attend the academy. If he truly wishes to learn, she tells him, then he must set his sights on Philion Academy and move forward without hesitation. It's no wonder, as Philion Academy is home to remarkable individuals who could help our hero grow in his learning. Before leaving, Adishan makes one more request, that when he meets her, past self, he is to tell her not to do anything reckless and to become a seamstress instead. She admits to having done a lot in her life, but nothing like this. Back in the present, Ronan gently knocks his head against the tree, hoping to wake up from what feels like a dream. However, the thought persists that if he really has returned to the past, he has no idea what he's supposed to do on his own. Getting up, he decides to take a look around his hometown as it was back then. His mind catches up to the reality. If this really is the past, it means he can see his older sister again. At that moment, he grabs a stick and pushes his way through the busy crowd. A smile forms on his lips, knowing that if he just goes a little further, he might finally see her. But the scene in front of him erases that. Warmth. A few thugs are under a tree, laughing as they hang a boy upside down from a branch. Ronan can't believe these idiots are still the same, even in the past. Then he sees something that stops him in his tracks. The boy isn't hanging from a rope, but is being held up by magic, a sight that completely stuns him. Mages of his caliber were rare even on the battlefield, and to think of finding one here in a quiet, rural town seems almost unreal. Although our hero is sure they were around at this time, a nearby child trembles, Wondering how much longer these bullies will torment the boy and what will happen to him, he pleads for them to stop, insisting he has no money. He explains that his mother's medicine was very expensive this month. The leader of the bullies says that's not his problem, emptying the boy's pockets as if his mother's health doesn't matter. Then, without hesitation, the bastard slaps the boy hard, telling him if he wanted to be a good son, he should have earned the money himself. At his cries for more, the so-called Goldilocks orders Axel to lift the boy to the top of the tree to knock some sense into him. The cute kid looks uncomfortable, admitting he's afraid the boy might slip if he goes any higher. The leader of the idiots tells him to man up and not be a little girl, scolding him to stop acting like he's the one hanging. He warns him to hurry up or he'll end up hanging there with the boy. This whole mess makes Axel wonder if learning magic was a mistake, when all he wanted was to prove he was good at something too. The kid never thought his life would come to this, and with tears in his eyes, he admits he's too scared to continue. He tries to stop them, but his voice doesn't reach the bullies until Ronan tells him to cut the crap, warning that he'll get the kid killed. Axel's concentration breaks and the boy falls, enraging. Goldilocks, the bully, pounces on the cute kid, furious that he stopped just because some nobody told him to. The cute kid panics, saying it wasn't intentional, but our hero calms him down, telling him not to worry about such nonsense. Dollface listens as he insists on talking, asking where he learned telekinesis. Axel says he learned it from a grimoire he bought from a street vendor, and Ronan is amazed that he could get so skilled from such a cheap book. For now, it feels incredible, and our hero is sure he can learn more. After seeing a bit beyond, while Ronan thinks about the giants, his eyes widen as he sees the flash of a sword in Blondie's hand. The fool is furious, offended at being ignored by those he considers nobodies. His gaze fixes on our hero, remembering the time he purposely lost to him before. But today, he makes it clear with every move and word that he wants to correct those manners. Our boy is sure it's a real long sword, though he doesn't know where this guy got such a weapon. His stance is sloppy, but he's strong enough for it to work against most people here. But that's not going to fly with Ronan. Blondie widens his eyes in disbelief as our boy dodges his initial attack like it was nothing. In that moment, he feels his battle sense returning, the discipline and instinct of a soldier still sharp in this young body. Blondie laughs, certain that Prince Charming just got lucky, saying he almost cut off his fingers so he couldn't even lift a spoon. Ronan scoffs, saying luck is with him today, even though life has never been kind. Blondie's expression hardens, and he demands that Prince Charming kneel and beg for his life, promising to let him go with just one arm. He adds with cruel smugness that after Prince Charming is dead, he'll make sure to treat his sister well. And he admits he thinks about her hips every time he sees her. The moment he hears sister, Ronan's fury erupts, and in an instant, he slices off Blondie's ear. It takes Blondie a moment to understand what happened before the pain hits him. Prince Charming stands his ground, looking down at Blondie and asking if he's looking to die here. Blondie is on his knees while his cronies are, stunned to see Ronan cut off his ear with a stick. Prince Charming asks the bullies if they're enjoying the show. He kicks Blondie and tells the idiots to take him and get lost before they end up the same way. He also demands the stolen money back, plus compensation for ruining his mood. The scumbags are quick to pay up. Then the hero hands the boy a bag of money he never expected to get back. The boy hesitates, asking if it's okay to take so much since that gang didn't steal anywhere near that amount. Ronan dismisses the concern, saying he only cares about keeping the sword and assures him there's no need to worry about them coming back, as they won't have the guts to show their faces again. The boy thanks him, while Isel looks uncomfortable in the background. Suddenly, the femboy apologizes for tormenting the boy alongside Hans, admitting that he knew it was wrong, not even though the Blondie threatened him. Trying to kneel, he confesses he was too scared to resist. The boy reminds him of Axel, that who had been crying the same way when Hans brought him here, in practically the same mess as him, so it's not his fault. Still, he thanks him for his apology. After they part ways, Ronan focuses on the pretty boy, thinking that this girl isn't so bad. The hero says he had business with Dolphine before and plans to see her here again in 4 days. She finds this strange, so she asks what it's about. He says he's busy for now, but that they'll meet when the moon is in the night sky. And before leaving, he warns her to make sure she comes, or she'll be dead if she's late. He finally arrives at the house, wondering if the flowers are too much. But remembering that she liked them, that he picked everyone he saw along the way. As he grumbles about the flowers with a slight frustration, a woman's voice approaches him, asking if he's Ronan. The woman is delighted to see the hero again, and he stands there stunned, realizing that he's finally looking at his sister. During his years as a disciplinary soldier, he'd thought of 1,000 ways to greet her when this moment came. He considered apologizing for leaving without a word or just telling her how much he missed her, thoughts that spun endlessly in his mind. Now, he can only keep it simple. His sister smiles, warmly, commenting that he's home early today, and Ronan just says, I'm back. The table is filled with food, and Iroh, his older sister, is surprised when her brother, who's normally so cold, gives her flowers. She squeals with delight, saying with affection that she never thought she'd see a day like this. She asks if her little brother wants more to eat or more stew. Ronan gestures that he doesn't, saying he's had enough, but then casually asks for her age. She replies that she's 22, tilting her head, surprised that he'd forget something like that. She wonders aloud, if he has a fever or hit his head. Lord Ronan's thoughts drift to the harsh reality that in 10 years, Ajayut will invade. However, looking at Iroh, he notices she's still the same with her bright, kind and warm nature. Iroh makes Ronan wish this moment could last forever. However, he knows that to protect his sister and the world from Ajayut's destruction in 10 years, he has to act, getting her attention. He finally confesses his intention to join the academy. The confession makes Iroh euphoric, especially because he never listened to her whenever she mentioned it before. She rushes around the room, saying there's no time for this, that she always knew this day would come, and assuring him that since he's smart, he'll excel at everything. Then, she pulls out her surprise gift, a cauldron, full of money that she's been saving for the academy, just in case he changes his mind. Lord Ronan is speechless, moved by the effort she's made, but he knows it won't be enough. Iroh, however, is convinced this will make it possible. Not until she finds out that Ronan's target is the Imperial School, Filion Academy. The revelation makes her scream in shock. The Filion Imperial Academy stands as the most distinguished educational institution in the Empire, celebrated for its unparalleled standards and prestige. With the most exceptional professors on the continent and the generous backing of the Imperial family, it offers an education of the highest caliber. This hero factory has shaped the brightest minds, like the great commander Adishan, the sword master Schlieffen, and even the most infamous criminal, the Winter Witch, and more. The commander commented that Filion's men were useful in the war, something that made sense to Ronan. However, the fame of this place, brings obstacles from high entry standards to expensive fees. Still, Lord Ronan's main concern is his sister's reaction, who is left like a wind-up doll trying to support his choice. However, he's determined to prove himself, and show her results before then. Ronan didn't expect the girl, Mazel, to be here. She quickly corrected him, saying her name is Isel, and reminded him that his previous threats, left her no choice but to show up. Lord Ronan adds that they have a busy night, so they should forget about it, explaining that he plans to test her on something. Then, Lord Ronan says it directly. He wants her to lift him with telekinesis as high as she can. And yes, he's giving his full consent. The sudden request leaves her sweating. It's not every day someone asks to be thrown into the sky like a sack of grain. She hesitates, not aware of how dangerous the stunt could be. But Ronan insists, making it clear she must do exactly as he says. The boy assures her he won't die, so the girl steels herself, generating an invisible hand, to lift him. When this happens, that he is completely, stunned. It feels better than he thought. Still, he can't help but think she can do better. The height is too low, and the stability is shaky. During his battle with a Hudi, this same sensation crossed his mind. Telekinesis was precisely what allowed him to fight the giant on equal footing. Now, there's no doubt in his mind. Telekinesis is rare, even among exceptional mages and his cell. That could be the key to his next battle against the Hudi. While Ronan is enjoying his train of thought, Isel struggles to concentrate, admitting it's getting harder to hold him. He tells her to hang on a little longer. He has something else to test. Then, without warning, he lets himself fall, slicing through the air with his sword mid-fall and severing her hold. Instantly, Isel is shocked by Ronan's maneuver, demanding to know what he did. He brushes it off with a weak excuse, saying it's just a trick he's done for a long time. She doesn't buy it, insisting on answers until he tells her to drop it. In reality, he doesn't fully understand it either. Our boy knows he has his work cut out for him to figure out his ability, especially since his sword worked against the giant. He plans to think it over slowly, but there's something more urgent to do first. He assures Isel that she's passed the test. Then he tosses her a bag and tells her to follow him before the moon disappears. When she asks why, he smirks and says it could be the first page of her biography, the greatest history book in the Empire. On the way, Isel is surprised to learn they're going to the academy, Filion, a place for the Empire's elite. Ronan gets irritated with her questions, asking if she doesn't want to come. She admits that while the boy is talented in martial arts, that she knows nothing and accepts that she's cowardly and timid. Ronan challenges her, asking if she wants to live like that, pointing out that with her innate talent, that she's just wasting her powers on pointless pranks. He bluntly admits that he sees her silly side as cowardly, whiny, and someone who gets scared easily. Estelle feels like she could throw up. Ronan insists that it's not a permanent thing. And that change is possible. But time won't wait, and one day, she'll regret letting it pass her by. He reminds her. His own regrets from his past life, but he snaps her out of her shock. Though she's too stunned to believe someone cares that much, he gives her the option to back out, reminding her that it's her life and he won't force her. As he walks away, Assel shouts that she wants to change, to go to Philion with him and learn from him. Prince Charming is happy to have trapped Assel with his words. For the first time, he sees a spark of courage in her, a hint of manliness he hadn't noticed before. Now it's time to introduce the first obstacle for this manly doll as they begin their mission. Meanwhile, Ronan smirks like a scoundrel, enjoying how easy it was to manipulate her into agreeing. Seeing their first obstacle, a chill runs down her spine. Prince Charming introduces the chosen opponent to test her skills, a moon goblin leader. Ronan gets excited while she turns pale. Smiling, he asks if they should get started. Moon goblins are common here, easily recognizable from normal goblins by their yellow skin and deformed bodies. But their most unique trait is their obsession with treasure. They go crazy over any loot they have. These creatures ambush merchants to steal their goods, gathering all in one place to hold a festival on full moon nights, just like today. Assel realizes quickly that they're here to steal all the treasure today. Assel never imagined hearing something like this, and what surprises her even more is that Ronan knows such details. Still, he keeps his past life a secret, refusing to reveal how he knows. Putting that aside, this cunning guy wants Pretty Boy to use her telekinesis to move the treasure into the bag he gives her while the goblins are sleeping. A second passes, and Assel hesitates, worried she'll make a mistake and wake them up, which would make things worse. She thinks about taking a moment to consider it, but Ronan quickly calls her a coward. He explains they need two things to get into Philion Academy: money to pay the high tuition fees, and real experience. Although money is an issue, Prince Charming insists that gaining experience is key to securing their enrollment, after learning that Philion is full of aristocrats trained from birth. Ronan says there's only one way to surpass them, by getting real experience, risking their lives. For him, the moon goblins are ideal opponents for earning money and experience, killing two birds with one stone. Still, Assel, a first-class coward, asks if he has a better idea. But Ronan has already decided to follow this plan. As they begin, Pretty Boy's telekinesis is invaluable for filling the bags quickly. She tries her best, but Prince Charming tells her to stop when the last bag is full. He pats her on the back, saying this experience is the best. Honestly, he doubted they would make it and never thought she would adapt so quickly and perform better than expected. This strange pervert says he's found a good sidekick. With the bags full, they decide to leave before anything goes wrong. In the forest, some men are chasing a talking bird, and the noise startles the pair. Ronan wonders what kind of crazies are making a racket at night. To their bad luck, the moon goblins wake up, shocked to see their treasure chest empty. One goblin wakes the others, shouting that they've been robbed. Unfortunately, Ronan and Axel are exposed near the bushes, which makes them the prime suspects. The face of Fanboy turns pale as the goblins charge, desperate to get their stuff back. Hotshot, in their defense, finds it weird that everything's going so well, since it was too good to be true. Axel suggests they drop the bags and run for their lives, but Ronan isn't one to give up on his tuition money. Ronan asks if Pretty Boy really plans on earning her tuition money like this, because there's no other way to afford Philion. She says that doesn't matter right now, but the goblins are just inches away. Ronan draws his cheap longsword, confident he can withstand 15 hits against 30 goblins. He quickly unleashes 15 attacks, slicing off their heads, leaving 14 standing. As crows caw, the goblins' heads fall to the ground one after another. Hotshot delivers the final blow and realizes it wasn't as hard as she thought. She can barely believe her eyes. Watching Ronan decapitate 3 goblins in one swing, she's even more amazed by his swift fight against the remaining goblin mob. Her jaw drops as she sees him disappear for a moment and instantly reappear, cutting down goblins one after another with ease. Hotshot, noticing that she's distracted, turns and asks if she's just going to stand there spaced out. He tells her to hurry up and grab her things because they're heading home. On the way back, Ronan didn't expect the trip to be so uncomfortable, but at this point, he doesn't expect anything to go right. He notices his muscles ache, maybe from the fight with the goblins, or because he's still growing. Determined, he decides it's time for some intense physical training. Meanwhile, Axel finally dares to ask about the scream they heard earlier. Ronan admits he doesn't know either. his memory is hazy, and he wonders why there were screams in the middle of the night. He tells Axel to hold on tight, vowing that he'll pay for making this so difficult. In the middle of the tension, an arrow flies through the air, aimed at Axel, who barely sees it in time. Ronan reacts instinctively, catching the arrow mid-flight, leaving. Dollface stunned by his skill. She asks where it came from, but Hotshot's frustration quickly boils over, muttering that this forest seems cursed, full of crazies lurking in the shadows. Moments later, two young men jump out, asking who they are. Upon seeing that, Ronan and Axel are just kids. Hotshot's irritation grows. The men apologize for scaring them, explaining they heard a noise in the bushes and feared it was a monster. Ronan isn't fooled by their act. When the men ask if the kids are hurt, our boy tells them it's written all over their faces and they can't hide the look in their eyes. He demands they stop pretending and reveal who they are. Sensing serious trouble, one of the men steps forward nervously. He tries to introduce himself, but suddenly draws his sword on our boy. The man says his name is Calburo, which immediately raises our hero's suspicion. Without hesitation, our hero grabs his wrist mid-swing and lands a heavy punch on his face. The other man erupts in anger, drawing his sword, but Axel quickly senses the danger and uses her telekinesis to immobilize him. Alerting Ronan, the hero, he enjoys the scene as he swiftly disarms the man and lands several precise cuts before he can even speak. The handsome boy watches in astonishment as Ronan mercilessly kills the man, confirming he's doing it on purpose. Ronan justifies his actions, saying these men are Calvado, infamous for poaching, kidnapping, human trafficking, and every other crime imaginable. They're the most dangerous criminals in the Empire. He says that without his intervention, Axel's organs would have already been harvested, and she'd be buried in a secret grave. Letting these men live after knowing their identity would be a crime. In the middle of the hero's speech, the poacher's bag begins to levitate, surprising them both. Ronan opens the bag and releases a bird, which flies out. He wonders what this chicken-like creature is. With the bird free, Ronan and Axel are surprised to see the creature flutter above him, its feathers a surprisingly vibrant blue. Axel's eyes sparkle with excitement, as it's the first time she's ever seen a blue-feathered bird. Ronan's thoughts drift to the Calboro trap, the infamous poacher's trap, a device that disrupts a prisoner's mana and restricts their movement, usually used on rare targets or to capture fantastical creatures. As he tries to understand why they'd use such a device here, the bird suddenly connects with them, and Axel freezes upon hearing it speak. Panic shows on her face, but the Riddler remains calm, assuring her it's just communication magic. The bird speaks immediately upon being freed, which makes Ronan suspect that the bag was blocking its mana. He assumes the speaker is the Bluebird's owner. Introducing himself as Vaughn, the voice explains that he is currently researching fantastical beasts at the institution and is also the guardian of Morpsborn. He mentions that his communication magic stopped working just as he was about to finish a report, but the problem is now resolved. When asked about his involvement, Ronan replies that they're just passers-by who stumbled into a fight with poachers who had kidnapped the bird, omitting the rest of the bloody details. The Riddler concludes by saying he rescued the bird, and the panic in Vaughn's voice turns to relief, though he feels indebted. Vaughn doesn't know how to thank him. Ronan brushes it off and asks how to return the bird, noticing its exhaustion for being chained. He figures that by removing the shackles, the bird will fly better, and Vaughn agrees, knowing that this little one has a strong homing instinct. With a swing of his sword, the chain breaks, and Bluey is ready to return to its master, thanks to this charming young man. Suddenly, the bird shoves its rear end in Ronan's face, leaving him confused. Vaughn says that Bluey wants him to take a feather before it leaves. Like a dream, the bird's feather acts as a compass to guide its main body. It's his way of wanting to reunite with the Riddler. He adds that if our boy ever reaches the institution, he should visit Morps and him, firmly promising to return the favor. Bluey soars into the sky, and Axel notices something on our boy's head that's itching slightly, though neither of them can tell what it is. A few days later, Dwayne Carabel, the owner of Carabel Merchandise, offers to buy the jewel for 20 gold coins. Impressed by its value and craftsmanship, the old man comments that it's his lucky day to see such a fine item, and Ronan is glad to have a client who values his service, relieved to find someone who understands. Before, he dealt with scammer merchants who belittled his treasures, offering him only 5 gold coins, which infuriated him. Finding such a conscientious merchant makes all his efforts worthwhile. Along with the jewel, Ronan takes out a purple-colored egg for appraisal, although Dwayne makes it clear he doesn't want to buy it, just know what it is. It turns out to be what the dream bird left behind. At first, our boy thought the bird had rewarded his kindness with droppings, but it was actually an egg. Curious about its durability, he threw it against a rock, watching it carve a hole in the stone, proving it's very tough. Although he's not sure if it's the bird's egg. The time traveler suspects it's at least a byproduct of a rare fantastical creature and perhaps a valuable treasure. Duane examines its color and texture, making Ronan see it as promising. But then he jokes that it's horse manure. After hurting our boy's pride, Duane laughs and calls it a rare item, suggesting he take it to an expert appraiser, Axel. He also wonders if it could be hardened droppings. Our boy stays calm, though curious about selling it. Ronan takes the opportunity to ask Duane if he sells books about Philion Academy, mentioning his plans to take the entrance exam. Duane is surprised, saying his daughter is also applying. He adds that he could help them. Just then, Maria, Duane's only daughter, walks in. Ronan is stunned to learn that she is Duane's daughter. Duane proudly introduces them as important clients with whom he closed a big deal. The senpai, unfazed, mocks her father for doing business with babies. This irritates Duane, although it livens up the place. Curious, Ronan asks Maria if her middle name is Son, leaving her surprised by what he knows. He notices how much she resembles someone he knows and leans in to whisper to her, asking if she's packing a sausage down there, which makes her furious. Maria stares at Ronan in disbelief, wondering what nonsense she just heard from the stranger. Meanwhile, our boy is lost in his thoughts, noting that she definitely doesn't look like she's packing a sausage. This only pushes her patience to the limit. He wonders if Duane might have another unknown son. Before he can think further, the senpai reacts and gives a hard slap to Ronan for being rude. When the slap hits his cheek, our boy feels something strangely familiar, certain it has the same vibe as that man. Maria sent her back in his days as a disciplinary soldier Ronan served in. Armorling, where the senpai managed the supplies. Known for a great work ethic and a relaxed personality that allowed her to get along with everyone, Maria was impressive. However, she had a strange quirk. This guy would get furious whenever men mentioned their private parts. Worse, he used to slap people on the spot if he felt provoked. The time traveler was always curious about the reason for this weird behavior and planned to ask someday. But he never got the chance, as Maria died before he could. Ronan never expected to get his answer here. That senpai had been a woman all along. Still furious at his laughter, she lunged to give him another slap. Our boy, unwilling to take any more, gave her a chop on the head, reasoning that he took the first hit because he was in the wrong, but this was too much. Maria's fury didn't fade. She wanted to slap him again because he deserved it. The two of them clashed back and forth, as Axel and Duan stood frozen, stunned by the scene, before yelling at them to stop the violence. Axel still couldn't understand why Maria and Ronan had fought like they were out for blood, only to suddenly start getting along. Now, the two goofs were together, casually checking out the swords on the table, to decide which one to buy. Afterwards, Senpai asks why they're leaving 3 swords and a wand behind, thinking it might be a hassle to carry everything. Prince Charming says his swordsmanship is still rough. When asked, Maria says the swords aren't bad, but the black iron one feels the best, since it's a sturdy material sought after by famous knights. Senpai is sure this sword won't break from Prince Ronan's rough handling. Ronan recalls that a black iron sword was his first weapon. Maria then comments that the wand has an excellent magic stone, and she soon notices that this cutie is a rare type of mage. Axel blushes when Senpai asks about her magic, and she replies that it's telekinesis. Maria is amazed. The cutie wields incredible magic that could earn her a good scholarship. However, she thinks she and Ronan are the real problem, asking what special technique he'll use to impress everyone in the practical exam. Ronan is surprised, so Maria clarifies. The practical exam is all about impressing the professors with your techniques to get into Philion. Unsurprisingly, the written exam is also tough, but in a different way. In short, if they do well on the practical, they pass. If not, they should just give up on their dream of getting into Philion. Ronan is shocked. He thought a swordsman only needed sword skills. So what's all this about? When he asks, Maria explains that nobles show off their family's secret techniques, while martial artists and other applicants demonstrate combat skills using mana. Prince Charming is astonished to learn that kids his age use mana without being mages. Maria is even more surprised that he doesn't know that for future Philion students, sensing and using mana is fundamental, something he should have realized from the start. At Philion, mana is everything in one-on-one combat. Seeing his bewildered expression, she is shocked, realizing this big shot can't even sense mana. When Ronan compares it to sensing aura, she almost loses her patience for lumping aura and mana together. Without another word, she orders him outside, asking for a short sword sense. Hers are at the blacksmith's. On the way, Prince Charming angrily asks what will happen if she damages his sword. Maria assures him she'll pay him double or triple if that happens, saying she's giving him special training. She says that mana is the source of natural power. Like the air, it's everywhere, but not everyone can use it. To wield it, one must see and feel their own mana, then use that mana sense to advance, train their inner talent, and so on. Normally, it takes a year just to start sensing mana, and applicants to Filion are already past this stage before they even apply, having already mastered their personal mana techniques. After explaining, Maria is perplexed that Ronin can't sense mana or aura and still wants to get into Filion. She says that aura is a type of mana, but the difference between them is huge. Those with talent usually have at least 10 years of training, and only with great effort do they manage to awaken the innate power called aura. Prince Charming recalls seeing aura users on the battlefield with strange powers. Although they were a pain, their abilities were impressive, even if they still went down when they were cut down. Maria starts the training, thinking Ronin would learn quickly if he trusts his body more than his mind. Just as Prince Charming thinks, she's just a young girl. She suddenly lunges at him, catching him by surprise. Their swords clash, and Ronin is impressed by her aggressive attack. Their swords clash, and Ronin is shocked by Maria's powerful charge, especially for someone so young. Seeing her wield two swords surprises him even more, making him wonder if it's a mana-based style, while Senpai is surprised by how he handles her sudden attack. I thought I'd finish him in a single blow, show him the power of mana, and make him give up on the entrance exam. In my mind, it was better for him to back out before facing humiliation on the testing grounds. But now the tables have turned. Instead of dominating, she's being pushed back by this supposed amateur. Perhaps this is a skill only someone without mana could possess. During the fight, Ronin sees that Maria is distracted and asks her why she's thinking instead of blocking. He dodges and keeps pressing forward, forcing her to retreat. She backs off, admitting that hesitating would have been a bad move. Still, she says he's not normal, something Prince Charming also thinks about her. Aside from her use of mana, Senpai finds Ronin surprisingly skilled with the sword, though she admits to feeling rusty with her center of gravity. Before he leaves, he suggests she fix it if she wants to improve. Maria gets upset, thinking he believes he won. Ronin doesn't care, as long as she keeps her word, mentioning her damaged sword. She's confused until her sword shatters into pieces, leaving her stunned. She has no idea when it happened, but Prince Charming just tells her to have the cost of the sword ready. While Maria is processing all this, Axel pats her on the shoulder, assuring her she did a good job. The little guy understands a bit of what Blondie is going through now. Just then, Ronin calls out to Axel, saying he's tired. As they leave, Maria stands frozen, wondering just who those guys are. The next day, Prince Charming arrives to collect his payment from Senpai, but finds something different waiting for him. Turns out, she chose workbooks and summary for the Filion theory exam to compensate for her sword. The blonde reminds him that there's only 1 month left. Not until the exam, insisting that he needs them. Prince Charming doesn't understand why she's going to such lengths. He even threatens her, warning that if she tries to play games with him, he won't stand for it. But Maria assures him that she's fond of both him and Axel. She says it's a service to help everyone pass, free of charge, even offering to teach them personally if she can. Due to other commitments, she has to leave now, so she asks them to study hard on their own. If they don't make it after all her help, she promises she won't let it slide. Then she gets in her carriage, saying she hopes to see them in the capital on the day of the exam, insisting they read the book. Not thoroughly until then. Meanwhile, Ronin notes that his weak body needs as much training as it does studying, even though luck isn't on his side. Still, it's not a bad feeling. Life after returning home is mostly the same, but it's changing little by little. Like eating with Igril until he's about to burst from all the calories, hunting monsters near the village, and working to improve his stamina and adaptability. Laid in the forest, surrounded by lots of monster corpses, he tells himself it's time to call it a day, since there are no more monsters left near the village. Besides hunting, he studies a lot, something unthinkable for a disciplinary soldier. Still, Ronin considers memorizing northern etiquette unnecessary, though he does his best. A month later, they finally arrive in Bayonne, the capital city, whose center houses the Empire's main educational institution. In the city of the White Tower, Axel is left speechless by the Grand Academy. Filion, a true masterpiece. Ronin walks in, scolding her for wandering around like a country bumpkin and warning that they might be late for the exam. She apologizes, but her comment about his growth over the past month earns her a bonk on the head and an order to get inside. As he enters, Ronin thinks he might run into Sword Saint Schlieffen, from the prestigious Grantia family, a genius, the strongest in the Empire, and the same age as him. At that moment, he doesn't pay Axel much mind. He asks if he has the dream bird's feather that will lead them to its owner, Baron. Prince Charming packed the feather, planning to visit its owner after the exam. But he suddenly points to the top floor, surprising them. Meanwhile, Baron complains that he's not cut out to be a teacher and wonders if it's time to get back to his research. He asks Bluey for encouragement, and she chirps in agreement. The zoology professor of Philion, Baron Fanashir, also a werewolf, remains determined to repay the hero who saved him. Baron opens the window for some air, cautious that a visit from his hero could cause trouble. As he does, a creepy figure smirks at the door, opening it without knocking and startling them both. Ronan instantly recognizes Bluey, knowing the big guy used to be human. Baron's scream echoes from upstairs, and the big guy doesn't recognize the stranger or how he got in. Ronan enters through the window with Axel, complaining about being startled and almost deafened by the noise. Baron thinks the man is looking for a love fish, but Prince Charming shows him Bluey's feather, causing him to recognize it. The big guy doubtfully asks if they're heroes. Baron feels guilty for his poor behavior in front of his heroes and asks Ronan to forget it. Prince Charming reassures him, saying it's fine, but asks why he keeps bringing it up. He adds that Baron isn't entirely to blame, since he was the one who climbed through the window. Axel admits to using telekinesis because the stairs were a hassle for Ronan. Suddenly, Ronan tells him to shut up. Then he turns to Baron and confesses that he didn't expect things to turn out this way, far from Prince Charming's expectations. Baron is a lion man, a rare human lycanthrope, as well as a bird owner and a professor at Philion. Baron is also surprised to see that his heroes are the entrance applicants. The exam is today, and if he had known they were coming, Baron could have prepared a recommendation. He doesn't expect it, but adds that if Ronan fails, he could write one for the prince. Prince Charming isn't worried about Baron's recommendation. For now, he's focused on what Bluey placed in his hand that day. At first, Baron doesn't notice that Marpet gave it to him, but after a closer look, he confirms it's a dream bird egg. Baron can't believe his eyes, so Ronan asks if it's really that surprising for a bird to lay an egg. The dream bird egg surprises Baron, but what worries him more is not knowing what will hatch from it. Ronan points out the obvious. A bird laid it, so a bird should come out. Baron explains that a dream bird's egg is different. The dream bird absorbs unique mana and lays an egg influenced by its surroundings. In an area with lava, they could hatch a flaming phoenix, or a monster if it's in one's nest. Often the egg doesn't take the form of a bird, making its outcome uncertain. With his experience, Baron believes he can predict the impossible by analyzing the mana emanating from the egg, perhaps guessing what creature will be born. He senses a chaos of mana energy, like molten metal melting without any control. He's still not completely sure what will emerge from the egg. Ronan, observing the importance Baron gives to a simple egg, asks Bluey where she had been before laying it, commenting that he's never seen such a bold bird. Baron asks Prince Charming to take care of the egg, explaining that a dream bird lays only one egg in its lifetime. The fact that Mars did it in front of heroes suggests she felt something special. Bluey chirps happily, and Baron, wanting to honor his friend's wishes, entrusts the egg to Ronan, who is also curious about what will emerge. As they prepare to leave, Baron considers giving them something that might help with the eggs hatching. Giving the scroll to Prince Charming, Ronan is curious, eager to see its contents later. In the practical test room of Galalian Castle, the waiting room for the marshal, Arts applicants is buzzing with tense activity. A man announces that the exam for number 111 is over, and now it's the turn of number 112, Ronan. Impatient from the wait, he asks Maria, sitting next to him, if she feels the same. She shrugs, saying all exams are like this. His attention shifts to his somewhat uncomfortable outfit, but Senpai explains that Philion is a private academy for nobles who could be valuable clients later, so she doesn't want to look sloppy. Still, he wishes his little ace were here. Although the magic testing hall is somewhere else, Ronan quietly hopes the femboy doesn't cry. Soon it will be Ronan's turn, number 113, and Senpai reminds him firmly to do his best, warning him that if he fails, she won't let him hear the end of it. Grateful for her sincere support, Ronan vows to return victorious. Ronan enters the hall to face the Philion professors, all of whom have an extraordinary presence, although the old man in the center stands out the most. He is Archmage Krava Kreider, headmaster of Philion. Next to him is the fencing instructor, the great sword Saint Navarro, whose intense aura makes Ronan nervous. Not even in his past life did he feel such vigor. After a brief introduction, Krava assigns him a match against the magical mannequin to demonstrate his technique. When asked what he plans to show, Ronan says he has nothing special, and that a quick cut will be enough for the mannequin. His words spark interest when they notice he'll do it without mana. An old man murmurs that there's always an eccentric who treats the magic dummy like a fool, while another comments that the applicant must be from a distant, unknown land to try this. The magic dummy is made to resist aura, regenerate quickly, and is a masterpiece of precise magical engineering. The old men murmur about the supposed genius, Schlieffen, who barely left a mark on the dummy, wondering what this newcomer will show as they laugh. Krava hears their comments and is offended that they'd talk about Ronin like that right there. However, Krava wonders if this kid could prove them wrong. Suddenly, he senses an unusual vigor in such a young applicant. Then, Ronin acts, cutting the dummy without mana, surprising na faro. He sheathes his sword calmly, uninterested in showing them more. The old-timers find it difficult to judge this display from a single cut, but the headmaster is stunned. Navarro slams the table and lunges towards Ronin, as if she's going to cut his head off. But he doesn't flinch. Ronin admits that she surprised him, but Navarro demands to know who he is and where he learned that swordsmanship. It's clear she's serious, with her sword nearly touching Ronin's head. Navarro's killing intent is clear. She demands to know who he is and where he learned his swordsmanship. At first, Ronin doesn't quite understand, so she rephrases, asking if he thought they wouldn't see his movements. He replies that her perception is impressive. He unsheathed his sword and performed 3 cuts from that difficult position in an instant. Navarro confirms it, saying that exactly what he showed in his so-called arrogant cut. This surprises Ron as she presses on, asking if he thought they wouldn't notice such reckless swordsmanship. She even mentions his last act, slowing down the final cut in case they missed it, as if saving them the embarrassment of not seeing it. Navarro calls Ronin arrogant, as if he's forgotten where he is. The professors are shocked while Krava watches intently. Ronin understands it's a misunderstanding, as he only adjusted his strength, thinking his sword wouldn't withstand the final cut. From her mood, Ronin doubts she'll believe him though. Navarro lowers her sword, promising to remember him from this day on and vowing to teach him personally. This is the last thing Ronin expected, to be chosen by Navarro out of everyone. Krava notes that he's already claimed this student, and knows he has to pay close attention. He decides to end the test with a question that has no right answer, one that reveals more depending on how it's answered. Krava asks his final question, asking Ronin what he hopes to learn at Vidian. Memories of blood and war flash through Ronin's mind, and his answer comes easily. He wants to learn how to live without regrets. Krava is silenced by Ronin's sincerity, letting him go unharmed. As he laughs, he wonders how he could possibly teach something like that. A still perplexed professor asks if Ronin used some kind of trick to impress the headmaster and Navarro. Krava admits it might be a trick, but corrects him, saying that it's talent. That's when they notice the dummy's cleanly severed head fall to the floor. Outside, Ronin thinks about the lady's sword, wondering if his past self could have defeated her, despite everything he's been through. He knows he still has a long way to go, though. Coming to Vidian feels right, spurred on by the memory of the commander. If he's here, the hero is sure he'll learn a lot. And all that's left is the written exam. He's been memorizing material for a month, so he's hoping it'll be easy. However, moments later, Mr. Calm becomes Mr. Gloomy, moaning in front of Maria in his cell, insisting he's doomed. Still, Senpai can't believe he didn't even finish half the exam and reminds him to check his bag. Axel then admits he moved Ronin's study materials while he was deep in concentration and then forgot about the bag. Dollface takes the blame, but Maria just calls Ronin an idiot, noting he's been moping around ever since the exam ended, and now the results are about to be announced. Senpai cheers Ronin up, reminding him that the practical test is worth more and his skills should make up for it. Just then, someone shouts that the list of accepted students is up, grabbing everyone's attention. The announcement starts with the magic department. Axel is ranked 19th in practical and tied for first in theory. Next up, the martial arts department. Senpai is 9th in both practical and theory. They look at each other, thrilled before breaking into smiles, celebrating their success. Senpai is surprised to see Axel ranked first in theory, even if he shares it with 2 others, while the pretty boy is on cloud 9. Then she turns to Ronin, asking about his rank. Her smile vanishes when she sees his glum expression and hears him say his name isn't on the list. The girls are left, stunned by the news. But Maria, with a mischievous look, tells our boy to open his eyes and check again. He insists his name isn't there, until a fireball lands nearby. It's the final shot. From the entrance exam cannon for the salutatorian of each department, delivered by the Phoenix of Glory. With a flap of its wings, it launches a fireball, displaying his results. First place in practical and 57th. In theory in the martial arts department, as salutatorian. The girls scream with joy, and Maria says she always knew he was a genius. Then it hits him. If Ronin is first, that means someone else lost. He feels an ominous aura approaching and realizes, with a shock, that this is how he meets the Sword Saint, Schlieffen, who confirms his first-place rank in the practical test. Sword Saint Schlieffen approaches the murmuring crowd. In front of the Empire Star, Maria suspects he's looking to talk to Ronin, while Axel feels the tension. She finds him annoying, wondering if he's still the same man who can't stand anyone being better with a sword. Schlieffen's intense gaze seems incredibly passionate as he says Ronin didn't get first place. Ronin replies that he doesn't know what he's talking about. Accused of lying, he calmly asks Schlieffen not to bother him without proof. Faced with Schlieffen's demand for proof, he suddenly launches a sword strike at him, which Ronin blocks instantly. The saint smiles grimly, saying the hero couldn't have reacted like that unless he was number one, and demands to see the skills that surpassed his. Irritated, Ronin decides to show him. He sends a slash from a distance, but Schlieffen counters it sharply. When the hero asks if that's enough, Schlieffen admits the technique explains his high score, but insists that it's still not enough to surpass him. Ronin calls him crazy for being so resentful, but the saint doesn't accept it, determined to expose all the skills the hero is hiding. Ronin can't help but think that this guy has serious issues and might just be asking for a death wish. The fight continues, and Ronin already regrets running into this guy. In the middle of the clash, he notices Schlieffen is about to manipulate his aura, making the fight dangerous. With a slash, Schlieffen unleashes the Tempest Sword, a storm of roaring aura. Ronin knows he can't withstand it, but Schlieffen yells at him for turning his back in the fight, asking if he plans to forfeit. In an instant, Ronin retreats and grabs Axel, putting his sword to her neck. Schlieffen demands to know why, enraged to see Ronin using a woman as a shield while still calling himself a knight. Axel is horrified. The Sword Saint doesn't realize he's a boy, as Prince Charming peeks over his shoulder with a sinister smile. Ronin had anticipated this. Schlieffen is still the same, clinging to his code of chivalry, even on the brink of death. Taking advantage of that, Prince Charming suddenly charges, surprising Schlieffen and forcing him to his knees. He quickly signals for Axel and Maria to run, leaving the swordsman confused. A bald officer enters, demanding to know why there was a fight, but Prince Charming's group has already fled. Seeing Schlieffen, the man asks if he's alright, and who dared to attack him. Schlieffen downplays it as a fair fight, and says there's no need to investigate. Only then does he see a crack in his precious mithril sword, damage done by Ronin. The skill didn't seem special, but the result was clear. Schlieffen vows to remember the name of Prince Charming. The next day, in Shimo Forest, Axel follows Ronin, asking if it was wise to confront Schlieffen, the heir to the ducal family of Grantia, second only to the imperial line. She recalls that Ronin even broke the man's nose. When asked what he'll do if Schlieffen gets revenge, Ronin shrugs, saying Schlieffen is a good person, just obsessed with the sword, a role model with principles who protects the weak. He predicts Schlieffen will call him to a fair duel. Otherwise, Ronin would already be in chains. Shortly after, he points out they've arrived at Fernando Spring. As Professor Barron mentioned, Fernando Spring is unique with mana, concentrated in a well called a mana vein. Everything around it absorbs its power. Common rocks become mana stones of high quality, and weeds become miracle herbs. Its value is so high that many seek to monopolize it, making Professor Barron seem generous for allowing them to use it to incubate a single-cell egg. Overwhelmed by the dense mana, she admits she's never felt such a strong power amplify her magic. She notices the egg in Ronin's pocket absorbing mana rapidly when Axel asks about the smell of blood. Ronin is sure someone arrived before them, and they're not welcome. A group of masked men appears, ready to fire red arrows. But Prince Charming doesn't even flinch as he instantly takes them down with his weapons. He recognizes the same men from the old disciplinary squad camp. He remembers a red-haired kid, bragging that these arrows could blow an orc's head off, trying to sell them with his absurd speech. Ronin found the talk boring, especially since the kid was caught poaching. However, the redhead kept bragging. Now, he claims that whoever has used the arrows 100 times has successfully poached and earned a spot among the Bloodhounds of Calboro, an elite unit, whose name carries more weight than Ronin would like to admit. Ronin gets annoyed seeing it's Calvado's group, again classified as hounds. He decides to act and tells Axel to hide if he doesn't want to end up like a porcupine. The masked men are stunned to see how he sliced their arrows with mana. Their leader orders them to surround him. Ronin yells at them to stop and asks if they don't recognize their allies, boldly declaring he is the youngest hound of the Damas Ajayut branch. At first, the leader of the scum scoffs at Ronin, doubting a kid like him is a bloodhound, assuming he's from a low-level group. The man calmly tells him to confirm it with his wolf branches and warns that there's nothing more pathetic than looking down on what others can do just because you can't. The jab infuriates Scarface, who threatens to cut off Ronin's limbs. Prince Charming replies that people with violent habits always meet a bad end. Just then, another masked man points out that Ronin clearly knows the Calboro ranking system: wolf, hound, and wild dog, knowledge that only insiders share. To avoid a clash with the Damas branch, he suggests checking with their captain. At that moment, an authoritative voice reminds them they should be on standby and alert. Their captain, Vaughn, the wolf of the Demir branch, steps forward, demanding an explanation for the commotion. The leader of the scums blames Ronin, while the others brace themselves for the reprimand they expect. Prince Charming notes that if the wolf is here, then the entire squad must be here too. Vaughn asks if Ronin is really an Ajayut from the Damas branch, reminding him that this mountain range belongs to Demir. The hotshot calmly reveals that he is not in Ajayut, leaving the intruders stunned before cutting them down without hesitation. Outraged, Vaughn yells that Ronin chose the worst possible name, but Prince Charming just smiles, saying it was enough to pass as a poacher. He lunges forward and decapitates the captain. The head of the scumbags freezes in fear, remembering Ronin's warning about his ugly end. He drops his sword, panics, and even cuts his fingers in shock. Lord Ron tells him coldly to pull himself together and write down the location of every branch he knows, or he has no reason to stay alive. The man trembles, insisting he has nothing to write with, but Ronin points to the blood-soaked pen already in his hand. His severed fingers drip onto the floor as he finishes. Lord Ronin mockingly praises his effort before finishing him off. Twilight settles in as Aisel struggles to catch her breath. He had warned her to be ready, but the trail of animal carcasses is too much for her. When she asks if this is Calvary's work, Ronin coldly replies that letting that scum live would be the real crime. Aisel still finds the scene horrifying, but Lord Ronin reminds her they were wanted criminals who had to be dealt with, adding that Baron would be devastated if he saw it. Just as they turn to head back, something strange interrupts them, and a chill runs down her spine. Dollface urges Ronin to look ahead, and what he sees unnerves him. The blood from the corpses rises, gathering at a single point. The sight terrifies Aisel, and Lord Ronin prepares to fight, when his dream egg glows brightly. To their surprise, the egg itself absorbs the blood, leaving them unable to understand what they're seeing. Ronin is certain that whatever is inside the egg is no ordinary creature. Once it finishes draining the mana, the shell immediately cracks. Startling them, excitement builds as they prepare to watch it hatch, and Lord Ronin can barely contain his anticipation to discover what treasure lies within. Before he can get a closer look, something smacks him in the face, leaving his nose aching as he blinks through the pain. He tries to focus on the newborn. At first, he wonders if it might be a dream bird. However, the tiny paws and claws tell another story. Achil, wide-eyed, suggests it could be a dragon, like the ones she's only read about in books. Ronin is stunned, wondering how Bluey absorbed so much mana for something like this. One thing is for sure, the creature is adorable, even though it's playful. Greeting to Lord Ronin's face irritated him, but before he can react, the winged creature casts magic that instantly heals his nose. A delighted Aisel notes the baby has healing abilities and feels even more endeared to her Prince Charming, convinced he has more hidden powers. She excitedly suggests giving a name. While they're thinking, the creature suddenly leaps from Ronin's shoulder, its attention elsewhere. Ronin follows its gaze and sees a straggler, Val Rose, an errand boy from the Mir branch, fleeing in terror, desperate to escape. When Val Rose returned from an errand, he found his entire group slaughtered. A sea of blood had pooled in one spot. Confused and terrified, he fled, only to be chased by the tiny creature. Stumbling, he injures his leg. Panic consumed him as the newborn beast closed in. Ronin intercepts, stopping Sita before it can attack. Calmly, Prince Charming reveals he's already chosen name. Val Rose, recognizing Ronin from the past, is shocked to see the creature by his side, and wonders if it's his. Prince Charming then asks if he's okay, surprising Valrus even more by knowing his name, although he was stunned by the reunion. Prince Charm had annoyed him about the stealth house, disguised as a talking Calboro hound. Valrus rejected the title, saying he was just a messenger, but Ronin ignored his rank. He had a task for him, and it wasn't a request. Ronin and Hazel get a good prize from Maria's father in exchange for the water dew. They thank Professor Baron for the favor and decide to show him Sita as well. Upon arriving at his office, they discover that Professor Baron has left on a long business trip. Ron realizes that the map he received from the Hound was more than just a greeting and had instilled so much fear in Valrus that he wouldn't try anything else. Later, Axel asks him what he'll do with the money since he doesn't have any large debts. Ron starts to think about it. Days later, Irol arrives in the capital, Balon. Ron greets her, asking if she's tired from the journey. Irol, excited, comments on how surprised she was to see the carriage Ron sent, and then asks him if he's eating well, to which he reassures her. He also introduces Sita, then suggests they hurry up, since he'll be very busy upon entering the academy, so there are things he needs to do beforehand. Later on, gives her many beautiful and expensive dresses that fit her perfectly. Irol is surprised and says that, aside from him having earned a lot of money and also receiving a scholarship, these gifts are still too much for her, but Ron refuses to take them back, saying that it's about time she benefited from him. Irol gets emotional, noticing that her younger brother has grown up. Then, Ron suggests checking out the workshop because his sword was damaged a while ago. Upon opening the workshop door, Schlieffen is there, surprising Ron. Ronan hurriedly asks if he was following him, and Schlieffen clarifies that he came to request a new sword, because the previous one was damaged because of him. Ron, angry, curses at him and pulls out his own sword to show that it's also damaged, insisting on a rematch. Schlieffen agrees, but Irol steps in, asking Ron not to use bad words and apologizing to Schlieffen, taking the blame. Schlieffen, heir to the noble Grantia family, is flustered and blames his own lack of discretion. Irol, excited, grabs his hand since he's Ron's only friend and asks him to take care of her brother. He is now clearly blushing. As compensation, he gives her his family's identification insignia, allowing her to go anywhere just by showing it. Ronan is shocked by his recklessness, as the insignia is worth more than many villages. The next day at Philion Academy, Director Kravakater conducts the entrance ceremony, greeting the class of 787 and introducing himself to them. He praises them for their potential and congratulates them for entering the academy, then teleports the venue to a battlefield where the freshmen face off against upperclassmen. The gathering is between first-year and second-year students. The top two freshmen will face one of the 4 second years in a one-on-one match. This is a special Philion event. This way, they will learn each other's skills and weaknesses. These duels are educational, and through them, the representatives of each year can show their first step. The director says the first years can choose their opponents and also refuse the duel. Ron is annoyed because he thinks they're just bullying the newcomers. The director introduces the 4 second-year martial arts students, Nasto, Brahm, Karen, and Yurna, with ranks 1, 2, 4, and 3. Along with Ronan and Schlieffen, are excited to fight. Ron wants to prove to his older sister that he won't be beaten. The director asks them to choose opponents, but Prince Charming confidently interrupts and proposes to face all 4 senior students at the same time. The director is shocked and discusses it with instructor Navarro to get her opinion. She agrees, since according to Philion's principle, the skilled can do as they please. Karun and Erna get irritated because Ronan is looking down on them, but Nasto suggests they calm down since, even though Ronan is arrogant, he's the skilled one, and they can't underestimate him. He asks them to give it their all from the start. Irol is worried and shouts at Prince Charming to be careful. Just then, the announcement for the first match begins and Nasto launches his first attack on Ronan, which makes him realize that these seniors are a couple of levels above Maria. Ronan easily dodges and tries to block the attack. His coordination is impressive. Suddenly, Brahm appears behind him and makes a quick, precise move, which Ronan dodges again. There's a follow-up attack from the remaining 3, but Ronan, with his incredible speed, manages to dodge them all in counterattacks. Brahm appears unexpectedly again, to which Ronan remarks that he should have been watched until the very end. With that, he shatters Brahm's sword to pieces. Brahm is surprised to notice that Prince Charming's stance is the same as Instructor Navarro's. The crowd is in an uproar. They didn't expect such a fight from freshmen. Errol is clearly getting rowdy from the excitement. The seniors are in shock, but Nasto isn't bothered, since the fight was one-sided. Everyone is calling Ronan incredible. At that moment, Prince Charming thanks the seniors for accepting his challenge. He praises their incredible strength and apologizes for his earlier rudeness, saying he hopes to learn more from them. They are confused by his politeness. Brahm steps forward, realizing his mistake about Ronan, and encourages him to be confident. He praises Ronan in front of the entire academy. Later at dinner, Ronan wonders why the entrance ceremony banquet is so extravagant. He's not surprised, since the institution is the best. Axel asks about his sister, and Ronan says it took a while to calm her down since she's always worried about him. He left her with Asita so she would get home safely. Suddenly, as he starts to eat, That meddler Schlieffen shows up and surprises him, asking about Irel, the condition of the road to her house, and a bunch of other random things about her. Ronan is furious and starts insulting him. While they're arguing, Akalithia appears. She wants to talk to Ronan out of interest. Schlieffen knows it's her wicked hobby and leaves. Axel. He tries to talk about her, but Ronan already knows how overwhelming and powerful she is. Akalithia says she's here to offer something that a mere criminal would never dream of. Akalithya's invitation is a shining purple insignia. The Akalithya's value talent, unlike others. They scouted many talented people and became one of the 2 pillars of the empire. They offer those who show potential a chance to join their family, and the symbol of that is this invitation. Ronan asks and remembers hearing about it from a passerby. He remembers what his great commander, Adishan Akalithya, showed him the invitation and explained that he would become part of the family. The Akalithya family, just like her once he had it, but only if he could pass the test given by the patriarch, which only the skilled can complete. She also predicted that he would end up receiving the invitation since he's so talented. Elizabeth suggests he make a wise decision and leaves. Ronan is pleased, knowing it will be useful to him. At Philion Academy, student skills are prioritized above all else. Here, one's environment changes depending on their grades. Like the dormitory system, mid-rank students are assigned to the Nisha Pavilion, where everyone gets a clean room, a high-quality cafeteria, and other good facilities. On the other hand, students in the bottom 30% are assigned to Crater Hall, a run-down, old place where 4 students share a room, and the cafeteria, showers, and bathrooms are all communal. Lastly, the top 10% of students, including Ronan, are assigned to the Navardosar Pavilion, which can only be described as a massive, luxurious hall. When Ronan enters, he sees the class registration form, where he has to list the classes he wants to take. He's heard that you shouldn't pick too many classes, but they all look interesting, so he decides to take them all. This is a common first-year mistake from a student who has yet to experience hell. Later, the head instructor for Imperial Swordsmanship Basics tells Ronan he doesn't need to attend anymore, since he's already finished all of the Imperial Swordsmanship Basics at the very beginning of the class. Ronan sits alone, annoyed not just because of the Imperial Swordsmanship class, but also because he was kicked out of today's archery and monster hunting classes. Suddenly, Instructor Navarros appears. She sees that he finished all his classes on the first day and notes how quickly he copied her technique. She then asks for his sword and launches a powerful strike at the river behind them. It just makes a big splash, and the sword gets damaged. She tells him that something like this can't be called a weapon. It will only wear down the user's power. In contrast, she shows him her sword, which cuts through the air, causing the water to rise into the sky. And with that, it begins to rain. This is what he's missing. The lady shows Ronan what he lacks. A custom-made weapon. Warriors use strong, sharp steel to fight. These weapons shouldn't break easily. But if they do, warriors can just replace them. For Ronan, weapons were always simple, replaceable tools. That changes after seeing Instructor Navarros' demonstration. Ronan finds it incredible. He's sure that Navarros used the same sword as before, but her slash is stronger. She explains that even a single breath and a bit of strength can change a life on the battlefield. Ignoring those details can be fatal. She adds that if a hero uses mana, he needs a suitable weapon, but since he can't use it yet, he can't get one. Ronan asks if she knew from the start, and she confirms it. Still, she praises him for being incredible without using mana and assures him that one day he will. To prepare for that day, she tells him to find his ideal weapon. When Ronan remains silent, Navarros teases him for thinking too much and then invites him to her class. He asks if she's serious, and she confirms but warns him that he needs to carry a proper weapon, not that piece of steel he's carrying. The next day, the hero is with Axel and Maria in front of a wooden sign about Navarro's offer. They team up to find a new weapon, starting with the place that Schlieffen got suggested. The directions lead them to an old forge. Senpai and Pretty Boy doubt it will stay standing if they touch it. Ronan hesitates, but trusting Schlieffen, he suggests they go inside. They open the door and see cobwebs on the ceiling. The inside looks even worse than the outside. Even so, Ron remains confident, trusting the Sword Saint. A door opens and a hairy hand with long nails appears. Heavy footsteps are heard, and a huge werewolf comes out. Not asking who they are, Axel panics, while Ron finds it fascinating that a werewolf is running a forge. The wolf grows impatient and threatens to throw them out, but Ron shows him what Schlieffen gave him and explains they came to buy. A weapon. The wolf inspects them and senses mana from Axel and Maria. He yawns. Saying the symbol means nothing unless the hero is truly from the Grancia family. Smiling, he says he'd accept if Ronan gives him dollface arm because he's hungry. Axel hides behind the hero. Ron warns the wolf that he's crossed the line. Ronan attacks quickly, and the blow pushes the wolf back. The hero notices the impact was like hitting hard armor. And asks where the wolf had it made. Ron approaches, saying the armor doesn't matter and that he'll break it. The wolf gets scared and admits that it was just a test to gauge Ronan's skill. He adds that he wanted to test his invisible armor. And that this is his verification process for strangers. Ronan calms down, and the wolf apologizes, especially to Axel, saying he doesn't eat people. The wolf introduces himself as Vidian, an apprentice and sometimes guardian of the forge. He confirms that Ronan is here for a weapon and tells them to follow him. He says the neglected area is just the entrance and that the real forge is behind a door. Vidian asks if everyone is okay and asks them to prepare themselves mentally. He presses a hidden button and gears turn as the floor slowly descends. Vidian says it's an elevator powered by a magic stone. He adds that it's the fastest way to get to the forge and that it's the largest in the capital. Soon, an underground forge emerges before them, called Grand Carpadoki. Ron praises it, amazed that such a place is under the capital. Vidian laughs and says that as a reward for passing the test, he will take him to the best master. Craftsman in the capital. Ronan and his friends walk through Carpadoki, surrounded by the sound of hammers and sparks as blacksmiths create swords. The hero can hardly believe such a place exists. Vidian says this forge is only for the royal family and nobles. Every blacksmith here is skilled, but the best is the old dwarf, a master who has been working with metal for 400 years. He's stubborn, but his skills are one of a kind. Without warning, Vidian kicks a door open and calls out to the old man, saying he has a guest. The old dwarf, Doran, scolds him for the noise while he's working. Vidian says the entrance was blocked with weapons and asks him to clean his workshop. Doran complains that Vidian scolds him a lot for being so young. Then he asks if his guests are strong. Vidian says he tested Ron and is sure that he's incredible. Doran watches Ronan, thinking he looks like a kid, but he invites him to show off his swordsmanship. Ronan draws his sword, but Doran just looks at it. He calls it trash and shatters it with his hammer. Shocked and angry, Ron asks what Doran is doing. He points to the swords on the ground and tells him to pick one, saying any sword here is 100 times better than what heroes use. Ronan hesitates, but Didi nods for the hero to trust the dwarf. He chooses a sword and feels the difference immediately, though he's not sure if it will change the outcome. He warns Doran that he might destroy something, but Doran says he doesn't care. Ronan decides to recreate the slash he saw Navarro perform. He takes his stance. Doran's eyes narrow as he recognizes the move. The sword swings, and an explosion rocks the forge. Other blacksmiths freeze at the sound, wondering if a blast furnace exploded inside the shop. Ronan and Doran survey the damage. The hero says he didn't mean to cause so much destruction. Doran asks if Ron is a student of Navarro's. Surprised, Ron asks if he knows her. He says he made her sword, a masterpiece called the Secret Sword, Urusa. Ron remembers how smooth and deadly it was. Doran admits he thought the hero was a novice, but now he sees a rare talent. He warns that this talent makes it difficult. To forge a suitable sword. The sword he used is already cracking from a single swing. Ron asks how to fix this. Doran says he needs high-quality steel mixed with something special, perhaps a wyvern byproduct. Ronan remembers something and pulls out an eggshell. Doran strikes it with his mithril hammer and is astonished when it doesn't even dent. Excited, he asks if he can use it. Ronan says it's no use to him and asks if it's enough. An ecstatic Doran says yes and tells him to return in 2 weeks for the best sword in the Empire. Doran then tells Axel and Maria to see the other master blacksmiths if they want weapons. Surprised, Axel asks if he's serious. Doran replies that he can't let the friends of someone so valuable leave empty-handed. They should mention his name for special treatment. Doran starts hammering the eggshell forcefully, laughing at the sound it makes. Ronan watches, thinking the old man is crazy. Beneath Cappadocia, a man in white is annoyed by the blacksmith's noise and says he'll burn them all. A woman beside him tells him to wait. Their time has not yet come. She looks at the stone statues and says their plan will begin soon. They will start with the blacksmiths, then bring the empire to its knees. Gazing at a giant crystal statue, she whispers that the day everything vanishes into the light is approaching. Days later, Ronan reflects that the best blacksmith in the empire is forging his sword. His friends are getting their weapons from other blacksmiths. The prices must be high, but Ron doesn't care because he's not the one paying. He's using the Granshaw family symbol. The only problem is that his sword will take a while to be ready. So he wonders how to pass the days. Assel and Maria are busy with lessons, leaving him with no one to talk to. As he walks through the school, he stops in front of the Galiliano building, where advanced students train and attend lectures. He assumes this is where Navarro teaches. She told him to come to her class when he had a real weapon, and although he's carrying a temporary one now, he thinks it might be enough. While he's lost in thought, Navarro suddenly appears beside him with a fierce expression. Ronan freezes. Before he can speak, she grabs his ear and demands to know why he hasn't been to her class. She asks if he's been skipping. Ronan tries to explain, but she isn't listening and drags him into the building. He cries out in pain, begging her to let go. Inside, a girl, carrying a pile of files, hears his voice and stops to look out the window, wondering who's making so much noise. Someone shoves her, and as she turns to apologize, a boy named Cardin scolds her for blocking the way. He mocks her for being slow despite being a professor's assistant, calls her a loser, and tells her to get ready for the lessons. She nods and quickly leaves. In the combat hall, the students are gathered when Navarro announces that Ronan will be joining their class. Some are surprised that he's advanced a grade. Others murmur that he doesn't look as strong as the rumors say. The hero notices both friendly and hostile faces. The professor's assistant runs in, panting, and apologizes for being late. Ronan hears her voice and freezes because it sounds familiar. Navarro tells her not to worry and asks her to introduce herself to the hero. She smiles and says she's Adishan, a second-year martial arts student and the professor's assistant. In another life, she was Adishana Kalushia, the Iron Lady, the first woman to become a Grand Commander, a feared and respected leader on the battlefield. Ronan remembers serving under her command, never expecting to see such a bright smile on her face. Clearly, she remembers nothing from the regression, and he wonders what to do about the last wish she made before she died. As he watches, Ronan notices the other students bothering her with errands and orders. She seems more like a servant than an assistant. Cardin approaches Ronan and challenges him to a duel, saying he wants to learn from someone with such an impressive interview record. Ronan refuses, saying he has something on his mind. Cardin thinks Ronan is avoiding him because he doesn't have a weapon. He yells at Adishan to bring him his spear, calling her a loser again. She hurries off and returns with a long spear. Cardin yells at her, saying he uses a short spear now. She apologizes, explaining that he used the long one in the last class. He hits her on the head with the spear, telling her not to talk back. He insults her for begging Navarro to join the class and still failing at simple tasks. Ronan can't take it anymore. He grabs the spear from Cardin. Cardin watches him, surprised, asking what he's doing. Ronan says he accepts. Cardin asks what he means, and with a terrifying glare, Ronan calls him a loser and repeats that he accepts the duel. Cardin looks shocked by Ronan's anger. He asks if the hero accepted the duel because of Adishan, then smirks and says that Ronan is protecting her because they're both commoners. The hero tosses the spear back to him and tells him to defend himself. If he doesn't want to die, Ronan grabs a wooden sword and attacks with such force that it pushes Cardin back. Cardin can't believe Ronan has that much strength without using any mana. Ronan says that since Cardin complained about the spear being too long, he shortened it. The spear snaps in two. Ronan asks if Cardin likes it now, and rage model. Cardin tells Ronan to know his place, and lunges at him, saying that Ron won't get away unscathed. Before Cardin can attack, our hero cuts the spear to pieces and tells him to worry about himself. Then, Ron strikes Cardin without holding back. He punches him in the face, making Cardin lose his balance, then lands a blow to his hip. Cardin falls to the ground and passes out. Ron tells him he should be grateful there at the academy, because outside, he'd be dead. The other students are frozen in astonishment. Cardin, one of the strongest third-year students, lost completely. Ronan turns towards the others with a fierce gaze that chills the air. He points to a girl who is asking for a towel and tells her to do it herself instead of bothering others. He walks towards her, asking if the professor's assistant is her servant. The girl screams, and our hero tells her to come closer so he can hit her too. Adishan quickly steps in front of him. She says she doesn't understand why he's doing this and insists that she's fine. Ron tells her to step aside. He says he can't stand seeing her treated poorly, especially by people like them. He says that no one in the Empire can look down on her or abuse her. He pushes her aside and says he'll beat up all the students. A firm voice orders him to stop. Navarro's presence fills the training hall like a heavy wave. She says she won't punish him for fighting Cardin, but if he continues, she won't let it slide. She tells him to drop the sword and stand down. Ron suddenly feels his body freeze. Looking back, he sees Navarro, with a giant serpent ready to devour him. This is the form of the Sword Saint. She says that what he's about to do is not a duel, and as an instructor, she won't allow it. Ronan accuses her of knowing what Adishan suffers and doing nothing. Navarro says it's none of his business and warns him again. Ron grips his sword and says that it doesn't matter if she's the sword saint. He won't change his mind. Navarro closes her eyes sadly and says there's no other choice. The serpent approaches him. A loud sound fills Ronin's ears and darkness covers his vision. A memory from another life emerges. Adishan is the great commander and he is Ronald. Ron asked the Iron Lady why she accepted being the great commander when others refused. She told him that one day he would understand that there are things you can't pass on to others because they are your destiny. He always wondered what burden she carried. In her final moments, she told him she was sorry for giving him that burden and asked him not to forgive her. Ron wakes up screaming. He looks around and sees that he's in a bed. Someone asks if he had a nightmare. He turns over and freezes. It's Adishan. Ronin wakes up and calls Adishan great commander. Surprised, she asks what he means. He laughs, says it was a mistake, and tells her not to worry. The Iron Rose is confused. Ron asks if he's in the infirmary. She nods. Navarro told her to take him there, and that she would correct his behavior with extra classes. Ronin knows he's in trouble and expects that Navarro is angry. Adishan. She asks if Ronin was angry when he fought earlier because of her. He looks away and says he fought because he's a gentleman who values manners. She knows he's lying and calls him a bad liar. She asks him not to hate Cardi or the other students so much, saying she understands why they treat her badly. Ronin is surprised and upset. He says she didn't do anything wrong, just worked hard as a teaching assistant, and asks why she became one. Adishan is surprised. He says he thinks Navarras lets the students misbehave because they're young, but he will never accept a professor ignoring bad behavior. He asks if Adishan is upset with Navarras. She smiles and says no, because she asked Navarras to ignore the students' treatment. Ronin is shocked and thinks she's joking. Iron Rose says she enjoys undeserved privileges. To attend Navarras' class, one must be a sword expert, but she took a year off and has trouble controlling her mana. Ronin is amazed that someone so strong could feel so powerless. Adishan says she asked Navarras to ignore the bad behavior so as not to burden him. She accepts the humiliation as the price for her privileges. She thanks Ronin and admits that she thought she was used to the trouble, but today it hurt. Ronin asks if she endures all this to become a Grand Commander. She's surprised that he knows her goal. Smiling, she says her dream is to be the Grand Commander of the Empire, even if it sounds silly for someone who isn't even a sword expert yet. She won't give up. She has confidence in military science and in her strength, and she works hard. Seeing it's time for class, Adishan tells Ronin to get some rest before heading back. Ronin thanks her for taking care of him. She smiles and leaves. Later, our hero remembers the last Grand Commander's words, who told him to stop chasing his dream and try tailoring, since he never even attempted it. Ronin feels conflicted, not knowing how to tell her to give up. Days later, on a weekend, our hero, Axel, and Maria visit the Grand Cappadocio Forge because Doron wants to see them. When they arrive, no one is there. Ronin is annoyed because Doron sent a late letter asking them to come for his masterpiece. As Ronin looks around, he steps on a helmet and kicks it away, complaining that the forge is dirty and they treat customers poorly. Senpai wonders why Ronin is so sensitive lately. The femboy says he doesn't know. Ronin insists they go inside. Maria asks if they're allowed. Ronin reminds her that Doron invited them and tells her to follow. They enter an elevator and Ronin presses a secret button to go down. He complains that Doron doesn't know the basics of customer service. Further down, Ronin sees the forge on fire and unconscious people. Axel points out a rock giant chasing the blacksmiths. Ronin wonders why there are rock giants there. Axel asks what to do. Ronin grabs the pretty boy, lifts him up, and places his leg on the elevator rails, ready to jump. The femboy is confused. Ronin tells Maria to get help and jumps. He tells Axel to use telekinesis. The doll uses a skill called Invisible Hand to soften their fall. The blacksmiths are almost crushed by the giant. Ronin jumps in and destroys it. As he lands, he complains that so many problems have come his way in just a few days, and his head is already hurting. Ronin glares at the rock giants, declaring they're finished, and stands still with his back to the giant. The giant throws a punch, but Ronin starts running in the opposite direction, confusing the giant. Our hero unsheathes his sword and cuts the giant into pieces of rock. The blacksmiths watch the scene. One asks if he's Doron's guest who arrived earlier. The other watches Ronin silently as he cuts down the giant and comments that such a young boy is defeating rock giants in a single blow. After a while, Ronin stands over the fallen giant and calls out to the blacksmiths. They ask him to explain the situation. He's then stunned when the blacksmiths tell him how dozens of rock giants suddenly appeared in groups. One of the blacksmiths tells him they don't know the cause either. Another explains that the giants Dot appeared from somewhere underground, started destroying everything, and killed many blacksmiths. It even grabbed several blacksmiths, including Doran, and returned to where it came from. They tell him that Didikan. Dot chased after them, but he's not good at fighting, and at this rate, everyone will become food. Ronan nods and says he understands, asking if there are any more giants left. The blacksmith tells him he just killed the last one. Ronan tells Axel that until Marja arrives with reinforcements, he should look for any wounded and heal them. If he does it with Zaida, he'll be able to give first aid without any problems. The handsome boy asks, and what about you? Ronan replies that he's going to save the ones who were taken, and he also needs something from Doran. Meanwhile, Doran is on his knees and calls out to Didikan, thanking him for risking his life to come, but tells him he doesn't need to be here too, so he should leave soon. He also mentions his armor, saying that if it's his invisible armor, it will hold. Didikan yells at him to shut up, saying that there's already too much going on right now, so he should stop saying things that wear him out, and suggests that he use that sword. Doran refuses, stating that it's his most outstanding masterpiece, and he can't stain it with his clumsy swordsmanship. Dakin says that this is no time for that. At that moment, the rock giant roars and raises its hand to strike, but Doran is pushed back by the shockwave. He opens his eyes and sees Didikan stopping the blow. Didikan thinks that even his armor's defensive enchantment has faded. If he'd known he was going to die like this, he would have done everything he wanted. Suddenly, Ronan appears, slicing the giant to pieces, and tells Didikan to rest, that he'll take care of it. Dakin asks how our hero got here when there were so many giants in the way. Ronan turns and says he eliminated them all, saving the other blacksmiths. Didikan can't believe it. Then Ronan asks Doran to give him the sword, since he can't use it anymore. When Doran looks at him, confused, Ronan asks if that isn't the sword he called a masterpiece. Doran gives him the sword, and Ronan launches himself at the rock giants, killing them in seconds. The impact leaves Ronan shocked as he asks what the sword is. Doran tells him it's called the Stain, after his favorite dreamer. The sword is so light you can barely feel it, but it's tougher than mithril and can handle any kind of swordsmanship. It has no enchantments, but it has the ability to restore any damage by absorbing blood. Ronan wonders if it's because of Zaida's eggshell, and praises Doran. Then, Doran suggests they should leave since they're the only ones left. There won't be anyone else to save. Ronan nods and asks Didikan to take Doran and leave while he investigates something. He suspects there's a big rat hiding here. Didikan asks about the rat Ronan mentioned. Our hero explains that something doesn't add up. These giants don't usually attack together. Unless they're provoked, they're usually well-behaved. Besides, on the back of their heads, he found suspicious marks, a magic circle he'd never seen before. He asks Doran if he recognizes the pattern. Doran examines it, saying he's not sure because he's not an expert in this area. But he feels that the mana's reverberation is cunning, and concludes that's why the rock giants have gone wild. Ron wonders who would do this, adding that it's something they have to figure out. He advances through tunnels and caves, doubting if he's on the right path. But as he ventures deeper, he feels more certain. Among the rock giants' footprints, there are others. They're twice the size of humans, and there's also a magic stone acting as a defense system. This confirms for him that someone planned this. He stops when he hears voices and hides behind a wall. Peeking out to see who it is, he sees two people, Juden and Cirilla, whispering with their backs turned to him. They're both wearing white cloaks and observing the golden rock giant. Ronan deduces they're the ones responsible. He looks at the rock giant and notes that the previous ones were small compared to this one. He sees it's still sealed, but if it starts to move, it will cause problems. Juden asks Cirilla if she thinks there's an intruder, saying he's sure of it because the mind control link he cast on the rock giant has been broken. Cirilla says she thinks it was the work of a third party. Juden scoffs at the Imperials, saying they acted fast this time. He asks what to do, since they don't have any more rock giants and can't use the golden one yet. With an evil laugh, he asks if he should just kill them all, but Cirilla tells him that's enough. She explains they've already destroyed most of the nearby facilities, which will significantly impact the Empire's weapons manufacturers. She adds that if their identities are revealed, that person won't just stand by. So, it's better to retreat for now. Juden asks if he should destroy the golden one, saying the snooper smells like a blacksmith's forge and it's getting on his nerves. Suddenly, flames chase after Ron. As he tries to dodge them, he wonders about Juden, and upon noticing the speed and power of the magic, he realizes this guy is no ordinary person. Juden asks Ronan how he got here, since the defense system wasn't easy to get through. But that's what Ronan wants to know, who they are and why they're meeting here in such an extreme way, even if they just want to be together. Juden jokes to Cirilla about killing the boy, but she refuses. Juden suggests having a little fun, mentioning that soon The Emperor will be buried beneath the stars. Ron, filled with rage, asks what that means. Juden questions his sudden change in mood. Ron insists they come with him, saying he has a lot to ask. Juden sarcastically asks if he thinks he can catch them. Just as Juden is about to attack, Ron swiftly cuts off his hand without him even noticing. Juden falls to his knees while Cirilla freezes, stunned by the situation. Ron grabs her by the neck and orders her to answer his questions obediently if she doesn't want to end up like him, leaving Cirilla breathless. Suddenly, Cirilla summons her mana shield, but Ron shatters it effortlessly, leaving her in shock, and runs his sword through her. He discovers that she is a half-elf associated with Juden. Just then, an explosion echoes throughout the basement, and Juden stands firm in front of Ron, warning him to stay away from Cirilla. Ron confidently assures them that it's all over for them and offers to let them listen obediently, or he'll let that half-elf taste death. Juden decides to listen, but suddenly Cirilla smiles, making Ron wonder why she's suddenly smiling. A few seconds later, the giant reactivates and throws a heavy blow at Ron. He freezes for a moment, tries to block it but fails, and ends up injured. Juden runs to Cirilla, asking if she's okay. Cirilla reassures him, thanking him for distracting Ronan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to use her magic to activate the giant. She also mentions that the giant is severely damaged, so she could only activate its arm. Juden asks her to go to the church and report the situation while he puts an end to this. A worried Cirilla asks him to be careful and warns him about Ron, saying he's a monster in a child's body. Juden accepts and decides to kill him, since if Ronan lives, he'll be a great threat. While Juden is thinking this, Ronan cuts him to pieces before he can react. Cirilla is stunned, wondering how he can do that while being so injured. Her body doesn't respond as she wants. She's angry, but since she's not sure she can win, reporting to the church is her priority. Cirilla warns Ron that she will find out everything about him and take everything from him, his family, loved ones, and friends. Ron realizes he can't let her escape, since he barely managed to find a clue about the situation. Otherwise, it'll be no different from his past. Ronan yells at her to stop, again and again. Just then, Instructor Navarro appears, paralyzing Cirilla in her tracks and declaring that she has many questions. But first, she wants to confirm if it was Cirilla who injured her disciple. Ronan is burning with rage, his aura terrifying. Our hero feels relieved to see her. She's also happy to see Ron and know that he's okay. Cirilla trembles in fear as Navarro's aura takes the form of a snake and paralyzes her entire body. She almost recognizes her. Navarro approaches and grabs her face, saying she did things that shouldn't have been done. But what infuriates her the most is that Cirilla hurt her disciple. She tells her to look at the future before her eyes. Her stars burn, and as they burn, Cirilla falls to the ground. Navarro suggests informing the director after treating Ronan's wounds. Just then, Ron asks her if the future she mentioned is the Dolan prison. It's the prison used to interrogate criminals who have gone against the Empire to make them confess. Ron asks to be allowed to watch her interrogation just once. He insists, as it's crucial for him. Meanwhile, Axel and Maria make sure every injured person receives care. When they finish, Fanboy worries about Ronan and hopes he returns soon. Just then, Ron arrives and says he was given a quick summary of their hard work. Sam Senpai brought more support, while Pretty Boy and Sita rescued half of the buried artisans. But there's still something Ron has to leave for. A few hours later, at the secret meeting point for the Lodolin convoy, Navarro and Ron are on the cliff of Gringno Forest with Cirilla and Udine, waiting for the escort from Lodolin. When the escorts arrive, they mention that the Empire called them to escort criminals. Navarro hands over Cirilla and Juden, warning them that Juden regenerates very well. They acknowledge the warning, adding that this is the first time they've gotten such a fun toy, and then they say their goodbyes. They assure her that they'll contact her as soon as the interrogation is over. As they leave, Navarro informs Ron that 1 week should be enough to make them talk, and she'll let him know once she gets the call. Time flies. With the Empire's support, the restoration of Grand Carpathian progresses quickly, and Ron returns to the Empire, dedicating his time to receiving extra lessons from the instructor. A few days later, at Lawton Prison, while interrogating a criminal, the interrogator mentions that a guest will be visiting him soon. Instructor Navarro and Ron arrive at Lawton Prison. The interrogator, Karaka, who is in charge of the new criminals, greets them and suggests they see the prisoners first. Ron finds it hard to believe this kind-looking old man is an interrogator, but Navarro insists he shouldn't judge a book by its cover, as he will soon understand why this man is called the worst nightmare. On the way, Karaka gives them a summary of the interrogation. Their organization is called Nebula Classier. Navarro asks if this is a criminal organization like Calvillo, to which Karaka nods, adding that they are more dangerous. From the fire that destroyed the Nalanda granary to the explosion at the Atamon magical facility, it's been confirmed they were responsible. Ron wonders why he's never heard of them before. He then asks Karaka if they mentioned anything about Starlight or the Star Adventure he heard about during the capture. Karaka, irritated and embarrassed for not having all the information, decides to show the criminals his sincerity. As the door opens, Ron sees Cirilla and Juden, wondering if they're the same people he met before, as they've been brutally interrogated and are almost unrecognizable. Karaka, in his unsettling way, says that Juden has an impressive dark regeneration ability, so he suggests burning people like him, piercing him with a fiery arrow, and cutting off his limbs. With great effort, Juden screams in extreme pain. Karaka makes him suffer more, asking why he hasn't revealed everything. Juden says he's already told him everything, but Karaka decides to finish with Juden and focuses on Cirilla, since she has no regenerative abilities, making it easier to get information from her, especially since he knows that if he tortures her anymore, she will die. Cirilla, with a trembling voice, begs him to kill her right then. At that moment, Ron realizes that not even in the disciplinary squad has he seen such violence. But he wonders how Juden can still be hiding something in this situation when their identities have already been revealed. Suddenly, it occurs to him. He informs Navarro that a forbidden cursed magic might be preventing them from revealing information, as this method was used on soldiers to protect secrets. Upon hearing this, Karaka brings out a monster with a cursed eye, a horrifying creature that devours the curses on criminals who can't speak due to magic. He starts with Juden and lets the eye monster devour his head. As the curse breaks, he asks Juden about the arrival of the star. Juden says it is an eternal entity, the only grace that will save the humble beings of the earth. The lights awaiting the star begin beyond the sky, working so that nothing interrupts their longing. Cirilla begs him to stop, but he continues. Karaka asks what will fall from the sky. They are the children of the star. Responding to this, Ronan realizes that Juden is talking about Ajayut. Ronan can't hold back after hearing the mention of the children of the stars and moves towards Edwin, then demands that Edwin confirm if he is referring to Ajayut as the children of the stars. Edwin is surprised to see Ronan. Hearing him mention Ajayut, he asks him about it. However, blood starts to drip from his eyes and mouth, and his face becomes disfigured as if it's about to explode. Before the situation escalates, Karaka pulls Prince Charming back and creates a magic shield between them and Edwin. Suddenly, an intense light emanates from Edwin's face before he later explodes. Karaka comments that he didn't expect something like this to happen, even though the cursed eye absorbed the curse. Looking at the smoking mess of Edwin's body on the ground, Ronan asks in horror if this is normal. Karaka denies it, saying it almost never reaches this point, and concludes that the curse might have been cast in two parts. The first part ensures that the person doesn't reveal anything about the star's arrival to anyone outside their group. The second part activates when words about the star's arrival are mentioned, causing the curse to explode. He then places his hand on Ronan's shoulder, which startles him, and says that if he's right, it must be secret information in Nebula Clasier. Out of curiosity, he asks about Ronan's knowledge of this confidential information, saying that he must know something as an interrogator in this case. Ronan says there's not much to tell, only that he heard it by chance. His statement confuses Karaka, so he asks what Prince Charming means by chance. Ronan reminds him that he was the first to find them in Grand Carpadosi. It was then that he overheard something while spying on them. To clarify, Ronan says he didn't think the information was relevant until today, when he changed his mind and started to believe the word Ajayut could be a key. Once explained, he removes Karaka's hand from his shoulder and apologizes for interfering due to his sudden emotion. Karaka believes Ronan is hiding the truth, but despite his conviction, he is forced to back down when Navarro draws her sword and places it at Karaka's neck. She demands that he stop and angrily asks if he dares to question her disciple, Ronan, in front of her. Frightened by her move, Karaka backs away and, calling her an unparalleled sword saint, claims he was just checking because it's always better to be cautious. Once resolved, Karaka places the cursed eye on his shoulder, lamenting its loss as they are hard to kill, unlike most fantastical monsters. Seeing it compared to fantastical monsters, Ronan asks in surprise if a cursed eye is that powerful. Karaka confirms this and says that despite their capabilities, they look cute if you observe them up close. Looking over his shoulder, Karaka asks Prince Charming if he wants to touch the cursed eye, but he stops suddenly. His eyes widen as he notices the eye has changed. Wondering if it absorbed a curse from someone, he considers that it didn't even get close to Cirilla. Then he realizes that it might have absorbed a curse from Ronin when he touched Ronin's shoulder earlier. While using his mana shield, Karaka apologizes to Prince Charming for his lack of courtesy before placing the cursed eye in Ronin's hand. It starts to croak and swell until it explodes. The explosion of the cursed eye confuses them. Karaka calms Ronin down and tells him that he is cursed, before asking him if he has had trouble running or holding steel objects. This leaves Ronin silent, indicating that he has faced such situations. So, Karaka tells him that he won't force him if he wishes to hide it. However, he informs Ronin that judging by the power of the curse, it contains an enormous amount of malicious intent from whoever cast it. Karaka dismisses Ronin and Navarro and thanks them for their hard work. He also promises to inform them about Cirilla's interrogation once he has lifted this powerful curse. Noticing the expression on Ronin's face, Karaka asks about his worried look and Ronin admits it's because of the revelation that he's cursed. Seeing his concern, Karaka tells him not to worry too much since he's a student of Filion, which confuses Ronin. To clarify, Karaka explains that the curse has been on the charming prince's body for a long time and suggests Ronin visit Professor Maya's secret, the only mage on the continent who knows the most about all curses. On the way back, Ronin keeps rubbing his right eye, wondering what's wrong with it. After a while, when Navarro also gets irritated by his fidgeting, she asks if it really itches so much that he can't stop. Ronin confirms it and says he thinks it's been like this ever since he touched the cursed eye. She explains that it's a common symptom when a curse weakens, so he doesn't need to worry. Ronin thinks about how Navarro is not only skilled, but also a nice person, and he feels suspicious of her since he'd never heard of her in his past life. He wonders if Nebula Classier did something. The next day, Ronin meets Adishan in the Cherry Forest, a training area for magic students at Iron Rose. She greets him cheerfully and welcomes him, happy to see him after the midterms. She's glad they were able to meet thanks to the instructor and asks how he's been. Upon seeing her, Ronin remembers he was supposed to reflect on something related to the Grand Commander and decides to laugh off her observations. When he greets her cheerfully, she tells him that all the guys who were wary of Carden are now friendlier since that day. However, she adds that she's a little worried that Carden gets scared every time he sees her. Adishan notices his worried expression and mentions that the instructor told her about undoing Ronin's curse. He confirms it and says he came to meet Professor Secret. However, he seems like a unique man to be here. After hearing Ronin's comment, the lady confirms that Professor Secret and his office are indeed unique, so non-magic students don't come here. She says she asked a younger magic student for advice and turns to see if she has arrived yet. Suddenly, the junior student, Illy, appears before Adishan and hugs her joyfully. While the two greet each other, the charming prince watches her and remembers she's the same girl, Akaluthia, who was talking about the wolf and the sheep. Once they finish their greetings, Eli asks the Iron Lady why she wanted to see Professor Secret. Before she can answer, she looks at Ronin and her eyes widen in surprise. So, he states that he was the one who asked for help. Then he greets her, calling her Elizabeth, and teases her by asking if he should call her Eli. Eli screams in fright upon seeing him, but calms down and leads them to the professor's office. Secret, Ronin teases her, asking if she brought him to this spooky place to bury him for seeing something he shouldn't have, but she yells at him for teasing and demands that he not call her Eli. As Elizabeth leads Ronin to the office, Ronin finds it strange that she is friends with the Grand Commander. This leads him to suspect that she was the original Akaluthia, and he wonders how they met. The two of them head forward, and when Elizabeth opens the office door, they see an old woman in a rocking chair. Prince Tiarming asks Eli if she's Professor Secret, but she tells him not to be hasty. There's another step. Then, she leads him in front of the old woman and holds out her hand, before telling him not to move, no matter what. After saying a few words, she calls for something to open and impatiently pulls her hand back. Ronin says that nothing has changed until the old woman's mouth opens and keeps getting bigger. It's large enough for them to walk right in. It stops growing, but Prince Charming's amazement only increases. Eli advises him not to move, and they are teleported to another place. Upon arriving, she informs him that this is Professor Secret's real office and casts another spell. Ronin looks around the place and can't believe they came in through such a strange entrance. While Ron is busy calling the place weird, Professor Secret arrives and instantly recognizes him as the one sent by Navarro. She approaches Ronin, pulls his eyes open with her fingers, and claims to feel something inside him. After taking a look, the best curse artist on the continent, Maya Secret, calls Ron an interesting kid and smiles at him. Professor Secret touches Ronin's eye and reads it. The hero is shocked and wonders if this child is really the professor. She notices his reaction and smiles kindly. She tells him not to be surprised and mentions who has her reasons for looking that way. Reveals she's already 80 years old. Ronan is surprised again and wants to ask how she looks so young, but she cuts him off and tells him to focus on the reason for his visit. She snaps her fingers, and ribbons with ancient letters appear in the air. She says that removing Ronan's curses is more crucial. Ronan watches, confused by the strange letters. The professor examines them and comments that she didn't expect so many curses. Some are very old and dangerous. Even the most skilled individuals can't touch these. Ronan asks if the curses can be removed. The professor says yes, although there are many curses, she can handle them. A magic circle appears beneath the hero. She says she came prepared for this. She tells Ronan that she will send him into a mental world where the curses will appear. The hero just has to find the root of the curse and destroy it. Ronan repeats what she says and asks how he'll know which one is the root. The professor replies that he'll feel it when he sees it. Then, she releases blue mana from her hand. She touches Ronan's forehead and wishes him luck. Her finger glows, and the hero falls into a strange space. Seconds later, his surroundings take form. He is now in his memories. Ronan looks around and sees a familiar place. It's his old house where he lived with his sister, Irael. He wonders if the root of the curse is inside. Someone with silver hair runs past. He hears a familiar voice. It's the young Irael. Irael is looking at a baby. She asks why Ronan sleeps so much and if he's sick. Her mother tells her that babies need to sleep to grow. She says that if Ronan gets sick, Irael must take care of him because she's the big sister now. Irael promises to always protect him. Ronan realizes this is his birth and is surprised by how cute he was. And innocent as it was, the atmosphere suddenly changes. A man with a dark presence enters. Ron feels heavy and can't move. The man enters and is greeted by Errol and his mother. Ronan's mother says she didn't expect him so soon. The man says something, but Ron doesn't hear it. His mother points to Ron in the crib and smiles. She's about to say that Ron looks just like him, but the man's hand glows with a dark energy. He casts a spell on her. She gets dizzy and collapses. Confused, Uriel asks what happened. The man repeats the spell, and she faints. Ronan gets scared and screams, Iroh. He forgets it's a memory and tries to stop the man, but something blocks him. Ribbons. They appear on the man's hand as he approaches Ronan, and he recognizes them. A flash of light appears. The hero covers his eyes and realizes that this man, that is the root of the curse he must destroy. The professor was just outside the memory. That realm. Professor Sacred's hands are trembling. Her mana that is almost depleted. Even though she came prepared, she says Ron's curse is very strong. Elizabeth asks how many curses he has. Ronan and the professor responds that he has about 10. Elizabeth stammers that it's no wonder that the professor's mana is running out. Removing so many curses is too much, but Sacred, that with a serious look, says no. The curse she's facing now is just one. Inside his memories, Ronan watches that the dark figure standing over his unconscious mother and sister. The man leans toward the child and whispers something as he passes by him. The confinement that dissipates, and the hero runs to his mother and sister. He checks on them, but they're only sleeping. He calms himself and decides to kill that man. He runs toward the man, but stops when he sees him waiting calmly. He realizes the man must want something from him. Burning with rage for touching his family, Ron unsheathes his sword and lunges to finish him. The man is ready. He counters and blocks Ronan's attack, overpowering him. The hero is shocked that a simple that curse can be so effective against his sword. He tries to move again, but the man cuts him in several places, making Ronan scream and fall to his knees. Ron can't believe it, wondering why his sword can't reach him. Then he senses the man moving away. He wonders that curiously if the man will leave without doing anything else to him. He gets up, thinking he can't let this happen because he still has something to ask. He stands up, clutching his wounds, and shouts that this isn't over. He asks why he did it. His family's tones, expressions, and actions were affectionate, and they wouldn't act like that with just anyone. So that means, you're him. Ron asks, why did you do it? Why did you make my mother and Errol sad? You even cast a curse on me. Still, he has no excuse or explanation. And you still call yourself my father? But the man doesn't say a word, and Ronan decapitates him, saying it's fine if he doesn't want to talk, that he'll figure it out himself, so he should get out of his body. Just then, the hero wakes up with a start, holding his throbbing head, and finds himself in separation. Professor Secret, from behind, asks Ronan if he's okay. Ronan, immediately feeling dizzy, looks up, and, as his vision clears, he recognizes Professor Secret. The professor is amused that the hero recognizes her so well. She praises his sharp senses. Ronan asks why she looks older. The professor tells him not to think about it and asks if he feels any different. Ronan comments that ever since they met, he felt she wasn't an ordinary person, but now he thinks his initial thoughts were. An understatement. Afterwards, Professor Secret says that the curse on the hero used all of his memories, even the ones he didn't know he had, to form a background. She asks the hero if he truly believes the curse was his father's doing. Ronan agrees. He tells the professor he's sure of it because he's at least heard things from his mother and sister. He says angrily that it happened when his father ruined his family. He felt a deep sadness. That must be the reason why he got so worked up then. The professor asks if he doesn't remember his parents either. He says it's as if they're still in his mind, but he can't recall them, as if they've been cut out. Professor Secret concludes that not only his mana, but his very existence had also disappeared. She tells Ronan that perhaps his father made those memories vanish. When the professor explains that he was able to use mana before breaking the curse because he regained his lost sense, Ronan looks at his hands and understands that the glowing threads around them represent his hidden mana. The professor tells him that like other students, he might one day be able to use mana. That is, if he removes 2 of the 9 curses he has. Then, she tells him to leave as the sun begins to rise. Ronan notices that Secret has just gotten younger. He wonders if she changes form depending on the day, and she suggests that he keep calm, since he must be overwhelmed by all this. He agrees and decides to trust the professor from now on. Meanwhile, somewhere else at the same time, in the basement of the Grand Carpadosis, the head of the Duke de Gracia family, Joseph Cinnabon de Gracia, is there, admiring a large rock monster. When Dolan arrives, the Duke asks about the recovery efforts. Dolan reports that they're going well, and everything will be back to normal. He says he's found out who the active student here was, and suggests the Duke meet him in person. Then, the Duke orders Dolan to clear the basement when the golden statue suddenly attacks him. The Duke takes his sword and easily cuts it down, as he's in a hurry to meet the young hero of Philion. The next morning, in the dormitory, Ronan is woken up by a knock on his door. When he gets to the door, Dolan is there. The hero is a bit rude to him. From behind, the Duke approaches and asks Ronan if they can talk. When Ronan finds out he's the Duke de Gracia, he's shocked. They show him the scabbard that was crafted just the day before. Seeing this, he asks why they're bringing him something so generous. The Duke wanted to thank the family and mentions that his sword, Pale Road, was created by Master Doran, who insisted on giving it to Ronan. He also offers him the Medallion of Gracia, leaving Ronan stunned. With its value, Ronan could buy 3 villages. The Duke tells him that now the 2 students who helped him, Axel and Maria, can also receive rewards. His awards along with the medal. Later, the Duke asks Ronan about the person behind the incident. He senses something and says he doesn't know how much the Duke knows about this, but those rats are much more than he thinks. As he says this, Ronan perceives a strange energy from Dolan and realizes it feels familiar, like when he fought those disgusting things. When the Duke asks why he stopped talking, Ronan wonders why only he can see Dolan's mana and not the Duke. He decides to provoke Dolan and asks the Duke if he knows about the arrival of the star and informs him about the organization. Nebula Classier. Dolan is irritated. The Duke is incredulous. He asks if he really gathered the information alone, and the hero confirms. Later, the Duke leaves, suggesting he'll find out the rest himself. Ronan says he will send more details about Nebula Classier and the arrival of the star by night, and that it will be interesting, especially the part about Nahayuti. Dolan's eyes widen upon hearing this. That night, while Ronan is sleeping, Dolan attacks him, but the bed is empty. Suddenly, Ronan appears from behind and says he knew he would come. So he brought a guest. You, young Master Schlieffen. The master asks Dolan to explain. That night, Ronan had invited Schlieffen to his house. He told him that he would be attacked by Dolan tonight. At first, he denied it, but when Ronan insisted, Schlieffen agreed. Ronan also adds that he will get rid of one of the rats that infiltrated his family. Back in the present, Dolan points his sword at Schlieffen. Ronan feels his body grow heavy from Dolan's strong mana as Dolan advances. Ronan tries to block, but gets hit. Dolan says that Ronan ruined their friendship. When Schlieffen asks why Dolan is betraying them, he explains that he was never a knight of Grancia, so he isn't betraying anyone. Schlieffen's face goes blank, and he leaves him alone. Ronan blocks Dolan, surprising him, and mocks Schlieffen, saying that he complicated things, but who knows, maybe the young master will change into his true form and charge toward Dolan, saying it will be a guaranteed bloodbath. For a while, he withstands all of Dolan's mana with all his strength. Through his own mana, Dolan wonders if he was hiding his true powers, since he seems much stronger in such a short time. Just then, Ronan attacks him again, and he dodges it smoothly. The noise gets louder, and Dolan realizes the teachers will come. He thinks it was a bad idea to come alone, knowing he'd be up against both of them. He wants to retreat and hide until he gets a chance to kill. Suddenly, the young master flies through the air with his sharp sword, saying that unlike his father, he can't use the Tempest sword easily. No one would get hurt if he used the Tempest sword, except for Dolan, a traitor. He uses the Grantia family's secret sword technique and strikes him, forming a tornado of smoke. As Dolan speaks slowly, his star fades. He sinks to the ground. The young master sheathes his sword, saying that from this day on, no one in the family will remember Dolan's name, since after all, he wasn't even a Grantia. Ronan smiles and tells Schlieffen that he seems upset for having handled it in such a flashy way. He wonders how they're going to hand Dolan over to the Eidolon, since he's dead, but according to Schlieffen, he didn't damage him too badly, though he isn't sure. He then tells Ronan he needs to report to the house soon, suggesting they need to track down the traitor. He runs off, leaving the rest to the hero, confident that everything will be fine. Ronan, annoyed, angrily yells that Schlieffen can't just leave everything to him after wrecking the place, and starts cursing him out. Just then, the director appears from behind, asking about the situation, along with instructor Navarro's, who's wearing pajamas. A cute and flashy set that catches the hero's attention. The director then sighs in relief, seeing that Ronan is okay, and asks him to explain the situation. Ronan first mentions a Heuda while cursing him out, surprising them both. Later in his office, the director sits calmly and realizes there were infiltrators within the Grantia family. The problem is bigger than he thought, for now, but he thanks Ronan because he did a great service and they avoided something much worse. Ronan thinks he should keep the fact that he can see special mana a secret for now. He's not sure, but if this information gets out, everyone around him will be in danger too. The director mentions they will investigate this incident soon, and adds that the Empire still owes him one, ever since what happened in the blacksmith's village. As a reward, the director asks Ronan what he wants in return. Ronan's face lights up at this, and he asks him to approve something he wants to do at the school. The next day, in the Grand Plaza of Philion, Ronan gathers the students and announces that since they're tired of on-campus activities, he has created a special adventurers club for everyone. Everyone is curious and starts asking questions, and Ronan explains that it's a constructive club with off-campus activities, including real combat, to train new talents who will help the Empire. It's the only club where they can go off-campus with the director's approval. Everyone is excited. He also tells them to visit the first arena in the Galalian building if they want to join the club for interviews. From a considerable distance, a lady with a red scarf watches Ronan and wonders about him. Days later, in the Galalian building, Ronan feels desperate seeing that only. Senpai is in a cell. Maria tells him it's because of the recent interviews, how he beats everyone, calling it a skills test. To those who resist, he says terrifying words, asking if they're ready to sacrifice their lives for the club. Axel hears rumors all over school that if you join the club, you'll need at least 10 lives to last, but Ronan refuses to back down. Since, for him, this is what real fights are like. In reality, he's looking for promising candidates. Just then, Brown stands up to fight Ronan. Ronan also gets up, asking if he's recovered, and insists he didn't need to see his skills. But since Brown kept insisting on a fight, he announces that Brown has passed the interview. Ronan tells everyone to leave and rest before things get practical. He decides to stay a bit longer, hoping someone with skill will stop by. The whole day goes by without any interviewees showing up. They start to pack up, and an assistant who was with him adds, kindly, that she would have tried out too if it weren't for her duties as an instructor's assistant. Ronan freezes and thinks that even if she tried, he couldn't accept her. She has to decide whether or not to give up her dream of becoming a great commander, and she should think it through carefully. At that moment, the lady with the red scarf appears. Ronan, excited, asks if she's here for an interview to join his club. She nods and asks for permission to touch something she points to on her body after she joins the club. He gets flustered and anxiously scolds her for suddenly saying something so embarrassing. The girl clarifies she's talking about what's on his shoulder. It's Sita. A relieved Ronan says she should have mentioned that sooner. He informs her that she can touch it after joining the club, since the little creature is always with him. Ronan finds this student a bit strange, as he didn't notice her until she was very close. First, he asks for her name and grade, then asks her to demonstrate her techniques on a magically designed dummy. The junior magic major, Ophelia Diite, responds and begins her demonstration. As energy flows through her body, strong dark energies surround her. Both of them are amazed to see her dark attribute magic and her mana contort so perfectly. Ronan senses something even more intriguing, the blood red energy surging from the center of the mana. She's from a shadow clan. Soon, as the dense fog dissipates, She destroys the dummy and passes the interview. Seeing Ronan's curious face as he notices something, she uses her telepathic magic to figure out his question. Before he can even ask it, she tells him to just leave it at him knowing, or it will be annoying. Instead, she suggests they go somewhere else because she also wants to ask him something later. Ophelia holds the dream bird and finds it. Curious that it was born from containing the mana in the area. Ronan says he finds her interesting too, because he heard her kind left the Empire a long time ago and that they are vampires. She says that not all of them left. Some are still around, living in hiding because they don't like tedious things. Ronan understands that she joined the high-profile club for Sita's mana. Ophelia agrees, and informs him that she felt the energy of blood magic when she first saw it in the plaza, the innate magic of her species. After discovering that Sita uses a vampire's abilities, Ronan isn't surprised, since the first thing Sita did when it was born was absorb blood. This worries Ophelia, and she asks how long it's been since Sita was born. Ronan, not knowing, tries to tell her the exact age, but finally says it's been 2 months. Ophelia finds this strange because Sita is already emanating dense blood mana. Suddenly, she asks him something and begs him to grant her request, mentioning some research. The next day, Ronan and his club are in front of a special building for the Adventurers Club, and they acknowledge the director's generosity as he gave them an entire building. Then Ronan notices a change in the club's weapons and asks if they're from Grand. Carp Doc, Senpai Grazia. They confirm. Afterwards, he looks at Maria's sword. She says the Grand Commander created it for her strength, and she wants to test it out. Assel received a magic bracelet made with the techniques of the Magic City, and his mana control is much better, so his speed and power have doubled. Then, Senpai asks Ronan why he wanted them to come armed. Ronan suggests they train first. Afterwards, Ronan tells them that the club's only objective is to improve their skills through real experiences, to prepare for the impending day. He says the first place they'll explore is the still unexplored Vidian mountain ranges, which makes the club members nervous. He says it will be a good experience because the place is unusual and he has personal business there. Anyway, he orders them to fight. After that, the hallway is empty. Assel asks Ronan what he meant earlier. Ronan explains that there's a problem, and to solve it, they should finish their classes early. The pretty boy is surprised. Ronan says it's obvious that if they leave, they'd be gone for a week, but the fanboy and Maria had classes. So, doing club activities during class would be difficult, and the principal wouldn't allow it. The best way is to finish classes early, just like Ron did. That's the key to getting free access to the second-floor training room. Ron told them he wanted to test their skills before they started their own training. He asked them to attack him. He promised not to hurt them and to only use the back of his sword, all with an unsettling expression. He tells them to give it their all, or it won't be any fun. Maria sarcastically replies that he's already getting pretty comfortable. As a senpai, she comes up with a plan. She wants to show Ron just how much she and Axel have grown. Axel gets it, and with that, Maria draws her sword and lunges at Ronan. She strikes the ground hard. Ron praises her strength, but doesn't understand why she hit the ground. Then he sees the pieces floating. The femboy uses his powers. The rocks begin to float, and he tells Maria to start. Axel hurls the pieces at Ron, who dodges them quickly. Ronan praises his improved telekinesis and cuts through the flying pieces, but Senpai surprises him by predicting his move and closes in. She tells him to dodge, not block, and swings her sword. Ron jumps back just in time, astonished. If he hadn't moved, he would have been hit. Maria keeps up the attack, parrying his strike with a worried look on her face. Ron was enjoying the fight, happy that they had both improved so much. The pretty boy attacked again to pull Ronan away from Senpai. A large chunk of the floor flies towards him, which he skillfully cuts down. He praises them both, as it's clear they've trained a lot. Axel seemed like a different person, and with that, the training session was over, and Ron thought that they would improve even more in 2 weeks. At that moment, he insisted on starting a special training session immediately, making the femboy and Maria run for their lives. From that day on, Senpai and Axel trained hard, losing hours of sleep. 2 weeks later, Ron gives the principal early completion certificates for everyone in Ronan's club. Ron mentioned it wasn't for all subjects, but it was enough to get permission to leave the school. The principal kept his promise and wished them a safe trip and good luck. The next day, the club's first adventure was in the Vidian Mountains. Maria is amazed because the mana is pure, even at the entrance. Brum is excited and asks Ron what to do, to which Ron replies that they should wait, since they're still far from the core. He'll tell them when they get there. Ronan mentioned they were looking for a special item. The wind blows towards the Olympian temple, carrying a sound that the elf heard. The elf senses that someone has entered the land, the harsh land. He decides to meet the guest he hasn't seen in a long time. Ronan finally finds the orcs. These orcs have already built a village for themselves. Moreover, they seem to be very fertile, which means their numbers will grow quickly. If things continue like this, soon there will be so many orcs they'll cover the entire mountain range. Ron knows this will become a serious problem. The people near the mountain will suffer greatly if the orcs are left alone. To prevent this, Ronan decides they must dry out their seeds, which means wiping out their ability to reproduce and expand. This will be their first real battle. Ron's companions are a bit confused seeing so many orcs, but Ron doesn't seem scared. He says that these orcs will be the best opponents they can fight against. Although the orcs are strong and numerous, there's another level of danger up ahead. That's the dominant species of the mountain range, ogres. These ogres are much more powerful, and Ronan knows they're going to be very difficult to defeat. Their leader, the two-headed ogre, is very strong. Ronan couldn't beat him before, but the good news is that ogre isn't a problem right now. He'll appear later, so don't worry about him yet. As Ronan and his group discuss their plan, an elf suddenly appears behind them. Ronan didn't sense him at all. He begins to guide them, saying that while their intentions are good, this isn't the right time to go after the orcs. He says he's a priest who lives in the mountains. In truth, he's an ancient spirit with a divine name, Xenal. He suggests moving to another location to talk properly, as this area isn't safe. But Ronan is on alert and points his sword at him. He says that a lot of crazy people have crossed his path lately, so he doesn't fully trust him. He immediately tells the priest to do as he says and curses him. Later, he somehow manages to guide them calmly and says something that makes Ronan feel very embarrassed. He says that what Ronan did to him is the most embarrassing thing that's happened to him in the last 200 years. From this, they understand that he's very old and ask about his age. Since he stopped counting his age, he's not sure, but he estimates around 1,000 years. Everyone freezes upon hearing this. Ronan realizes he's been alive since before the Empire was founded. That surprises him. Ronan asks about what he mentioned before, that it's not the right time. The elf clarifies that he said it because something strange is happening with the monsters lately. The orcs, who aren't even nocturnal by nature, are moving through the mountain range every night. This is very unusual. Even the ogres, who normally never leave their territories, are now seen around the mountain range. This is not normal behavior. He advises them to be careful. Although they haven't yet discovered the real cause of these changes, it means they're safe for now, but they must stay alert. Just then, he deploys his barrier magic, and a temple, the Temple of Xenal, appears before the group. Everyone, including Ronan, is confused. Braum and Axel comment that this barrier magic is on another level, superior to their masters. She asks Ronan if he knew about this, and he scoffs, saying, "Can't you see my surprised face?" He realizes this is no ordinary elf. When they arrive at the temple, he leads them inside and shows them a huge rock. He mentions that he serves this rock, but the story behind it might be boring, so he doesn't elaborate further. Instead, he offers them a place to rest. He tells them the temple has several spare rooms, and they can rest and ask for whatever they need. Just then, Maria says it's a good time to ask about what Ronan wanted to know, the habitat of the Cursed Eye. Hearing this, the priest is surprised. He asks why they would be looking for such a monstrosity. It's because of the curse he has. He understands that the strange and dangerous vibe around Ronan was because of this. He asks Ronan for a bit of his time because he wants to speak with him in private. Ronan agrees, and the two of them head to a quiet place. The elf begins by telling Ronan that from the moment he saw him, he didn't feel that Ronan was a normal student. This makes Ronan wonder if he's letting his flow take over without even knowing it. He doubts if this elf isn't related to those mysterious people. He thinks about how this priest didn't react, even when the name Ajayut was mentioned. He also couldn't sense his mana. This makes Ronan doubt if he's really not involved with them. At that moment, the elf offers our boy some tea, saying it will help clear his mind. The tea has an aroma Ronan has never smelled before. He finds it strange. Well, as Ronan tries to understand the scent, he suddenly perceives a clear flow of mana. The priest looks at him with a very strange expression, and sarcastically asks our boy if he likes the smell of the tea. The question seems strange to Ronan. Everything feels weird, and he starts to feel uncomfortable. Something about this elf doesn't seem right, and the strange tea and expressions only confuse him more. Ronan feels something odd in his eyes, as if his pupils were being replaced by something else. The priest watches him intently and calmly explains that the tea Ronan drank is from a rare herb that grows deep in the mountains. This herb has a special property. It breaks through blocked veins and helps revitalize someone's senses. Normally, it doesn't show an effect immediately, but because his energy is blocked by the curse, it's showing drastic results in Ronan. He tells him Tomadal. He tells Ronan he'll pack the ingredients so he can keep drinking the tea regularly. reminding him to stick to the dosage because his condition will only improve slowly over time. Then, in a firmer tone, he warns our boy to stop using his curse to cleanse his own curse. As Ronan looks on curiously, the priest tells him that while that monstrosity does remove a curse, it also consumes one's life force. It might not seem harmful if used once or twice, but abusing it to detoxify will put his life in danger. Ronan listens, but can't help admitting he wants to solve the curse as fast as possible. He's tired of carrying it, tired of the limitations it puts on him. He just wants to be free, but the elf, with wisdom gained from years of experience, advises him that rushing will only set him back. If something goes wrong, he won't be able to undo his decision and will have to face the consequences. Ronan remembers that the skilled Professor Secret told him the same thing. This curse is difficult to remove. It requires time and preparation. Even though he knew there was someone, Professor Secret, who would help him, after meeting that person, he started to feel rushed. He understands that if something goes wrong, he'll lose his life in an instant. He wonders about the elf, since he doesn't remember meeting him before, but he doesn't feel like a complete stranger either. Ronan says he feels rushed because of the fanatics, who have been popping up lately, those dark and eccentric people who are waiting for the arrival of the star. Hearing this, the priest wonders if they've already started to make their move. Again, later that night, after Ronan has gone to rest, the priest remains by his sacred rock, questioning if the fanatics Ronan mentioned are the same group that he's heard of, and if they're plotting something sinister. If they're the same people, innocent lives will be lost again soon. He remains silent, wondering, should he stand by and watch it all happen, or is this boy the sign his sacred rock is giving him? At that moment, Ronan quietly enters and calls out to the priest, Sarani. The priest asks why he's up so late, wondering if his bed is uncomfortable. But Ronan says he just wanted some water, adding that he's fascinated by the rock. He then asks if the rock has some kind of hidden meaning. Sarani begins to explain that every 1,000 years, his spiritual order moves 1,000 rocks to the most remote corner of the empire, a place called Daconia. That land is constantly battered by rain and storms, and most of the rocks there don't last more than 200 years before eroding away. However, the few, rare ones that survive the full 1,000 years become symbols of the divine order. A sign, he tells Ronan, although he still remembers a bit about the day he and his brothers moved this very rock. Ronan understands and asks why he's alone, since it seems there used to be many priests. Sarani shares that everyone has their own circumstances, and it's not as easy as it sounds to dedicate your life to a god who never answers. Sometimes, he's tempted to give up and live freely like any normal man. Every time he's about to walk away from it all, a powerful intuition stops him. He believes firmly that this rock will play a crucial role in saving the world. It felt like a duty he couldn't pass on to anyone else. As he pats Ronan on the shoulder, he adds that it seems the time is drawing near. A day later, following Sarani's plan, they officially started brewing that special tea, which also shows remarkable results in the others with their energy and mana veins. It greatly helped improve their sensitivity. While the others enjoy the tea, Ronan wanders the mountain with Sarani, searching for roots. It's unusual, seeing how kind this elf is to them. Despite having just met them, he shows his genuine heart in every action. 2 peaceful days passed without much happening. But as always, trouble brews from within the group, leaving a pain that no one can forget. Finally, the day of the attack on the orc village arrives. Sarani worries if they'll be okay on their own, since they still haven't found the cause of the monster's strange behavior. He suggests they prepare more, but Ronan assures him that they'll be fine, mentioning that while the monster's actions are changing, they haven't gotten any stronger yet. He praises his companions, saying that these guys will handle it just fine. They all nervously agree. Ronan also adds that they need to get back to school since the trip is over. To ensure their safety, Sarani gives them a spell, a bit of magic that allows them to return through the barrier, and with this, they can freely visit the sanctuary again if needed. He tells them to return immediately if they feel something is wrong or if they're ever in danger, and suggests they never let their guard down, as the forest is dangerous and quite dark. Even for ones as strong as them, in the forest, the nights are dark. Brilla wanders with her blood-stained sword. She walks, searching for Sarani. In a firm voice, she promises herself that she will find him personally. With those fools around, she can't do this the easy way. Ronan observes the orcs and notices they've raided a nearby village. He orders his companions to fight. As they advance to face the orcs, the creatures are gathered together, admiring the jewels they stole after killing innocents. Ronan supports Axel as they work in close collaboration, taking down several orcs one after another. Our boy compliments the femboy, saying his accuracy is incredible, and asks her if she feels it now. She hesitates, but follows his orders. taking down the orcs as he watches. The bloody corpses of the orcs lie on the ground. She lowers her ears, saying she'll receive divine punishment for this later. Ronan places his hand on her shoulder, reassuring her that if they receive punishment, they'll all receive it together. The others also comfort her, saying they're in this together. Brown says it's obvious she's the one who will get the worst punishment, making the handsome boy cry again. Ron looks at his group, thinking that everyone got a chance to show off their skills in a real fight, so it was worth coming all the way to these mountains. Suddenly, Sita tries to get his attention, pointing in a direction. He asks if something is over there. They find an elf tied to a tree. Axel asks if the orcs left their emergency food behind, while Ron runs to save her. He tells Sita to use healing magic. The elf slowly opens her eyes. As she comes to, she asks if they use mana and coughs up blood. Ronan sees that Sita's healing magic isn't working. The elf asks if he is from the sanctuary and then grabs his hand, begging him to take her there. Ronan looks at her, confused, but the elf insists that they are coming and that if they waste time here, Sarani's life could be in danger. She says before fainting. A portal opens, and Ron runs to the priest with the elf on his back, asking for help. The priest asks if there was an accident, and why he came back so quickly. He tells him to take a look at the elf first, but Sarani recognizes the elf and calls out her name, Brisa. He raises his hand, asking what happened to her. Meanwhile, Ronan was with Saranti and Brisa. Maria told. The bro looked around as our boy instructed, but no one else was there. He replies that fortunately, it seems that elf was the only prisoner, Senpai. He says it's better to go to the sanctuary now, but sees her kneeling before the dead orcs. He asks what she's looking for, while Pretty Boy tells him there's something weird about these orcs. Senpai asks if he knows what's wrong with them, to which Femboy tells him that he's never seen anything like it before, and it seems they were hidden with double magic until now. He notices they have magic circles. Sarani carefully takes care of Brilla and tells Ron that he's finished first aid and she'll be able to relax a bit now. Ronan asks if she'll be okay because even healing magic didn't work, and asks if she's been possessed by some strange poison. Sarani assures him that he gave her an antitoxin first, so she'll be fine. He adds that he now owes our boy, and that without him, he would have lost his dear sister. Ron gets confused hearing that, so Sarani explains that she is one of the believers of Sunil who are still in this world. She had a very deep faith. He asks Ronan, since he saved someone like her, how he can repay him. Our boy suggests that he not talk about him. Instead, he asks him to reveal who he was talking about. Trembling with fear, Sarani led him near that rock while he stood tall, his voice tense. He explains that he doesn't know much. They are an order, a religious one that worships an unknown being they accept as their god. Their identity remains hidden. Not even the priest knows about them. He only knows that they have been committing various evil crimes. They were called Nebula Classier. Upon hearing that name, Ronan realizes they were the ones chasing Sarani. The priest mentioned that they had already sent several visitors to him before. At that time, Sarani thought they had finally given up, especially since he had lived in peace for the last 100 years, but they are still looking for him. Seeing him so calm, Ron shouts with concern that this is not something to take lightly and that he should talk about this calmly. He suggests to Sarani that he flee to the archipelago like them, but Sarani refuses because he can't leave this place. With that negative spirit harming innocent lives. Instead, he asks Ron to leave with his comrades. He really doesn't want anyone to get hurt. Ronan understands, but adds that he'll bring the strongest girl he knows to hide until then. Sarani laughs silently and acknowledges what he says. He takes our boy's hand and gives him a ring to thank him for saving Brilla. It's like a pass to the magic tower. If he visits the tower, he must show the ring to the librarian so they can find information about his curse. He shows his concern for Ron, as being with him has been a gift to himself. This makes our boy hesitate. Getting emotional, he adds that they will surely see each other again. He'll be back shortly, so he recommends that Sarani take proper care of himself. As Ronan leaves the dwelling and the temple door closes, Brilla appears, shrouded in violent energies, and greets her brother. Sarani, with a sinister voice. He is frozen and astonished to see her. She smiles sarcastically and asks him where he's been all this time. The priest understands and says that their religious body, is certainly violent, to which Brilla comments that it's the same for him, who gave a paralyzing poison to his patients. She's referring to the antitoxin he gave her. Sarani admits it and explains that there was no choice when she was captured by the energy of those mere orcs. Brilla comments that it's not easy to run into him. Although she tried to get his attention with those monsters, it didn't work. But in the end, she runs into those toys of Ronan and his companions wandering around with their energy. She decided to cut them up and scatter them in the air to make you come out, but as a believer, he stayed hidden. This makes Sarani Burn with anger and tells her in a deep voice that he wouldn't have let her get away with it. Barilla scoffs, saying he can even joke. She suggests they talk now and informs him about the order to win over Sarani's Remation, and if he refuses, to finish him off right there. Back outside, Ronan feels something is wrong. His companions rush towards him as they were looking for him. Our boy asks them if they checked everything around. Maria says there's no problem, but Axel noticed something weird. Pretty. The boy says that after Ron left, he found a magic circle on the orcs' bodies that he'd never seen before. At that instant, a loud explosion is heard near the temple. Furthermore, he says, Ronan to freeze. His eyes widen as he thinks of Sarani. Seconds later, a large number of two-headed ogres appear from the surroundings, blocking their way back to the temple. Briga flies in to attack Sarani, but he uses his technique, Ventus, and manages to block her path. Briga smiles maliciously and adds that this is what she wants from him, and she rushes towards him quickly, swinging her sharp sword through the air. But somehow, Sarani blocks that strike as well. She tries again, but it doesn't work. Desperate, she laughs and says it would be a waste to kill him, so she proposes that they team up so he can have an executive position just like hers. But he refuses to serve a cult because he's very religious. However, he mocks her, asking if her order's teachings aren't working for her, since she's getting rusty for thinking that the shadow of Roha Jaim is slow. Briga tells him she's a little bored with how he didn't pay attention to her because he was too busy making sure those kids escaped. She also mentions how he's putting on an act in front of Ronan so he can leave in peace. She questions why he protects them so much. Sarani warns her not to touch them without reason, as they were just guests he met by chance. If you do anything wrong, I won't be able to let you go gracefully, Sarani adds bravely. Briga smiles and informs him that he can't do anything, since she's already done it. A loud crash resounds. This worries the priest, since the sound is coming from where Ronan and his companions seem to be. Just as he lets his guard down, Brilla takes the opportunity and slashes his arm. Meanwhile, in the forest, Ronan orders everyone to grab their weapons and get behind him, since they're no match for these huge, strong ogres. Brown freezes, unable to move. One of the giant ogres sends him flying to the ground. Maria and Azel realize they need to run, but just before they can even think about it, the monster unleashes its powerful blow, which Ronan blocks with his amazing strength. He tells them to take Sita and look after the injured Brown, saying he can handle them as he swings his sword in the air. As he orders them to go, he tightens his grip on the sword, saying furiously that this bastard will be killed by his own hands. He clashes his sword against the monster's tough, sturdy body and yells for his companions to run and take care of the wounded. Seeing the monster's eye, he realizes he's seen the magic circle in its eye somewhere before. He remembers they were like the previous magic circles that control the monsters. He tightens his wrist around the sword, realizing it's Nebula. The monster roars and closes in. He strikes his sword against the monster's head as he reaches it. He tries to attack it several times, but it has no effect on the enormous monster. Just as Ronan strikes the monster's hide with all his might, it roars, growls, and lunges at him, knocking him to the ground. Ronan falls, wounded all over his body. He thinks that he would have loved to finish the fight, but that monster hurt his comrade. In front of him, which is unforgivable, rage fills him, and he curses the monster, warning it that it's finished. Ronan lunges forward to land a solid hit. He couldn't defeat these monsters before because he didn't know how to land a fatal blow through their heads. But things have changed now. He's learned techniques from his instructor and can pierce right through it. He uses his fourth style, Navarro technique, and with a spinning slash he cuts through every part of the monster's body. Ronan lands on the ground and demands that the monster die already. A moment of silence, and then loud thuds are heard throughout the area as the monster collapses, crumbling into pieces. As he sheaths his sword, Ronan realizes he still has a lot to learn. That's since it took him so long to defeat that one monster. Later, he rushes over to Aesel and Maria, asking about Brown and if he's okay. They tell him not to worry, since Sita helped him and gave him some basic first aid, but he still needs a proper checkup. For now, he's doing better, his senpai says. Ronan sighs in relief hearing that. Then, the femboy asks him what he's going to do now, and Ronan replies that he's going to Andy. When he arrives, he sees that all the blocks and paths are shattered, as if they've been completely destroyed. He notes that it hasn't been long since he left. So how could this have happened? Just then, he hears the crunching of rocks, and there stands Serant, injured and bleeding, saying he didn't think Ronan would be safe. Serant apologizes to him in a choked voice, saying he should have gone to save him. Ronan rushes to his side and says he won't be able to save anyone like this. He asks what happened here and who did this, but Serant doesn't say anything. Instead, he tells him not to worry and to leave as soon as possible, since they've managed to take care of things for now. As Serant urges him to leave, mentioning that they will be back any moment, a large, black shadow appears and pierces through his heart, leaving Ronan frozen in place. Ronan is stunned. His eyes watch as Serant kneels, spitting up blood. Touching the priest, Brigia appears in a flash of light. Floating down, she lands gently. She comments on how she almost died too, then mocks Serant, asking if it's really okay to do this to his old comrade, using such a dangerous ability after losing an arm. It almost killed her, but with the blessings of the stars, he's safe. Then, she tells Ronan she didn't expect to see him again. It's incredible how he survived the two-headed ogre. Angrily, Ronan demands she introduce herself, to which she adds that she forgot, that he hadn't seen her with his face. She then transforms into an elf, and, with a mocking smile, thanks him for saving her. Seeing that face, Ronan remembers. She's the elf who was captured in the orc village. Brigia thanks him again, saying she was able to cross the barrier thanks to him, and as a reward, she'll kill him painlessly. She instantly teleports and closes in on Ronan to attack, but he manages to dodge. Ronan yells for Sita to heal Serant and save him. Brigia realizes he's no ordinary kid. Filled with rage, Ronan grits his teeth angrily and says that not only did she destroy someone else's smithy, but she also spied on the duchy, and now she shows up here, calling herself a nebula chaser. She smiles, asking if he's met her babies. The orcs, she says sarcastically. She asks if he was the one who killed those who were just doing their job. At that moment, Ronan lunges with his sword, but she easily dodges it. She admires his movements at such a young age. There's no doubt he's the one who killed her babies. She then counterattacks Ronan. She says that he has piqued her curiosity, and now she wants to see more from him. Somehow, Ronan manages to block her sword, struggling, and realizes she's strong, and is reading his every move. He decides to attack when she lets her guard down. He swings his sword at her again, which she blocks with great power. Both swords are locked in a one-on-one battle. According to Brilla, it would be a waste to kill him, so she makes him an offer. The offer is to join her order, where he'll be treated well. She sarcastically asks if he likes it, just as Ronan shows his disgust. She warns him that he has no choice, since she will kill Serani in the most painful way possible if he refuses. The life of that elf is up to him now, she says. With a broken voice, he asks him to just leave, that he'll be fine. Ronan tightens his grip on the sword as rage burns through his body, and tells her confidently that tearing her to pieces is the only choice he's making. With that, he launches himself through the air and closes in to cut her down, but as strong as she is, she has no problem blocking his strikes. Brilla adds that she'll want more from him if he keeps acting like this. Ronan keeps attacking, but she blocks every time. Respectfully, she smiles, noting that it's been a while since she's fought someone so strong, and it would be a waste to kill him. She grabs his hand and asks him to cooperate, or she'll kill him soon. Her sword pierces him, and she says that when he wakes up, he sees the starlight, just as Ronan was struggling to block that sword. Serani placed his mana shield over Ronan. He curses at Brilla, saying he warned her that if she laid a finger on their guy, he'd make her pay, his eyes burning with rage. Ronan yells for him to stop, but Serani says that if he keeps pushing himself, he won't make it, and says he'll take care of her since Ronan has done enough. He also adds that he's bought him plenty of time, and now he'll take over as he powers up. He orders Ronan to stay back. Brilla comes furiously towards Serani, asking if he thinks she won't react. She rushes towards him, but as she moves, the priest summons his magic circles. The energy is so intense that Brilla can almost feel it rumbling in her body. He tells her the fight ends here, and with that he says his goodbyes. Blood spurts from his mouth, as his body weakens from the pain. He has to end this, even if it consumes all his energy. Brilla, struggling to stay on her feet, says in a weak voice, "How foolish to believe in ghosts. We are the chosen disciples of the star. So as long as we have its blessings, no one can stop us, and there's no need for her to change his mind again." She screams, "Die," and lunges at him. Sita appears in front of him. Serani approaches Ronan and tells him this is the end, since Brilla seems to be able to nullify attacks with the star's blessing, but her own attacks are limited by her injuries. So he suggests that he run away and prepare for the day she comes back for him. He takes responsibility for all this destruction when Ronan notices he's saying goodbye. He gets up and shouts loudly, telling him not to give up, as the fight isn't over yet. There's something Serani doesn't know about him. He never runs from a fight. So he asks Brigia to trust him this time. She gets angry and orders him to stay still as she launches an attack. A shower of lightning appears, which annoys him, and she tells Ronan that he can't do anything because she has the blessings of the star. Seconds later, our boy slides his sword across her hand without her noticing. Her arm is severed and falls to the ground. Ronin says, confidently, that this is what he wanted her to believe. There's a moment of silence as she wonders how he bypassed the star's blessings. Terrified, she screams and burns with rage, in disbelief at what just happened. Our boy suggests she should ask her foolish star how he managed to attack her. Brigia can't believe this is how she's going to die. Blood gushes from her wounds and severed arm as her body falls to the ground. A desperate wish for a little more time is all that's left for Brigia, because after so long, she was finally going to learn the truth. Her head hits the ground after remembering Sarandi's words, and she takes her last breath. Leaning on his sword, Ronin stands over Brigia's body, panting. He turns to look at her and finds her in a pool of blood. This makes him realize that could have been him if she hadn't let her guard down by over-relying on her blessing. Ronin remembers the events of his past life, and that even then, no one but him could land a hit on the giants. This was because the giants nullified others' attacks. This makes him wonder if Nebula's high-ranking subordinates also have that power. A trembling call of his name pulls Ronin from his thoughts. Sarandi asks if he's okay, which makes Ronin notice that the priest is also injured. Blood has spread all around him, and seeing this, our boy quickly turns to Sarandi, worriedly asking if he's all right. He runs to the priest and asks Asita why she isn't healing him with her magic. He then tries to comfort him, saying he just needs to hold on a little longer since the battle is over. However, Sarandi grabs his hand, taking him by surprise, and assures him that he's fine. With an exhausted expression on his face, he apologizes to Ronin before asking for a favor, noting that it would be his last. Sarandi's condition worsens, and he coughs up blood, making Ronin even more nervous. Apologizing to Ronin for seeing him like this, Sarandi is met with an immediate apology from Ronin in return. With trembling hands, he blames himself for Sarandi's condition, but the priest asks him to stop, stating that it was all a matter of time and not his fault. After a pause, Sarandi calls out to Ronin again, and warns him that it will be a long fight with much to lose. Not only that, it will also result in many wounds that he will have to face. With a heavy heart, Sarandi asks him not to give up. He keeps his hand on Ronin's until a green light emanates from his chest. Due to the intense light, Ronin covers his eyes, but when he looks again, he notices that the body of Sarandi was beginning to turn to stone. The terrifying sight is unbelievable and painful for Ronin, who tries to alert Sarandi about his worsening condition. Instead of panicking, the priest accepts his end and places his hand on Ronin's cheek. By the time he manages to thank Ronin for being his answer, his body has already turned to stone, except for his mouth and hand. His last words are of comfort, telling Ronin that he will watch over him and always be there from Senel's side. As soon as Sarandi says his last words, the light flashes again. Ronin opens his eyes and sees a green orb floating in the air right where the priest had been sitting. The sunlight overcomes the darkness, and the green light fades away. With that, he says goodbye to Sarandi and leaves the mountains after going through the devastating ordeal. Ronin returns to the academy, and all he has left is what Sarandi had given them. The club activity report written by Ronin is handed over to Headmaster Krava. He reads it and recognizes that the difficulty of their first adventure was quite high. When he asks Prince Charming for his opinion, he smiles somewhat uncomfortably. He hesitantly says it was that crazy woman's fault and assures him it won't happen again. So he asks Director Krava not to ban their club's activities. Ronin's response confuses Director Krava, and after an awkward silence, he clarifies that he wasn't talking about Prince Charming's injuries. Rather, he acknowledges the pain of losing a loved one, and even though Ronin hadn't known him for very long, it's still not a light matter. So he asks Ronin if he's really okay. The question weighs heavily on Ronin's heart, and he clenches his fist as the pain surfaces. He admits that claiming to be okay would be a lie, but he says that if he just sat around mourning Sorrento's death, it would make him even sadder. Therefore, he asks Director Krava not to worry about him and thanks him for his concern. Faced with Ronin's unexpected response, Director Krava sighs and decides to drop the matter. This is because he can't punish his students for attacking an orc habitat and eliminating a criminal, as that's a great achievement. That's why Director Krava asks Ronin to promise not to be so reckless if he encounters the same organization again. He continues, saying that as the school's director, he can't just stand by and watch his students get hurt. Ronin perks up and promises to be more careful. Before Director Krava can say anything else, Ronin rushes out of the office, promising to return after his next adventure. As he leaves and apologizes for the trouble, Director Krava notes that Ronin hasn't been attending classes lately, which suggests he must be unaware of what's about to start. After leaving Director Krava's office, Ronan goes straight to the Special Adventure Club building. He quickly opens the door, but before he can enter, he comes face to face with a familiar person. Schlieffen. Ronan is surprised to see him sitting inside and asks when he got back. However, instead of answering the question, Schlieffen nonchalantly acknowledges Ronan's arrival and reveals he has something to talk to Nebula about. Ronan senses the seriousness of the matter when Schlieffen asks to speak. So he quickly enters the club room and sits down across from Schlieffen. Ronan asks him what he wanted to talk to Nebula about. Before Schlieffen can answer, Ronan throws out another question, asking if he solved the rat problem at his home. Schlieffen confirms this, replying that for about 15 days now, they've been conducting a large-scale search. They've managed to locate 19 traitors so far, and among them, Schlieffen claims to have dealt with 5 himself. He continues, saying that the other 14 traitors will be taken to Laudanum soon for a more proper interrogation. After a pause, Schlieffen reveals the main problem. The Prohibition is no longer working on those traitors. This news shocks Ronan, making him question what he just heard. Schlieffen explains the situation, revealing that the Prohibition stopped working once 19 of the traitors were located and the investigations began. Considering how meticulous those traitors have been, Ronan and Schlieffen realize they must have already dealt with the Prohibition before. This revelation greatly troubles them, and his mind starts racing, wondering if there's any other way, but he finds it quite difficult to figure out how to distinguish them. Meanwhile, Schlieffen gets up to leave, promising to share any extra information he gets. Before leaving, he tells Ronan that he's looking forward to facing him again in the upcoming exams. When Ronan hears about the exams, his eyes go wide with surprise, since he didn't know about them because he hadn't been attending class. 2 days have passed, and the Nimbus midterm exams for high-rank swordsmanship in real combat have begun. It took place on an island of Vidian called Finland, where Navaras is conducting the exam. When all the students are gathered, she begins to explain the instructions for the midterm exam. Since her classes have focused on real battles, she says she'd love to go to an actual battlefield if she had the authority. However, that's not possible due to school rules, and the students feel relieved that they won't be sent to a battlefield. On the other hand, Ronan is sad that it won't happen. However, Navaras tells them to scatter across the island and begin a real, no-holds-barred duel to clear up any potential confusion. She assures them that no one will actually die because she has prepared safety equipment, and she points to the bracelets beside her. She explains that as soon as the wearer of this bracelet is unable to fight, they will be automatically transported to the Vidian Grand Plaza. Their wounds will be healed there with a simple wave of the hand by the best healers, who will be waiting for the injured student. In other words, a real battle where no one will die is possible. So, Navaras tells them to use any means and techniques they have. After telling them to use all their power and try to kill each other as much as they want, she instructs them to come forward. When a name is called, Navaras picks up a bracelet and says that upon putting it on, they will be teleported to fixed coordinates. The first one called is Adishan, the Grand Commander, and Ronan is surprised to see that she's participating too, as she steps forward. The other students murmur about her getting preferential treatment as a paid student. One even calls her shameless for buying her grades. But when another one mocks her, calling her a dummy, Ronan gets furious. He despises the phrase paid dummy, but that's now the main assessment of the Grand Commander. However, he thinks that if she enters the battlefield with those skills, she'd die. A little later, Prince Charming is also called, and he's teleported to a specific coordinate. Finding himself alone, he wonders if he's the only one who is isolated. He reflects on his luck, realizing that, in reality, his upperclassmen are hiding from him. When one of them notices it's Ronan, he calls him a monster in his head and seethes with rage at the sight of him. Ronan, on the other hand, taunts them, commenting on how awkward they look hiding among the trees. So, one of them finally comes out and leaps at Ronan from behind with his axe. Quickly perceiving the attack, Ronan immediately dodges it and gets behind the senior who just attacked. He questions his intentions of being so rough with his fragile junior. With that, Ronan places his sword on the senior's shoulder. By now, Ronan knows that those teleported to the same spot have formed a temporary alliance. But he says that since this is Vidian, perhaps their situation handling skills have improved quite a bit. Before he can say more, Prince Charming picks up a stone and throws it at the student on a branch behind him, who is aiming his bow at Ronan's head. RMC firmly grips his sword on the first student's shoulder as the stone he threw hits the other student in the face, making him lose his balance and fall from the branch. Our guy then scoffs at their strategy, and one of them, seeing the student fall from the tree and get teleported to the Grand Plaza of Vidian, call for the rest to get ready. Since their ambush failed, the student tells the others to give it their all, because even though Ronan is a monster, he's alone now. So, All the second-year students come out of their hiding spots, and that student orders them to take advantage of their superior numbers, yelling at them to attack our boy now. The second-year students charge at him together, but my boy handles it. Even though they were his seniors, it only took him a little longer than usual to send them to the Filion Plaza. But he wonders if this is really okay. Elsewhere on the island, a group of upperclassmen surrounds a female student. Although she's alone, she puts up a good fight until they corner her on a cliff and announce that they're going to end this battle. Calling her by her name, Adishan, they ask her to surrender, but her confidence doesn't waver. The three guys have her cornered on a cliff and demand her surrender. Despite being at a disadvantage, she looked them in the eyes while holding her sword straight. Analyzing the situation, Adishan observes two of them and notices they've let their guard down because they believe she's past her limits, and also because they think the third guy, an outstanding third-year student named A.K. June, will back them up so they don't lose to her. Thanks to the two guys' carelessness, she can clearly see openings in their defense where she can strike. Adishan gathers the courage to attack and immediately raises her sword from the ground, hoping not to miss this chance. Before the two can even process what just happened, she lunges at them, giving it her all so she doesn't fail this opportunity. She slits their throats and then runs towards A.K. June. Constantly reminding herself not to stop and lose her momentum, Adishan decides to rush A.K. June in a single blow. However, unexpectedly, A.K. June swings his weapon and hits her in the chest as soon as she gets close. She can't believe what she's facing and is thrown back. Once Adishan lands, A.K. June confesses he was confused about the tactics she was using. He says they were all cheap, childish tricks. After calling her pathetic, he tells her that even though she's smart, she should know there's no way she can beat him. He approaches her, and after a terrifying look, he ends it all. Ronin, sitting silently on a nearby branch, watches and enjoys the fight. He recalls the Grand Commander's fight and judges that her best tactic was to use the terrain to her advantage and confuse her rivals. He also acknowledges how she didn't miss the opportunity to attack and showed off her solid fundamentals. However, my friend, there's still a gap in his fighting that not even the Grand Commander can overcome. Now he's about to deduce something he's sure of. He gets distracted from the post-midterm exams when he sees Adishan blocking Ayun's attack as he tries to end the battle. Their weapons clash as Ayun asks, confused by Adishan's sudden defense, questioning if she wants to end up worse off. However, she arrogantly reminds him that the exam isn't over yet, and neither is she. With that said, Iron Rose ducks and slides to Ayun's side, swinging her sword to attack his neck. Despite her tactic, she fails again when Ayun blocks her attack with his weapon. Even so, her sword grazes Ayun's cheek. This infuriates him, and he strikes her with his weapon. Groaning in pain, Adishan falls to the ground after being hit. Ayun points his weapon at her head, commenting on how this makes him look bad in front of a mere dunce student. So he asks her, while she keeps her head down. He asks who's backing her to act like this. Ayun says he's always been curious about her background and skills, and asks why she doesn't give up when she's not even as good as the new student, Ronin. He continues, belittling her and keeps questioning her actions while degrading her skills. The continuous defeats and negative comments remind her of her childhood, and she finally answers Ayun that the reason she's doing all this without considering surrender is because she has to become a Grand Commander at any cost. Her answer takes him by surprise, as he didn't expect something like that, so he expresses his disbelief. However, she states that she doesn't have the option to give up because it's a dream that no one else can fulfill for her. Her confession has stirred something within Ronin, who begins to look at her in a strange way. When she says she has faith in her destiny to fulfill her dream, Ayun becomes enraged. He doesn't understand a thing she just said and states that he's not the type to try and understand. Out of frustration and anger, Ayun swings his weapon, telling her she should get lost for not knowing her place and talking about dreams. As his weapon is about to strike her, he says he can't listen to her anymore. However, his weapon doesn't reach her, because a booming voice orders him to stop and splits the head of his weapon in two. At this unexpected event, the eyes of Ayun and Adishan widen with confusion and disbelief. After apologizing for intervening in their battle, Ronin instructs Ayun to stop right there, then mockingly congratulates him for doing a good job. And with a swift movement of his sword, Ronin cuts Ayun's body in half. The scene leaves Iron Rose in a state of shock, and she can't believe that Ronin is in front of her. Hesitantly, she calls out the MC's name, and he turns around to look at her. Ronin saves Adishan and asks her for a moment, because he's curious to know her reason for wanting to be a Grand Commander. She shares her reason and the dark past that pushed her to follow that path. She explains that her family was sent to fight against werewolves during territorial disputes. It was a Failed strategy by the higher-ups that led to her family's death in the end. Humans and werewolves reached a peace agreement, and all the lives were lost in vain. She wishes to be a Grand Commander so that no one else is sacrificed for no reason. Suddenly, they both feel the pressure in the atmosphere increase. It seems someone is heading towards them. Ronan tells Adishan they're short on time and mentions that she seems like the type of person suited for a skill called Mana Shadow. This skill is difficult to achieve, but once someone meets the requirements, they're likely to obtain enormous power. He tells her that with enough effort, she could use the same skill, and that he'll help her on her way. Then he pushes her off the cliff and eliminates her. Just then, Schlieffen arrives, and Ronan and Schlieffen face off. After a brief conversation, a new battle begins between the opposing forces. Adishan is teleported back to the school, and she realizes she has returned safely after being eliminated by Ronan. The only ones left in the battle are our boy and Schlieffen. All the students and the Iron Lady are watching the fight. Both fighters clash without backing down. Ronan is surprised by Schlieffen's adaptability to the Tempest Sword. He has managed to become much more powerful than he used to be in his past life. The battle continues, and they both manage to cut each other right in the abdomen. The students watching the battle are astonished. They don't understand how first years can fight like that. Navarro watches the battle and finds it interesting, since both of them have grown so much since their last encounter. Both have exhausted their mana, and the next clash will decide the winner. Schlieffen congratulates Ronan, saying that he's lucky to have a rival like him. But they know they have to end this fight soon. They both power up to the max and prepare to give it their all in one final blow. The MC is determined to bring Schlieffen to his side. But to do that, he first needs to make the hierarchy clear. He needs to show his superiority over Schlieffen. He moves fast. Despite his injuries, Schlieffen can't keep up with his pace, and in a desperate attempt, he uses the Tempest Sword and unleashes slashes all around him. He ends up getting hurt in the process. Ronan respects his desire to win and responds with determination. Both fighters are bleeding heavily from all the attacks they received. In the end, they both cross swords one last time. The students watch, their hearts pounding, as this is the end of the match. Finally, they both clash, screaming with all their might. With a huge explosion, their battle ends. When the dust settles, Schlieffen falls first, and Ronan follows. But not before declaring that he won. The students cheered enthusiastically because the battle was so impressive they couldn't hold back anymore. Ronan wakes up in the infirmary after the fight, and Navarro and Adishan inform him of the result. It was a draw. To Navarro's surprise, our hero calmly accepts the result and doesn't make a fuss. She believes he has matured, both physically and mentally. After talking for a bit, Navarro tells him that he managed to use mana in his final attack. However, it seems he doesn't quite get it because he doesn't remember using it. She guides him and tells him to meet with Professor Jaredin, a mana master. Adishan and Ronan go to look for him. She tells him about Professor Jaredin, a mana master who even other professors ask for help. She asks about his meeting with Schlieffen after leaving the infirmary. In a flashback, Ronan asks Schlieffen to join his club, but he says no when our hero mentions his sister Irel is moving to the islands. Schlieffen quickly signs the paper and joins the club. Ronan and Adishan arrive at Tower 41, where Professor Jaredin is. Jaredin approaches them and asks why they are there. Adishan says that Naburaz sent them to help Ronan manifest his mana. Jaredin tells the boy he'd better have money, since he doesn't do anything for free. He charges a fee for any work he has to do outside of his office hours and demands the same from Ronan. Ronan and Adishan reach Jaredin, who asks them for money in exchange for helping them. He demands 10 gold coins per hour for each person, and Ronan finds this offer quite expensive. He thinks Jaredin is scamming the students. He asks if there's any other way to pay, since he doesn't have any money with him. Jaredin tells him to go back where he came from and refuses to help. Just then, he notices a strange mana emanating from Ronan's ring. He offers his help, saying that there seems to be a way to settle their debts. The three of them go to Jaredin's place while Ronan talks about the ring. He wonders what kind of place it is, since it's so sealed off that you can't hear anything from the outside. Jaredin asks if he can observe the object before they begin. Ronan hands him the ring and tells him to treat it with care. Jaredin studies the ring and discovers that an elf dedicated over 2,000 years to all the elements to make the mana so pure. He then states his conditions and says that to help them, he must be allowed to absorb some mana from the ring. He explains that he needs that mana to carry out an experiment he's been working on. He promises to provide his full support if Ronan allows him to absorb some of the mana. Ronan finds the offer attractive, but asks that Jaredin also solve Adishan's problem. After a brief negotiation, Jaredin accepts Ronan's conditions. He praises Ronan's negotiation skills. Yeridin draws a magic circle on the ground and asks Ronin to stand in it. He says that his problem is the priority, since that scoundrel sent him. Ronin stands in the circle, and Yeridin places his hands on his back, saying that it doesn't seem like much time has passed since his senses were opened. He says he doesn't find many traces of magic in his body, and asks if he's never used his mana. Ronin replies that he could only see it, but not use it, because someone evil cast a curse on him. Yeridin says that it's not a common curse, and begins to use his mana to force it open. He comments that Ronin will feel like a knife cutting through his spine when it begins and asks if he can bear it. Ronin asks what that means. But before he gets an answer, a sudden pain shoots through his body and he screams. Yeridin uses his mana to enter his body and head towards the curse. He observes the curse, and it seems easy to remove. However, his confidence vanishes when he comes face to face with it. His entire mana body turns to bones and instantly disintegrates. Yeridin is shocked to see the curse also trying to flow into him. He's thrown backward and screams in pain. His condition worsens as he vomits blood. He quickly starts to recite a spell. Ronin notices that it's the same spell that Eli learned before. A mouth emerges beneath them and swallows them whole. At that moment, Professor Secret arrives. She asks them to stand aside because she needs to help Yeridin. First, she asks Ronin if Yeridin tried to channel his mana into his body. Ronin confirms that he did, and that he wanted to widen the blocked mana path in his body. Secret says that a part of the extreme curse he carries has traveled through the mana and moved to Yeridin. This curse is something that only he can handle easily, no one else. She warns them that if this continues, then Yeridin is surely going to meet his end very soon. He's worried the professor is going to die from his curse. Secret assures him he'll be fine, as the curse isn't deeply rooted. She uses her magical power and extracts the curse from Yeridin's mouth. A grotesque creature comes out of his mouth. Secret grabs the curse and throws it towards Ronin, who cuts it into small pieces and puts an end to that curse. Yeridin feels relieved after getting rid of the curse. He thanks Secret for saving him. She tells him that Ronin is the person she told him about before. Yeridin tells Ronin that he kept his promise and that his mana channels are open. Secret observes him and sees that there is mana flowing through his body. She doesn't understand why, but says the curse blocking his mana meridians has weakened. However, it's still trying to close them, although he's better than before. Ronin excitedly asks if he can use mana now. She tells him yes, but it will take about 20 years of training to use his mana freely. Yeridin comments that he can reduce that time using his mana practice method. He sits with Ronin and places his hands on his back. He asks him to listen carefully and guides him in handling mana. He creates a mana path in Ronin and asks him to use his mana to follow it. Ronin adapts quickly to his methods and memorizes the path. Yeridin is surprised that he memorized it so quickly. He tells him to repeat it every day when he has time. Ronin looks at his hand and thinks that he's changing compared to the past, when he couldn't even imagine having mana. He turns around and thanks Yeridin for helping him. At that moment, Yeridin falls to the ground, exhausted. Ronin grabs his sleeve and says he fulfilled his promise and solved his problem, demanding that he do the same now. Ron tells him to take care of himself first, and then he can have the ring. However, Yeridin replies that his body doesn't matter right now. There's something much more important to him, something he needs to save, even if it means sacrificing lives. He looks at him and asks for the ring now. Ronin carries him, and Adishan says the nearest clinic is in Lashin Hall. They all start moving, but Yeridin reinforced the locks. He opens another door that leads to a secret underground room. He tells Ronin that he needs to go down there before his rose withers. The three of them enter the door and go deeper. They're surprised to discover that Yeridin has been secretly experimenting on something. A woman is in a tank, as if in a deep dream. Ronin puts Yeridin down and looks for something to heal him. He finds a journal, reads it, and discovers that all the previous experiments Yeridin has done to revive his wife, Sunya. Yeridin has been using rare materials from monsters on his late wife's body. This explains why he needs so much money. Director Crater helps him and makes him a professor. Yeridin takes Sunya to the basement of the Philian Mage Tower to continue experimenting and trying to revive her. After trying to revive her for the 134th time, he still hasn't made any progress. Ronin understands why Yeridin needed so much money, as the materials he uses are rare and require money to be bought on the black market. He finds a suspicious paper hidden in the book and takes it. He thinks it might be from the rebel group. Yeridin gets up and asks Ronin if he's going through his things. He denies the accusation and assures him that he has no mana. So he was just looking for something he could use to help with his recovery. Elsewhere, A suspicious mage bows to a vampire and tells her that Jaredin will be desperate for the fresh blood essence that only she can provide. She plans to capture Jaredin and says that Topher will fall in her trap because he desperately needs blood and that humans are quite foolish for falling for her tricks. At Jaredin's house, Top G returns the ring to Ronin after taking some of his mana. He thanks him for letting him do it and asks Ronin to keep what he saw in the laboratory a secret. He tells Adishan that he will investigate his problems tomorrow. The Iron Lady and Ronin leave and go their separate ways. Ronin takes out the card he took from Top G's book. To his surprise, it's a blood card. Ophelia arrives and meets up with him. They both go to the Special Adventure Club and talk. Ophelia asks how he got the blood card. He explains what it is, and after explaining its use, he uses his abilities to decipher it. The card contains instructions to go to the Blood Hook if someone wants to obtain fresh blood essence. It was addressed to Jaredin, who is seeking this essence for his next experiment. Ophelia tells Ronin that the Blood Hook is an organization made up of young, immature vampires who are no more than 200 years old. Their goal is to revive the golden age of vampires by doing all sorts of gruesome things. She asks who wrote the card. He says it's from Jaredin. She seems to know his abilities and powers well. However, she tells Ronin that if Top G is really looking for fresh blood essence, then he'll have no choice but to accept the vampire's offer, since it can only be activated by the will of the vampire who delivered it. After a while, several vampires are outside a cave, waiting for Top G. A hooded figure arrives, and the vampires believe he is Top G, the new candidate mentioned by their master. They talk among themselves since they can't sense any powerful energy from him. After a brief conversation, they greet Jaredin. One of the vampires asks Top G to remove his hood to verify his identity. He accepts the request. He removes his hood and confirms his identity. The vampire thanks him for confirming his identity, but when he looks down, he sees that Jaredin is carrying a sword. Even though he's a mage, he doesn't understand why someone like him would carry a sword. Suddenly, Top G grabs his sword, gets very close to the vampire, and cuts him to pieces. It turns out this isn't Top G, but Ronin disguised as Jaredin. Days ago, Ophelia gave Ronin a shape-shifting potion to become Jaredin for 30 minutes. She offers to accompany him to help. However, Ronin refuses, saying he'll be fine. She could get into trouble if she goes against her own kind for this trivial matter. He cuts the rest of the vampires to pieces and spares one. He gets information from him about the cave and the vampires. Before ending his life, he heads deeper into the cave and sees that there are no traps, just as the vampires said, and he keeps moving forward, thinking that he would have spared him if he had known he was being truthful. Ronin feels a sense of déjà vu as he continues to observe the cave and its patterns. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood hits his nose, and he shifts his focus from the cave to himself. He comes across a door where the smell is coming from and enters, and sees several vampires feeding on human corpses. Schlieffen Arnstaffel greets him and asks if he wants to join the feast. Ronin remains calm and rejects the offer, asking why so many have gathered for a deal. Vaughn replies that it's only right to welcome a talent like his with such effort, and mentions it's been a while since all the Bloodhooks gathered like this. Prince Charming asks about the conditions to get Vaughn's fresh blood essence. She tells him they're simple. He must become one of them to obtain the fresh blood. She tells him that if he refuses the offer, he won't be able to get the fresh blood. He replies that it's a ridiculous request, and that he has no intention of becoming anyone's slave. She says it's not a master-slave relationship, but a great leap into the future, a rebellion against the ancient vampires, and she wants Jaredin to participate. Ronin looks around and says he doesn't seem to have another choice, because if he refuses the offer, it doesn't look like they'll let him leave unscathed. Vaughn congratulates him on his sharp observation and tells him he really has no choice. No matter how skilled he is, the magical tools installed here will cause him problems if he tries to use any kind of magic. Even if Jaredin tried his best and used mana, he would only end up shattering his mana core and would never be able to use magic again. Vaughn warns Ronin to accept the pact if he doesn't want to see his beloved wife turned into a blood bag like the corpses nearby. Ronin takes off his hood and congratulates them on their preparation. He says it was a good decision to come by himself. If Jaredin had come, he surely would have faced some problems. His disguise finally fades, and his true face is revealed. The vampires wonder how a human managed to get in. However, their chatter is cut short, just like their limbs. Ronin raises his sword and instantly cuts them to pieces. He takes off his cloak, sets it aside, and prepares to exterminate the rest of the blood mosquitoes. Ronin takes off his cloak and says that today is Extermination Day. The Blood King observes him and asks who he is. He says How dare a pathetic human like you not know your place? But Prince Charming immediately disappears and reappears. But in front of her, she can't follow his movements because he was so fast. She starts to use her blood ability, but before she can succeed, Ronan brandishes his sword and cuts off her hand. His attack doesn't end there. He continues to slash rapidly, instantly removing all of her limbs. It happens so fast that she can barely react. All she has left are screams of pain as she loses them instantly. She says, "How can a human do that?" and asks if he thinks he'll survive after what he did. But before she finishes, Ronan hits her in the nose with the hilt of his sword, sending her flying against the wall. He tells her to get lost and sit in a corner for a while, and that he'll make sure to take special care of her until the very end. The other mosquito minions are astonished. One comments that even though their boss was being careless, there's no way she should have been attacked like that. They begin to fear him, saying that Prince Charming is no ordinary human. The Bloodhooks get ready to attack. Ronan calls them blood mosquitoes and mentions he heard they can use blood as weapons, and it's true. One uses the skill Blood Swamp and freezes his feet. The other mosquitoes launch attacks with blood daggers and swords. Ronan stands still and easily deflects their attacks. Effortlessly, he cuts some down and amputates the limbs of others. Still, the mosquitoes keep attacking, trying to hit him, but they always fail. Prince Charming thinks that they're very fast, as expected of those damn mosquitoes, and their regeneration ability is quite irritating. A mosquito uses its bloodshot ability to attack Prince Charming from a distance, since they can't get to him up close. This attempt is also useless because he dodges it just the same. He thinks that these mosquitoes have a magical ability that rivals that of a mid-rank mage. He leans back, and thinks that if this is the combat power of the Bloodhooks, then there's no problem. He shouts, as his fangs emerge, and with a swift movement, he unleashes slashes all around him, finishing off all the mosquitoes in an instant. The limbs and bodies of dead mosquitoes fall around him as he stands in the middle of the chaos and blood. One Bloodhook remains, using its ability to restrain Ronan. He wonders, what is this presence? He wonders how a human can move like that, even while restricted by his ability, and starts to doubt if the prince is even human. Prince Charming stands there, with flesh falling all around him. He asks why he's just standing there instead of attacking. He tells him he's the only one left and praises him, saying that his efforts are worthy of praise, and that's why he was just pretending to be stuck in one place. However, he tells him that his swords are a little special. He emanates a threatening aura that makes Bloodhook tremble in fear, and he considers fleeing. Just as he turns to run, Ronan leaps and slices him right down the middle, splitting him into two clean halves. He tells him he shouldn't have run away and left his friends behind. Prince Charming looks over at the king and says that now that he's taken care of the interruptions, it's time to finish their little chat. He smiles maliciously as his eyes glow red. The Blood King starts to regain consciousness, wondering what's happening around him. He thinks there's a needle pricking him. It's Ronan, who has stabbed his sword into the king's thigh. Prince Charming says he was starting to worry he might have died. The king can't believe a single human boy killed all of his men. Just then, Ronan tells him that his friends aren't doing so well because they kept regenerating, so he couldn't just leave them be. He smiles and says that if he doesn't want to end up like them, he'd better hand over the fresh blood essence while he's still asking nicely. The king looks down and seems to be talking to someone. He asks where they were when all this happened. He says if they had been there, they could have saved him. He screams, asking why they didn't help. Ronan asks if he's finally lost his mind, since he's talking to himself, and asks who he's talking to. Just then, a figure appears behind Prince Charming. The figure says he won't repeat himself and tells him to step aside. Ronan is shocked by his presence and feels threatened, quickly backing away. He thinks that if that guy had shown any killing intent, he would have died right then and there. Valsark Fawn Barshaba speaks to the king, telling him he's disappointed. He mentions that when he made the offer, the king promised to bring Jared in to the Valsark Fawn Barshaba family. He looks at him with contempt and says he spoke big words for someone who would end up in such a pathetic state. He tells the king he's incredibly shameless for a son of the Orange Taffel family. He says not only is he pathetic, but he also doesn't see the point. He raises his hand and says he failed the plan, and begins to retrieve the fresh blood essence. Ronan watches the scene, wondering what's going on. Valsark Fawn Barshaba begins to drain the king's essence. The king pleads for another chance, but he doesn't get one, and Valsark Fawn Barshaba drains all of his blood, leaving his body shriveled. Valsark Fawn Barshaba drains every last drop of essence from his body. Ronan tells Valsark Fawn Barshaba that he can't just come and take it like that. He raises his sword toward Valsark Fawn Barshaba, apparently challenging him to a battle. He tells him that if he's the owner of the essence, then he'll have to cooperate if he wants to leave in one piece. That is, Valsark von Barshaba. He tells him his boundless arrogance is similar to his own. He finds Ronan's words quite interesting and looks at him, and asks what he'll do if he refuses to cooperate. Ronan prepares to attack and lunges toward him, saying that in that case, he'll just have to get a beating. Prince Charming manages to strike Valsark's von Barshaba's palm, which starts to bleed. Valsark von Barshaba congratulates him, saying his fangs are sharper than they look. He says it seems Ronan is worthy of his reputation, since he managed to damage his body, which was fortified with blood mana. He starts to get curious, wondering if Ronan has even more talent. He says he'll lend him a hand, telling him it's in his best interest to give it his all. Valsark von Barshaba begins to gather blood in his hand and uses Blood Cutter to attack Prince Charming. Ronan takes his sword and blocks the attack, but starts to be pushed back by the force of Balsark von Barshaba's attack. Ronan swings his sword and manages to nullify it. However, to his surprise, Balsark von Barshava prepares another attack and uses Bloodshot. Prince Charm is surprised to see this attack and remembers that he previously faced a similar one, but managed to dodge it without any problem. This attack is stronger than the last one. He raises his sword and repels the attack. Balsark von Barshava smiles and says he's never seen anything like it in his life. He tells the hero that he's not just countering his magic, but is able to cut through mana itself. Balsark von Barshava says he didn't have high expectations, but this turns out to be quite interesting. The hero says he must be the damn boss mosquito that keeps buzzing so loudly. Ronan tells him to shut up and hand over the essence this instant. Balsark von Barshava smiles and says he loves his spirit and that he will show the respect he deserves for giving him a good time. He begins to charge an attack, and Ronan starts to approach him. Suddenly, a voice tells them to stop. It's Ophelia tonight, who lands between them. Balsark looks at her and asks if it's really Ophelia. Ophelia says that although she's not happy to see him, it's been a while since she's met Balsark. Ronan asks Ophelia why she came, but even when he asked her not to, he asks if she knows this mosquito. She tells the hero that yes, she knows him. His name is Balsark von Barshava, a relative of the Duke of Shadows, who rules the vampire world and is the strongest second-in-command who supports him. Balsark says he didn't expect to find her there, and that he has truly missed her. He approaches her, asking how she's been, and mentions that it's been over 83 years since he last saw her. He asks why she's getting involved in that kid's business. He says those trivialities don't matter. What's important is that they're together. But before he can finish his sentence, Ophelia tells him to stop and come no closer. Balzac closes his eyes and remembers that incident from long ago. He says it seems more time is needed before she can forgive him. She says she's aware it was unavoidable. He had no choice but to stop her sister from harming the Duke. She says that, thinking back now, her sister, that wasn't in her right mind at the time, as if she were hypnotized. She says that he knows he can't change what happened that day. Balzac says he understands her feelings, so she shouldn't worry, and that he was prepared for this. Ronan is left wondering if it's all over. Ophelia asks Balzac why he's collaborating with the Bloodhook. She says the person she knew would never have worked with them. She asks if he has some business with Jared Stone. Balzac replies that the man she knew would have only one reason. He has a score to settle with him. He tells her he found him by chance on the Western continent and faced him with his pride as a fighter on the line. He's fought many strong opponents with great skills, but only a few were a decent match for him. If the rising sun hadn't interrupted, he's sure it would have been one of his best fights. Afterwards, he chased after him again. But he had already vanished so perfectly that not even he could find a trace. After that, years passed as he suppressed that unquenched thirst. Then, those kids came to his castle with an offer. They said they would find Jared Stone, and if he lent them the essence of fresh blood, they would not only bring him before him, but also make him one of their own so he could have an eternal battle with him. He says it was clear what they were planning, but it didn't matter, since at best, it was just a children's squabble. In the end, it was all for nothing. He points to Ronan, and says it was all thanks to this boy by his side. Balzac thinks that even with a restriction on his power, the fact that the hero was able to hold his own against him, even for a moment, indicates that in 5 years, he'll become a rival capable of putting a sword to his neck. He looks at him, and thinks that this strange energy is something he's never felt before. His hand begins to tremble with excitement. However, he controls himself, thinking he can't do it again. He can't hurt his friend twice. He gives the essence to Ronan and tells him to take it. The hero, he asks if he's really giving it to him just like that, and if it's rare even for vampires. Balzac tells him that it's true, it's quite rare, since most vampires couldn't obtain it even if they worked their entire lives. However, he says he needs to give this much to the future. Prey he has his eye on, and as a worthy gift for a friend he hasn't seen in the last 80 years. He uses his blood vision ability and destroys a nearby wall. He asks Ronan to look over there, assuring him he won't get hurt. He mentions that he's felt the same strange energy from that spot, saying it's been coming from that wall for a while. He begins to disappear and says he'll take his leave now, then vanishes from there. The hero returns and gives the essence to Sheridan. He asks Ronan how he got the fresh blood essence, and if he's really giving it to him. The hero smiles and says of course, he's giving it to him because he worked hard to get it. Top G takes his hand and thanks him sincerely. On his knees, Sheridan remembers his wife, who has been in a coma for a long time. His eyes fill with tears as he trembles with emotion and the tears stream down his face. Ronan sits beside him, smiles, and says he didn't even let him brag. Meanwhile, Balsac watches them from afar. Balsac says there's no fight more boring than one with someone who's lost their fighting spirit. He said he only came today because he was curious about how his old rival was doing. It turns out he was talking to Ophelia, who is standing behind him. He tells her not to worry, as he won't do anything else. Ophelia closes her eyes and says she's aware he wouldn't do something as dishonorable as this. She says she just wanted to thank him for helping her friend. Balsac smiles and says this is great progress in just 83 years, and asks if he should thank Ronan for it. He says he wants to stay forever, but regrets that he can't stay longer. Balsac tells Ophelia that even among vampires, there's a bad group causing trouble. He believes they're the ones who released the bloodhook. He mentions to Ophelia that if she needs him, she can always contact him. He'll always be waiting for a call, with a beautiful farewell. He calls her his eternal rose and disappears. Afterwards, Professor Sheridan performed his 144th experiment using mana sorbents and the fresh blood essence. Given the circumstances of the experiment, it will take time to publish the results, but that wait seems to be a glimmer of hope for Top G to continue living. He comments to Ronan that he's changed since the last time he saw him. That mysterious energy that was removing the curse in his body has gotten much stronger. He asks if something happened during his fight with the bloodhook. Ronan replies that yes, something did, but to put it simply, he just got lucky. He remembers when Balsac mentioned a mysterious energy from the wall. He ventures inside the broken wall, where he finds an idol of Xenial. Seeing how well it was hidden, he determines that even the cursed ones from the bloodhook were unaware of its existence. He wonders if these ancient grounds are a sanctuary. At that moment, the idol glows brightly. The green energy from the idol is absorbed into Ronan's hands. Back in the present, Sheridan doesn't understand exactly what happened, but says that Ronan is certainly very lucky, thanks to the energy getting stronger. His mana meridians have also enlarged. It still needs to be sorted out, but with this, you could handle mana at a considerable range. He comments that there's no need to tell him, as he must be able to feel it. Ronan says he feels it much better than before. He wonders if this means he'll be able to use real sword chi and not just an imitation. 4 days later, in the frontal city of Romera Mountain, Marba, Ronan arrives and says it's just as Schlieffen mentioned. A wyvern must have appeared here. The hero explains that the reason for his unexpected visit to his hometown, the Romera Mountains, is that he received some unforeseen news from Schlieffen. He commented that the monsters around the Romera Mountains were in a state of frenzy for an unknown reason. Schlieffen comments that they're lucky the damage hasn't reached Nimbuten and that some knights from the Grancia family were sent, but that's not enough to rest easy. He continues, telling Ronan that some witnesses claim to have seen a wyvern in the Skyda model. That due to their ability to fly and the deadly venom in their fangs and claws, even the best mercenaries fear them. He warns that if a full pack gathers, they can't 100% guarantee they'll protect Irel. That was Schleiffen's opinion, which is why they decided to prepare early. Now, Schlieffen murmurs that he can't forgive them for ruining Irel's perfectly organized moving plans. He swears to finish off every monster in the mountains once Irel is safe. Ronald tells him to stop muttering and lead the dispatched knights, saying that he and Axel will follow from behind shortly. Schlieffen asks why he wants to split up. The hero says he wants to check the area because something feels off and it's bothering him. He tells him not to flirt with her just because he's not around, unless he wants to die today. Schlieffen asks how he can say something so absurd to a knight of Grantia. However, but he says that since there's something he needs to check, there's no other choice. The longer he delays, the more Irel's safety will be at risk, and as a knight, he can't accept that, so he leaves. First, the cute one. He asks Ronan what's making him feel uneasy. The hero says that the once peaceful monsters have suddenly become agitated, and large monsters have started to appear. He finds a similar pattern. He comments that in the Grand Carpados and Badian Mountains, this happened because of the actions of those bastards. He asks if he thinks Nebula Clasier is also responsible for this incident. Ronan says that for now, it's just a guess and suggests investigating the area containing the root cause of the incident. The hero believes that since the prohibition isn't working, that only he can find them with that special mana. Meanwhile, as many monsters and goblins begin to gather in certain places, the red-haired man says that it seems that they brought all the land monsters here under control for now. He sits on a monster's shoulder and mentions that it's a shame. If it weren't for Lord Baron's order, he would have imposed a severe punishment on the non-believers in this area. Suddenly, all the monsters start to tremble and make strange noises. The red-haired man wonders what's wrong with them and why they're acting so terrified. He says they shouldn't be feeling emotions since they're brainwashed. Suddenly, a menacing beast emerges from the darkness, its eyes glowing as it radiates an intense aura. The red-haired man looks on and starts to lose his mind. He sees the large scimitar and the tiger as black as night, but shrouded in shadows. He's shocked, wondering how it's possible. The beast glares at the red-haired man with rage and says, "So this is where you were hiding." It suddenly appears before the red-haired man and grabs him by the face. Before he can say another word, the beast rips his head, clean off his lifeless body. Out of fear, the monsters try to attack the beast, but he swiftly eliminates them with a single slash of his scimitar. The beast stands there and says the hunt has just begun. This menacing tiger is the sword saint, Hypaturgon, Ronin, and Assel, that arrive at a checkpoint, and they see it's already been secured. The people who've taken it over aren't normal soldiers. They're wolf humans. A soldier shouts, telling everyone to halt. He tells them that there will be no entry through this castle gate today, except for related parties. He asks them to either wait or take another route. He informs them that these are orders from the commander of the Imperial Army's elite forces, who has entered for the monster subjugation. Hypaturgon, Ronin, that realizes that Hypa is the commander of the Empire's most powerful forces, the elite. Moreover, he defeated instructor Navarros to become the Empire's most formidable swordsman, the sword saint, Hypa. Axel comments that if Hypa came in person, the situation must be serious. Ronan replies that there's no way the Empire's elite would mobilize for just a few monsters. The hero, believes his guess was right, and that Nebula Glacier is also involved in this incident. He tells the femboy to get ready to use telekinesis, because they're going to cross the walls to investigate the nearby forests. He says their tracks are there. They both head outside. Meanwhile, Aqua is riding wyverns in the sky. Dodin thinks that she's lost connection with her brother on the ground. She wonders if something has happened, but decides to stick to the plan and control the wyverns. She's afraid that if the plan doesn't go as expected, Baron will definitely punish her. She tells her wyverns to follow the planned route, and that it's no use making too many changes. Ronan and Axel, that are on the ground. The hero asks Dewface, to begin, and she uses her telekinesis to strike a wyvern with a massive rock. Then, she shatters the rock into pieces, hitting several wyverns. Aqua is in shock, wondering how it's possible to manipulate such a large rock. She remarks that they must be the best mage from the tower to pull that off. At that moment, Ronan leaps into the sky and confronts a wyvern. He mentions that this wyvern, which will be his guinea pig, is the perfect size to test his sword. Chi's body glows red as he charges his attack. And with a single strike, he cleanly cuts off the wyvern's head. He comments that this turned out to be stronger than he expected. The range and power are now incomparable to when he wasn't channeling mana. Aqua is floored, asking how this could have happened. Ronan lands on her wyvern and says it was obvious. Where could guys this big go without being seen around here? He tells them he's from this neighborhood and calls them idiots. Aqua is enraged and begins to gather energy to launch and attack at him. However, Ronan, he cuts off her arm before she can pull any tricks. He apologizes to Aqua, telling her he's new to this and was only trying to cut off her hand, but it seems he took the entire arm. Aqua looks at her missing arm and screams in pain. As tears roll down her cheeks, Ronan approaches and says she's just a low-ranking pawn and couldn't have planned all this. He asks if there are more of them. Aqua cries that it hurts and she needs treatment. Ronan tells her to be quiet, saying that countless villages were destroyed by them, yet she's complaining about something like this. He tells her to stop crying and demands to know what they're planning. He points the sword at the woman, demanding to know what they're plotting. He states that countless villages were destroyed by them, and it irritates him that she's just complaining. The terrified woman responds with arrogance that she, the torch, was chosen to bring the starlight, and she will not let him get in the way of her mission. Ronan is surprised when the woman glows yellow as if she's on fire. Before the hero understands what's happening, a wyvern with sharp talons appears in the sky, directly focused on his target. The hero couldn't see it, but he felt it, so he looked back. As he tensed up, the woman laughed. However, the hero noticed the wyvern was so high up that he shouldn't have been able to sense it, though he wasn't about to give up. The woman is so full of herself that she reminds him it's too late, as the wyvern is the most powerful one she has. Captured here, it will swallow him in a single bite. Suddenly, the wyvern was split in two, pierced through. It was so fast that Ronin and the woman were left stunned. As the wyvern's body fell to both sides, the shadow of the one who had cut it appeared. It looked like a white tiger with a weapon. The woman on the ground growls in frustration, not understanding how it happened. However, she yelled at the tiger, Sipa, as she didn't want him there. Ronin grits his teeth and realizes he is the swordmaster. Sifa immediately sees the hero, stunned, in front of him. He unleashed claw-like blades of air from his hand. Seeing the blades, the hero is stunned and nervous as they approach. However, they were meant for the wyvern. The blades also sliced off its head. Ronin is amazed and terrified at how the Lion King handled the wyvern without even needing to draw a weapon. He tore it apart with his bare hands. The hero wonders how any of this is possible. However, at that moment, an explosion occurred, and the area was destroyed by Sifa. Now that bastard is standing on the woman while he grabs Ronin by the neck, lifting him high into the air. His enormous feet were crushing the woman as he choked the boy. He then demands the hero to say who he is, since he doesn't sense the unhinged obsession of those fanatics in him. Gasping and struggling for air, the hero insults Sifa, calling him a cat, and threatens to kill him for comparing him to those fanatics. The hero's rage was palpable as he grabbed his sword, telling Sifa to shut up and get his paw off him. Suddenly, without warning, Ronin swings his sword, but the Lion King dodges the attack. Still, the hero attacks once more, stumbling to the ground as Sifa just stands there, letting the attack hit him. The hero groans in frustration because the opponent is so strong. He knew this attack would be blocked anyway. The annoying part is that he just stood there, letting the hero hit him like it was nothing. He realizes that the Lion King didn't get the title of Swordmaster from Professor Navarro for nothing, and he's sure he can't beat this guy no matter how hard he tries. Ronin is sure of one thing. He can't just stand still waiting for the attack, so he decides to strike now while his guard is down. Sifa notices the determination in Ronin's eyes and recognizes what a true warrior he is. Hearing this, the hero is surprised, but the Lion King suggests they should introduce themselves more formally. Stepping forward, towering over the hero, he orders him to raise his sword. Not understanding at all, Tiger Eyes just stands there bewildered by this. Sifa holds the spear front and center, revealing that he is going to perform a vertical slash. He hurls the spear at Ronin, challenging him to block it. When Tiger Eyes deflects the attack, an explosion rocks the area, sending shockwaves everywhere. Debris flies through the air. The Lion King is impressed. Although Ronin still lacks strength, he defended the blow perfectly. Sifa also notices that Tiger Eye's movements seem familiar. Out of curiosity, he asks if Ronin is a student of Navarro's. Hearing this, sweat begins to slide down Tiger Eye's forehead, but he reveals that he's a student at the Fillion Academy and sarcastically asks if Sifa is planning to enroll there. As their swords clash, Ronin clarifies that they would never accept someone like him, and more importantly, he himself would not let someone who preys on weak and innocent students into the academy. The Lion King scoffs, commenting on how bold Tiger Eyes is, just like his master. He's now certain that Tiger Eyes is lying about Fillion Academy. Sifa apologizes by the unpleasant greeting, clarifying that sometimes a brief duel can say more about someone than many words. He assumes Tiger Eyes would understand, since he is also a warrior. That said, Tiger Eyes smiles and instantly charges forward, saying he'll give Sifa a little greeting of his own. However, just as Tiger Eye's sword is about to strike the Lion King, two beast warriors interrupt their attack. One parries with his sword while the other, Bar the hyena, grabs Ronin by the neck. Model. The Beastman and leader of the Zepa unit's third squad asks Sifa if this guy is a fanatic, while Betty, the Bear Beastman and leader of the second squad, is sure he is and gets hyped to handle it herself. Just then, Betty grabs him by the neck and throws Ronin to the ground. He's stunned, but regains his balance, glaring at them furiously as he attacks with his claw. Betty moves in to attack Tiger Eyes, but she's surprised when Ronin slips behind her. Ronin lunges with his sword, and Betty praises him for his guts. Both of them now have swords at their necks. The woman aiming at them is Nemia, the lion beastman and commander, and she orders them to stop. Nemia scolds Betty for fighting in front of Captain Sifa without permission. She asks Betty if she needs some sense knocked into her. At that moment, the Lion King approaches with Bar and informs Betty that the guy she's fighting isn't an enemy. He was just responding to her greeting. When Betty hears this, she's shocked to learn the kid survived Sifa's crescent blade attack. What's so surprising is that no one in the unit can dodge those attacks. However, it all makes sense when he reveals that it's not unusual, since the boy is a student of Navarro's. Betty trembles in fear, knowing he's referring to that monstrous former swordmaster who wiped out her unit. Instantly, Betty's attitude toward Ronan changes. She takes Tiger Eye's hand and apologizes for her hot-headed temper. With that, Betty nervously insists that he keep this between them and not mention it to his teacher. Seeing this, he wondered what Professor Navarro did to make the bear so terrified. Ignoring this, Cephas speaks with Nemea, and seeing her, it's clear they've finished their task. Nemea mentions that they've eliminated all the monsters in the area and that any individual suspected of being a fanatic has been captured alive. Before Ronan could understand what they were talking about, he saw many silhouettes leaping on their feet, landing on the ground, and now they are in front of Sifa and his team. Tiger Eyes is confused, not understanding what all this is. However, the Lion King approaches Ronan and introduces himself. Officially, Sifa explains that he is the captain of the Empire's most elite Beastman unit, and that under the Emperor's strictest orders, he has been tasked with eradicating the members of Nebula Claire's hiding within the Empire. Therefore, the Emperor appointed him as the leader of the Nebula Claire's eradication unit. His name is Sifa Thorgan. Hearing this, Ronan is shocked to learn there's a unit to eradicate Nebula Claire's. At the same time, in another part of the Romera Mountains, the Knights of Nimbuten were on the street, and the people stared at them in amazement, not understanding why they were there. Iriel, our boy's older sister, is bewildered. However, Schlieffen, the knight from the Grancia family and a friend of Ronan's, apologizes for alarming her. He explains that he was in such a rush to gather the knights that there was no time to inform them of his arrival. With that, Schlieffen kneels and introduces himself, swearing that he has every intention of helping her with her move to the imperial capital. As he looks at her, Schlieffen's cheeks blush. However, he suggests they should start packing their belongings. Back to Ronan, he remains frozen in place. He can't believe there's a Nebula Claire's eradication unit. He looks down, confused because the last thing he remembered is that no such unit existed in his past life. He wonders if the Empire decided to act after hearing about the Nebula Claire's members he captured. Still, he didn't think they would appoint Sifa as the unit's leader. Ronan didn't understand something and asked how they would locate the members who hide their identities and are hiding everywhere. Our boy says he heard that using the binding spell to interrogate them no longer works. Sifa comments that it seems Ronan knows more than expected and asks if Navarro's told him all that. Hearing the question, Ronan was about to answer when someone nervously called his name. Our boy looks back and it's Axel, who looks scared to death because the beast, Var, is holding him in the air by his clothes. Dolphus cries out, asking our boy for help. Ignoring the cries, the beast says he found this kid wandering suspiciously around the area, so he brought him here for questioning. Looking at him angrily, the old man asks Sipa for permission to execute the boy because he's sick of his crying. However, the poor kid keeps saying he was just looking for his friend and begs Var not to eat him. Seeing this, the Lion King asks Ronan to confirm if this boy is his friend. Embarrassed, he admits that yes, he is. Later that night, Nemea reports to the commander that about the elimination of suspicious creatures and monsters in the area. She explains how Nebula Classy has been manipulating monsters to cause trouble everywhere. That's just a distraction. Their real target lies in the heart of the mountains. Upon receiving this information, Sipa asks if Nemea is referring to the mountain pass in the Romera Mountains. The mountain pass in the Romera Mountains is a key trade route for the Empire. 1/3 of the Imperial trade passes through here. Nebula Classy is likely trying to take down a pillar of the Imperial economy, as the effects would be disastrous. That's why it's not unusual for those fanatics to use monsters to attack the pass. But Ronan wonder how they captured the woman and the other fanatics, and he asked what Sipa would do. Ignoring that, he says the mountain is very important and has strict security measures. He adds that it's not easy to destroy it just by causing chaos with a few monsters. At that moment, Ronan points his blade at the woman's neck and threatens that if they want to get out of this alive, that they must reveal what they're hiding. The woman grows uneasy, sweat covering her face. Then she smiles. She challenges him, asking if he really thinks that would intimidate them. Immediately, she calls him a filthy non-believer. Suddenly, a radiant light envelopes the entire area. Those fanatics are concentrating their mana in one spot. They begin to chant a spell, acknowledging that they failed their mission and blaming themselves for it. They don't give up. They plead for whatever strength they have left to keep fighting. They want to use their power to wipe out the enemies standing in their way. As the summoning spell finishes, a ball of fire emerges. It glows brightly and then explodes. Its intensity was so great that it reached the farthest part of the forest. Some Nebula fanatics feel in the air. They understood that their comrades had already made a noble sacrifice. It was then that they realized that ordinary believers aren't enough to buy time against Sipa's forces. An old man, Baron, laments seeing the sacrifice of valuable believers. However, a member suggests that Baron should try to catch Sipa another day, since holding him off is complicated. Although he knows that doing so would give Sipa and his team more time to prepare. It would be harder to carry out the grand mission. Thus, he declares there will be no more delays, acknowledging that this isn't the center of the mountain. Baron places a detonator on the ground, deciding to start their plan right here on the side of the Romero Mountains. He announces they will attack the infidels with all their wrath and fury. As he places the object, a magic circle appears on the ground, with the object in the center. It's a detonator created by the great inventor Alabrige, with 30 carefully stacked, handcrafted spells. After absorbing mana from the vein, the 30 layers of amplification spells will act as a potent detonator and reduce the area to ashes. Baron knows the enemy will likely detect a change in the nearby mana flow, so they just have to protect the device until it absorbs enough mana. Evan, the former captain of the Saren Knights, and Brua, the former senior mage of the Green Magic Tower, follow Baron's orders, assuring him they won't let him down. Evan told Baron he heard that after this mission, he'll be the new branch leader because the mighty Brilla fell in combat. He wonders if the old man received the blessing by any chance. Laughing, the old man admits that he has received it, and usually, the blessing is only granted after a mission's official completion. However, this mission required them to be protected from an extremely powerful explosion. Consequently, the Great Blade had already blessed Baron beforehand. Obviously, his power doesn't compare to that of the Great Brigida, but as long as he has this blessing, nothing can harm them. Just as he was about to say more, a foot stomped down, and an explosion suddenly went off. This surprised Baron, but before he or his team could be harmed, a shield formed around Evan, Brua, and himself, protecting them from Sifa's attacks. The old man expresses his surprise, since that should be impossible. Shortly after, they began absorbing mana to detect a change in its flow and track them here. Sifa stood his ground, reminding them that nothing could protect them from him. He knew where those wretches were. He was just waiting for them to reveal their true intentions. With an intimidating glare, he told them they were just prey blinded by pride, and he was excited to see how long they could resist his power. 10 minutes before the encounter with Sifa, he watches the captured fanatics being forced to explode by a mana spell. Gripping his spear, he orders Nemia to fall back with the rest of the unit, saying he'll handle this. Ronan had already made his move, leaving everyone stunned. Leaping high into the air, he charges forward, slashing and swinging his sword. However, he eventually lands. On the ground, the captured enemies are stunned. They couldn't believe that their agonizing flames had been suddenly extinguished. Ronan swings his sword, and the woman's head is sliced off from behind. The other men suffer the same fate. Blood gushes from their bodies as they lie on the ground. Our guy looks back, pleased that they're all dead for playing such games. In his mind, Sifa is shocked. He knows it wasn't some simple power that countered the magic. Looking at Ronan, he's certain that our guy severed the mana itself at that moment. Our guy calls out to him, certain he understands what these people are like. They're as slippery as eels. If he'd let them go, they would have come back with another wicked plan, judging by how hard they tried to cover their tracks. He's sure this isn't the last they'll see of them, and that at least one of their leaders is nearby. Ronan approaches Sifa, and asks if he has a way to hunt down the leader of the Nebula Clasier Eradication Unit. If so, he will help him no matter what. He promises that the Emperor will reward the Lion King. Back in the present, Baron and his men stand before the Lion King. The old man is frightened. He didn't feel any mana nearby until the moment Sifa attacked them. In other words, the Lion King didn't even use mana at that moment. That explosion was from a pure physical attack. Baron had heard a lot about the Swordmaster, Sifa, but the old man realized he's more of a beast than he thought. At that moment, Baron asks his men if they're ready for this, since they have a formidable guest on their hands. Evan and Brua had already drawn their weapons. Stepping forward, they said they would gladly give their lives for their duty. Evan's body glows with a special energy as Brua supports him. Sifa observes their combination. A knight and mage duo, both advanced. He sighs, wishing he had brought his unit, as it would have been a good training opportunity. In an instant, Evan lunges forward, swinging his sword, but the Lion King easily stops it. He wonders if this is also a duel of honor with the Empire's strongest swordsman. As a fellow warrior, he sees this as a stroke of luck he can't ignore, so he taunts him to show more of his swordsmanship. He thinks if he can break Sifa's sword, he'll have the honor of joining his ranks. As he speaks, Evan's eyes widen in amazement. Because instead of Sifa's sword breaking, his own sword shatters from a single blow by the Lion King. As the sword fragments fall, Evan watches his plan crumble. Sifa mentions what Evan said about a battle with honor. However, he's furious that an incompetent fool like him would speak of honor in his presence. With a single strike, the warrior decapitated him, his body slumping to the ground. He calls him a disgrace to true warriors. Seeing this, Bruin knew it was his turn. Before he could activate his mana shield, his body was split in two. He also tries to kick the old man. The old man activates, his shield blocking all the attacks. Seeing his face, Sifa recognized him, realizing he had hidden behind his minions more than 10 years ago. In the western village of Arden, over 1,000 innocent people died in a black magic experiment. Then the one responsible for it all vanished as if he had never been there. It's the Baron, the villain of Arden. The Baron smiles, honored that the sword master recognized him. He shares that he left his disgrace behind long ago and now serves the stars. Ignoring this nonsense, Sifa scratches the shield, shattering it, while clarifying that he doesn't care who he is now, because that doesn't change the fact that he must be punished for his crimes. But the Baron just stands there smiling as he activates the Blessing of the Stars spell. A strange kind of energy envelopes them. The Baron praises how he certainly got rid of those two boys quickly, and that not even his best warriors could stop him for a second. He reveals that he now understands how skilled he is as a sword master, but Baron knows that even his powers have a limit. He states that Sifa is powerful, but not powerful enough to stand in the way of the celestial power that has been given to him. Laughing maniacally, he mocks him for being a mere mortal living his trivial life under the starlight. Then Baron wanted to know how it feels to encounter the power of the heavens. I was curious to hear Sifa's comments. However, the warrior expresses how foolish this is. Even in his final moments, the man is still trapped in his misguided beliefs. Approaching slowly, the warrior calls him a fool, and for that, he will die. Because he too is prey, blinded by pride and illusions. Sifa's spear glows as he brandishes it fiercely. It's then that Baron tries to protect himself. But at the same time, he can't help but notice how amazing and incredible swordmaster Sifa is. Having generated such great power, Baron tries to stand his ground. But the attack is so powerful that it's impossible to resist, even with the shield. But when the spell fades, Sifa's weapon is still glowing after his attack. Even after not being harmed, the old man is still surprised and anxious about the warrior's performance, especially since he only used his sword aura. He admitted to himself that Sifa possesses great power and compares his skills to their own. However, Baron comments that it's a shame for Sifa, as the Blessing of the Stars is too much for him. Even before the great sword master, as he speaks these words, Baron activates the detonator, challenging. That's Sifa's skills. As he talks, he reveals to the warrior the magic bomb that absorbs mana from the mountains. With that, the old man advises him to retreat now and try again some other time. Perhaps if he runs now and saves himself, he might escape the explosion. And as for the weak, Baron says they will be turned to ash in the mountains. Sifa stands there, understanding that this power neutralizes attacks. He also realizes Ronan was right. These guys are annoying jerks and could be a serious threat in the future. Sifa decides to end this properly as a stream of energy emanates from his body. He declares that he will get rid of them once and for all, taking an attack stance. He emits a blue aura from his body and challenges that so-called Blessing of the Star with the next attack he's about to unleash. Baron felt the pressure, which far surpassed the previous attack, and recognized that it must be Sifa's aura. However, he laughs at the attempts of a mere beast against the heavens. The strong aura moves the rubble, though Baron hopes he gives it his all. Ignoring the comments, the warrior's eyes are determined, his expression showing just how much energy he's putting into his next attack. His aura is at its peak, its force shaking the very ground. But then, someone yells at Sifa, scolding him and asking if he's in his right mind. It's Ronan. He yells that's enough because if he doesn't stop, he'll blow up the mountain before the bomb detonates. Our boy reminds Sifa what they plan to do here first. He instantly calms down and notices that Ronan has finally arrived, but he's slower. Then he looks. Our boy argues that no one has ever called him slow, and that it's basically Sifa's fault for being incredibly fast. Besides, he suggests the warriors stand down for now, since he's seen the star's blessing. Our boy knows he's strong, and all, but he can't block this Baron guy for the time being. The warrior realizes the gravity of the situation when Sifa agrees that Ronan is better suited to face Baron, who is left stunned, wondering how a sword master like him let a kid talk to him with such arrogance. He asks himself what's so special about this boy. As our boy steps forward, Unsheathing his sword, he assures Baron that he owes him one, because this crazy old man was so loud that Ronin understood everything. Now he just has to eliminate this old fool and deactivate the magic bomb behind him. That way, this whole mess will be over. With a sly smile, our boy asks the old man if he's really the leader, because seeing that annoying blessing he has, he must be a side character, since he's not even half as strong as that psycho Briga he destroyed. Upon hearing Briga's name, Baron gets confused and asks how this kid knows her name, since he thought Lord Briga was defeated by Surted. Realizing it was a brat like Ronin who killed her, his eyes widen in astonishment. Groaning in frustration, Baron's anger doubles. He can't believe someone like this kid has insulted Briga's honor with that filthy mouth. Fueled by his rage, the old man summons tentacles on his back and says he'll tear him to pieces. Furious, he shares that Briga was one of the most valuable believers and the most honorable warrior, rising to branch leader through her own hardships, strength, and merit. He says she was a paragon of nobility, and now he can't accept that someone as insignificant as Ronin, with such a poor hand, could have even scratch her. As he speaks with rage, the tentacles transform into serpentine creatures with sharp eyes and teeth. Baron says he's had enough of our boy's lies, and that an unbeliever like this kid, knowing Briga's name, means he must have witnessed her death. The serpentine creatures surround Ronin and roar as he demands to know what happened that day. Baron just wants the truth. Tiger Eyes, smiling with bloodshot eyes, states that if the old man wants to know the truth so badly, he can show him what happened that day. With that, Ronin moves so fast it's almost impossible to see him or his shadow. And in an instant, he's right in front of the old man. When he sees him there, after dodging those serpentine creatures, Baron understands this kid wasn't bluffing and hints that he might be fit for a position as Baron's assistant. Still, he denies that Briga would lose to someone like Tiger Eyes, even if he caught her by surprise. Baron almost says that Tiger Eyes wouldn't have overcome the star's blessing, but before he can finish, he's decapitated. The old man trusted so much in the blessing, but now he was bleeding out his eyes, wide open as his body fell to the ground after the swift movement of Ronin's sword. Walking up to the head of Baron next to the magic bomb, while deactivating it, Ronin mockingly recalls how that psycho Briga used to talk just like him, but they both ended up the same way. Looking at the head on the ground, Tiger Eyes observes Baron and asks if that satisfied his curiosity. Baron's head was still thinking, and couldn't believe that a boy's sword pierced the star's blessing and cut him down. Now, Baron notices that this boy's power surpasses the laws of nature. It reminds him of his leader. He wonders who Ronin is, but without giving him time, Tiger Eyes slices through the head before he can process his thoughts. Walking over, Sifa asks Ronin if he killed that old fool. Without hesitation, Tiger Eyes explains that he didn't want to leave any loose ends. He's aware of what the ordinary believers have done, and he can't even imagine what kind of catastrophe one of their leaders could create. Now that they're starting to act more, they'll have to keep an eye on them for a while. Sifa considers it a very wise judgment, as they shouldn't be blinded by the desire to reach their goal. He's frustrated about losing the chance to have a proper fight against the star's blessing. He thinks he might have found a clue if he had faced it again, but Ronin disagrees because the warrior would have probably destroyed his homeland in the process. He points out the disaster Sifa caused in the forest with his sword aura. Things would have been worse if he had used his full aura. Seeing this, Sifa sheaths his weapon. He thanks Ronin for ending things easily. At the same time, he decides to save his curiosity about the star's blessing for another time. Besides, the warrior tells Tiger Eyes to let him know if he needs anything. Confused, Tiger Eyes wonders what this means, and his confusion shows on his face. Sifa explains that the Emperor has offered a reward to anyone who helps eliminate the members of Nebula Glacier. That's why he should tell him what he wants, and he'll get Ronin whatever he desires within the Imperial budget and his influence. Upon receiving this information, Tiger Eyes smiles widely because the timing is perfect. He really needed some strong helpers like Sifa for something, since very soon he'll be escorting someone important to the Imperial capital. The most important person in the world, actually. Little does he know that someone of great importance is already being escorted to the Imperial capital by Schlieffen. It was late at night, and one knight commented on how quiet the area was. However, the other knight explains the reason. Young Master Schlieffen prepared for the journey, and the knights thought they were on a punitive expedition against monsters. They wonder who the lady in the carriage is, since only a high-ranking noble would require a personal escort from a knight of the Grancia family. They aren't sure who she is, but one thing is clear. Whoever she is, she matters a lot to Schlieffen. Schlieffen is on horseback, riding beside the carriage window with flushed cheeks. Clearing his throat, he tells Iriel to let him know if she feels uncomfortable in the carriage, so he can find another way immediately. But Iriel assures him that she's totally fine and that the carriage is even more comfortable than her home. She expresses that she's more worried about Schlieffen because he must be tired from riding all day. She offers to let him ride in the carriage with her. When Schlieffen hears this, his eyes widen in amazement, and he laughs nervously, quite pleased. But his expression changes, saying he can't do that as he is on a mission of utmost importance. He's happy that Iriel is having no trouble and tells her to let him know if she needs to rest or anything. However, their moment is interrupted when the horses sense something, causing them to panic and lose control. Schlieffen goes on high alert, aware that something alarming is approaching. He can feel something approaching, and it brings with it a huge surge of energy. Sensing the threat, Schlieffen orders everyone to prepare for battle, commanding them not to let anything happen to Iriel, as she's his first priority. All the knights draw their weapons while Schlieffen fears for Iriel's safety. He knows it's not a threat like a wyvern, but it possesses a strength as overwhelming as an approaching wave of energy. This makes Schlieffen wonder what this creature is. Even knowing the danger could kill him, Schlieffen moves forward with his sword, but the creature launches an attack, and the force is so great that it shatters the ground beneath them. Still, Schlieffen blocks the attack with his power. The creature comments that today is full of surprises, as he had heard rumors about Schlieffen, but they don't even do him justice. The creature is none other than Sifa. He smiles, commenting on how excellent Schlieffen's defense is. He declares that if the next swordmaster ends up being human, it will definitely be either Schlieffen or Ronin. Schlieffen recognizes that it's Sifa. While their swords are locked, Sifa tells him not to be nervous, as he is only greeting Schlieffen. It's his very typical way, as he is a warrior and understands that sometimes a brief duel can tell you more about someone than 1,000 words. A voice calls his attention, scolding the warrior to shut up and save this greeting for the north where his people are from. It's Ronin, on Sifa's back. Hearing the familiar voice, Schlieffen is surprised. Tiger Eyes gets off Sifa's back and greets Schlieffen, praising him for his good work and assuring him that he is here to support him. With that, Tiger Eyes points to the arriving company, assuring him not to worry as they have incredible support on the way. It's Sifa's entire team, instantly recognizable to the knights. Schlieffen stood there, stunned, but Ronin asks him if he escorted his sister safely. The next day, in the imperial capital, Vaughn, they arrived at a beautiful white house. Iriel couldn't believe her eyes. It seemed unreal to live in such an ethereal place. Ronin clarifies that it's their home and that Philion is just down the street, so they can see each other. Schlieffen shares that the interior design and furniture were commissioned from master artisans who often do business with his family. Schlieffen asked them to spare no expense in preparing their quarters, but isn't sure if it will be to their liking. Overwhelmed, Iriel took Schlieffen's hands and expressed how much she liked it. She's very energetic, planning not to let a day like this pass without a celebration. She says she will cook for them and insists on staying for a while. Ronin is happy to join the meal, but Schlieffen can't believe he will be eating with Iriel. In that instant, something catches his attention. A voice from the courtyard, terrifying and demanding, is directed at Sifa, calling him a two-legged beast and asking what he's doing there. Both Ronin and Shurafan turn around, not believing it's really who they think it is. Turning from the balcony, both boys witness Miss Navarus standing face-to-face with Sifa. Navarus and Sifa faced off. The warrior greets Navarus and says her temper is as fiery as ever. He questions whether she can teach the students properly if she keeps this up. Staring at him with deadly eyes, Navarus challenges him, asking if he doubts her way of teaching. She scoffs, calling him a two-legged beast again, and tells him to get lost since he has no business being here. Mockingly, the warrior comments that her tongue is as sharp as her sword. He simply asks if she's ready to face what her words might bring, challenging her by asking if she's had enough time not to reflect on her defeat. He reminds Navarus of the day she lost the title of Swordmaster to him. The silence was unsettling. Touching her sword, she's ready to draw it, telling him that if he's so eager, that she'll gladly show him herself. Everyone was shocked, and the beast couldn't move as a strange energy surrounded them. They couldn't move a single muscle. It was as if their entire bodies were paralyzed, leaving them stunned and afraid. Everyone wondered if this is what they think it is. Navarus looks fierce, using the snake strike ability. As soon as the serpent was summoned, its terrifying eyes stared down at everyone on Sipa's command. He noticed how Navarro isn't using her full power yet, but his body is already growing stiff. Meanwhile, he feels that she has grown stronger than before. With his sword in hand, Sipa comments that this serpent woman always amuses him, and if she's looking for a fight, he is more than happy to oblige. At that moment, he emanates. Antimidatiñoha, and a powerful beam of light strikes the center. Ronin stops at the balcony railing, shouting at the two of them, demanding to know what they are doing in his garden. In that instant, Ronin is ready to pounce on them. His sister holds him back as he screams like a madman. He asks them if they have any idea whose house they're in and warns them that if a single hair on his sister's head is harmed, they'll be dead. Moving forward, things calm down and they stop in front of them. The way she taps her foot shows her annoyance. Her disgusted face shows them that the two sword masters are no different from a pair of children. She asks if they know what could have happened because of their recent fight. Coldly, she questions if they have any shame. After a moment of silence, Sipa admits that he got a little carried away and acknowledges that he acted like a fool, all because of the provocations of a mere serpent woman. At that, he apologizes for his behavior while Navarro shoots him disgusted looks. Then, Sibylla mentions that since she is finally safe in her own home, it's time for him and his unit to leave. He looks forward to seeing how much more strength and power she'll have the next time they meet. Before Sipa and his companion disappear, he bids them farewell as they leave. Ronin sighs in relief, feeling calm enough to breathe again because he wants no trouble with his swordmaster. Then, Ronin's attention turns to Navarro behind him, so he asks her what brings her here so early. Immediately, Navarro unleashes an intense, furious aura, demanding to know from Tiger Eyes what is going on here. Seeing her anger, sweat runs down his face. He knows he's done for. Moving to the dining table, Navarro already knows everything. She understands that as a reward for his deeds in Romera, that beast helped bring his sister to the capital. Navarro knows that the giant beasts really liked Ronin, because it's very rare for them to do such a favor for a human. However, she advises him to stay away from him from now on, as he is dangerous. This confuses Ronin, who wants to know what she means. Navarro explains that 10 years ago, there was a massive beast attack that nearly destroyed the entire northern region. The Knight of Fangs, Shifa, was leading the Beastmen at that time. Although the war ended after negotiations and certain circumstances, the Beastmen joined the Imperial Army, and Shifa now fights for the Empire. But Navarro still doesn't trust him. Shifa resisted the Empire until the very end and offered himself as a bargaining chip in the negotiations. He declared that he and the lycanthrope warriors would swear loyalty to the Empire as long as the North remained untouched. Impressed by Shifa's strength and power, the Emperor accepted his offer on the condition that he enter a blood pact. Most of the Empire was thrilled to have someone so powerful, but Navarro believes that Shifa is just hiding his claws for now to protect his kind. If the warrior ever decides to break the blood pact, he could prove to be an even greater threat than Nebula Glacier. And that's the kind of person Shifa Thorgan is. Ronin didn't expect that and gets lost in thought, remembering that he didn't see him in the war with Ajayut. Like the other elite warriors of the Empire, he might have already been eliminated by Nebula Glacier. However, Ronin doesn't rule out other possibilities. Changing the subject, Navarro tells Tiger Eyes that wasn't the reason for her visit. She came to confirm if he had truly learned to activate his aura at will. Smiling, Ronin confirms that he has. Navarro looks proud and praises Yeridan for finally doing something good. She stands up and tells him to follow her, as they need to start the lessons right away. In front of the practice dummies, Navarro asks Ronin to show her how much he's improved. Meanwhile, he unsheathes his sword and takes an attack stance. Meanwhile, Schlieffen is busy eating the food Ariel prepared for Tiger Eyes and him, with his back turned to Navarro and Ronin. Navarro says that confirming his growth is simple. You just need to show me your sword aura. You can't rely on physical strength alone to attack. So, the sword aura must be primarily made of mana. Ronin tells Navarro that he knows a red aura surrounds the hero and his sword. He takes an attack stance, swings his sword, and aims at the dummies. It's as if his sword released a blade of air. The blade approached the mannequins, but didn't cut them. Surprised, Ronin froze, not understanding where the power of that blade went. This seems almost impossible because his mana was coming out his sword just days ago. So, he decides to try again. However, Navarro tells him to stop, as this was just what she expected. She acknowledges that infusing his sword with mana is a great achievement, but at the same time, he hasn't yet reached the level of a true sword aura. She says he's only added some mana to his already powerful sword strikes. But of course, Navarro is sure that this has already given him a lot of power. Otherwise, she finds it hard to believe that someone in his first year could kill a wyvern so easily, just like before. Ronin is confused and doesn't understand. So, he asks if it's different for him, if there's a big difference in increasing strength with mana. At this, Navarro nods. She expected him to think that way. She explains that he seems to view sword auras as just a blast of compressed mana that deals a bit more damage to enemies. They're more than that. If he only sees sword auras as a tool to increase mana damage, his understanding will be very limited. The real power of mana is to guide you to higher levels. That's why Navarro asked Ronin what sword auras were to him. She wants to know his understanding of mana to determine what to focus on later. She's aware that what she's about to express won't make sense right now. But luck won't always be on his side, and a day will come when his ability to understand the difference could save his life. Ronin shudders at Navarro's words. He knows that those he's fought lately are stronger than him, but Navarro pats him on the shoulder, assuring him that he has a long way to go. So, he'll learn what's necessary along the way, and that's what she's here to help him with. As she walks past him, she grabs La Mancha, explaining that it's important to focus on mastering the basics. As he turns towards her, Ronin asks why her hand and the weapon are glowing, making it difficult for the hero to keep his eyes open. Ignoring this, Navarro tells Ronin to watch closely the real potential of her sword. Seeing this, Ronin is surprised. He notices how La Mancha glows with a rippling red radiance, just as it should, as Navarro attacks. She shows him how she activated part of the weapon's hidden power by infusing it with her mana. She explains that weapons like her Ursa or Duke Gracia's Palarod, created by master artisans, hold a hidden power, and when a weapon reveals that power, it becomes unimaginably strong. As she brandishes the sword, she shows just how much more lethal it becomes. The damage from the strike made it obvious just how deadly it had become. For a moment, he thought that maybe Doran was exaggerating by calling this sword his masterpiece, but after seeing Navarro use it, he understood that he was right in telling the truth. Ronin is left, frozen in disbelief, seeing the impact of his sword on the training ground. It's almost destroyed, even after being reinforced with mana. He groans in frustration because the sword did nothing when he tried to channel his mana through it. Navarro explains that it was only because his mana level is too low for the blade to resonate with him. She says the sword better understands its owner's limitations. He frowns, saying that sounds more like an insult, but thanks to that. But he now knows what his next goal is. He steps forward and asks his master where to begin, because he wants to show this scoundrel who its true master is. The attitude he's showing now makes Navarro smile. She was hoping for this because she likes this kind of spirit. With that, they begin training to maintain his mana. But since that's his weak point, standing with his sword, Ronin was trembling after 48 seconds and couldn't hold on any longer. His mana endurance on the third day of training reached 1 minute and 32 seconds, but the hero was still struggling. However, as time went on, he was able to endure the mana more calmly and efficiently, and his time greatly improved. Now, on day 14, he has reached 13 minutes. Ronin has already surpassed his initial goal, as most people take years to achieve this time and level while enduring mana. From behind, Navarro orders him to activate his sword's aura in that state and reminds him what to do. The hero's sword glows red, and then he performs a quick slash. While pointing the sword forward. Just then, he sheathed it while focusing on the dummies in front of him, even glancing at the one at the far end of the training ground. He drew his sword and with a single strike. He cut down most of the dummies. With a proud smile, Ronin looks at Navarro, admitting he learned from the best. Ahead, rolled towards Navarro, and she praises the hero, asking him if he understands why he needed so much training. Studying his hands, the hero could feel it. By practicing the simple act of concentrating to maintain the flow of mana, the perception of his senses sharpened. And that's not all. It even taught him the enormous potential of the mana within his body. Looking at him, Navarro understands that the hero has finally grasped the fundamentals of mana. Just then, a voice interrupts, praising Navarro for her enthusiasm and for continuing to torment students after class. It's Jaredin who steps forward. He apologizes for interrupting them, but has something important to inform her. It's about that dear student of Navarro's. The hero was surprised. He wondered what Professor Jaredin was doing here. When he gets a look at him, he realizes that G is looking better than ever. Navarro approaches Jaredin and confirms if this is about her student's mana. G says that because of the hero's very unusual constitution, he needs regular checkups. Navarro watches him, thinking it was just an excuse for G to use the hero unfairly and extort him. In an instant, she starts to grab her weapon, but G backs away. Nervous, he still assures her that's not what he means and that they aren't mercenaries anymore, so she shouldn't attack him with her sword. He's here to keep his promise. He explains that because of Ronin, who hadn't improved for a long time, there's now hope. At that, Navarro immediately asks if Sunja is awake, but Jaredin. Reveals that there's still a long way to go, although he would appreciate it if she visited sometime, since she'd love that. Listening to stories of Navarro's adventures, Jaredin says that the important one isn't Ronin, but Navarro's assistant, Adishan. He mentions that at the hero's request, he's been investigating Adishan lately, but it's too soon to draw any conclusions. If his theory is correct, she could be in grave danger, as her powers are too great even for her. Yeridan believes that. Navarro might have sensed the risk of that power, and perhaps that's why she's kept her close. Yeridan tries to explain that everyone could be in danger because of that girl. Hearing this, Navarro clenches her fists, warning Yeridan to shut up because her assistant isn't as weak as he thinks. She warns Yeridan not to dare decide her future without knowing her. Hearing the warnings, Yeridan turns pale, speechless, leaving her to decide. Minutes later, the heads of the dummies are sliced off while Ronan and Yeridan look at Navarro, noticing how angry she seems. Then, the hero mentions the mercenaries from before and asks Yeridan if the two of them were mercenaries. Sighing, Yeridan admits that a few years ago, he would have bet that there was no one in the south who hadn't heard of them. The situation wasn't great, but that's when Navarro and Yeridan met. Yeridan and Navarro were enemies, hired to kill each other. Yeridan remembers that day as if it were yesterday. Navarro was the embodiment of death. The way she loomed over him caused an indescribable fear. Although now he's grateful to be more human. Ronan, mocking him, doesn't believe this is Navarro's improved state. Ignoring the comment, Yeridan recounts how he was defeated by Navarro and was on the brink of death. If Sonia hadn't lived nearby, he wouldn't be standing in front of Ronan today. Sonia saw him, rescued him, and cared for him until he got better. Over time, they fell in love and got married. Of course, they had some small arguments like all lovers. Even, Navarro ended up getting along with him. Although this wouldn't have been possible without Sonia's bright and pure nature. He admits it's his fault that Navarro came to hate him so much. Navarro was disappointed and angry because Yeridan wasn't strong enough to protect Sonia and for his foolishness in clinging to her when there seemed to be no hope of saving her. And yet, she never revealed this secret to anyone. And the greatest credit goes to Navarro for continuing with Sonia's treatment. That's why he's always thought that if he manages to cure Sonia, maybe Navarro will open up to him again someday, since he knows that she seems tough but has a kind heart. The next day, in the Hall of Truth, in the main building of the Department of Magic. Inside the black magic territory, there are specimens in capsules. Seeing them, Ronan says he never thought there'd be a place darker than the professor's laboratory. He asks Yeridan if it's safe to be here. Yeridan tells him and Adishan to ignore the darkness because they need the powerful machine. And it's only used here. The machine is called a mana extractor, a magical object capable of extracting mana from living beings. Looking at Adishan, he says that many would give up everything to use this. It's for those who struggle to understand their own mana. Pointing to the magic circle, he guides the Iron Lady to stand on it and face the truth of her hidden powers. Before acting, Yeridan asks her if she's aware of what awaits her. Adishan is nervous but nods. When Yeridan gets the signal, he places his hand on the mana extractor, and Iron Rose gets scared as a black energy emerges from her body. The black energy heads towards a laboratory capsule. The species inside emit low sounds, surprising Ronan, because the Iron Lady already has influence. This makes the hero realize that this must be what turned Grand Marshal Adishan into the Iron Lady in his past life, making her unstoppable in battle, the most feared and strongest in the Empire's history. Yeridan asked about the lady's mana, and she herself is confused about its color. However, Yeridan has noticed that it's shadow mana. Adishan is surprised and tells Top K that Ronan mentioned it too. Yeridan understands his confusion, since shadow mana is a secret that very few people have ever heard of or discovered. Worried, Yeridan approaches the hero, wanting to know how he knows about this mana, but the hero changes the subject. Then Top K that explains that shadow mana usually stays dormant in the body for a few years, or even centuries. And once its full power is activated, many people die as a result. Watching everything calmly, 3 days go by, and the Mage Tower is as busy as ever. Nothing strange happens, so that hero can study his curse in peace. After digging through piles of books, his brain feels like it's been boiled, fried, and served on a platter. Air wants to know if he's made any progress with the curse. Ronan says he hasn't found much about the curse yet, but he's gotten a few ideas. He thanks Air since he's been drilling the attributes of curses into his head nonstop for 3 days. But the more he learns, the worse he feels, and now a part of him just wants to pack his things and disappear. Air understands that curses can be a heavy burden. She offers to help, that if he has any questions about his reading, since she has some free time. Then our hero mentions something that caught his eye earlier. He flips through the book and points to a section about a forbidden book called Bajura. He notices her expression change as she becomes serious, asking how he knows that name. She suspects that he might have entered the forbidden section. Ronan is confused as he didn't even know that place existed. He explains that he saw the name in the books she gave him, which is why he asked. But something isn't right. She scans the books quickly with her magic, firmly believing that none of them should mention that name. She checks them, point one by one, and, just as she thought, none of them mention it. Ronan feels uneasy. He insists he saw it on the page he was just reading. He flips through the pages to show her. But the name has vanished. She remarks that Serani wouldn't have sent him to her just because she's the librarian. There must be something more to it. The Dawn Mage Tower is famous for its vast collection of books on curses and its profound knowledge on the subject. But even here, that no one mentions Bajura lightly. It's the most dangerous forbidden book. They say a demon wrote it. It looks like the one-eyed creature he saw before. Whoever touches it gains immense power. But they also feel a powerful urge to destroy everything. A long time ago, during an era of peace, it was responsible for the downfall of an entire kingdom. That cursed artifact is known as the Bajura of Destruction. He still glares with fury at the chained old man before him, and says that the decision rests in the hands of the Dawn of Tomorrow. He assumes the old man understands what that means. The man in chains is the Tower Master. Lardun, back with Ronan. Books are floating around his air. Explains that the Forbidden Section of the Dawn Library exists to keep Bajura and other dangerous texts under lock and key. Sorrentella chose her as the librarian because a spirit can guard them better than a human, who might be tempted by the power of those books. When our hero mentions Bajura, Air is shocked and disappointed. It's the most dangerous and forbidden book of all. She starts to connect the dots to the disappearances that began after the collapse of Nebula. Ronan asks if they happened after the terrorist attack, and Air nods, since that event was unforgettable. Everyone who disappeared used to help her in the library, and when they vanished. She searched the entire Mage Tower, but couldn't find a single clue. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Ronan wonders if it's possible for people to disappear without a trace. He starts to think there's a pattern, since it seems like things keep disappearing. Right after that major incident, almost as if something was waiting for that exact moment. He begins to suspect the whole event might have been a trap to fool everyone. That night, smoke fills the room, where many magic circles are glowing on the floor. Elizabeth is in the center, lost in thought. She notes that Igwin's flame magic, but is based on bold ideas and methods that most mages wouldn't dare to try. It's on a whole other level, even by applying just a bit of his theory, her mana consumption drops significantly. She's amazed that someone could create such a refined magic formula. She wants to bring him to Akalushia, but she knows it won't be simple, because Owen has risked everything for her magical path, determined to learn everything she can. During the rest of the excursion, Elizabeth suddenly felt that something was not right. Without thinking, she extended her magic and wrapped it around whoever was spying on her. The figure floated up to the ceiling, hidden under a robe. She brought the figure down with anger, boiling inside her for having someone lurking around using invisibility magic. But then she stopped when she recognized him. It was one of the missing people she had seen on the tower's notice board, smiling. But now his eyes were empty, as if he were just a shell of his former self. Before she could ask anything, an explosion shook the place. The flames swirled into a tornado as smoke filled the air. From a mist, a hooded figure stepped forward and raised a hand. They seemed to be the leader, with two people following them, all hidden under hoods. They shot a glance at Elizabeth. The flames drew closer, but the leader stopped them with a magic barrier. The smoke was thick, making it difficult to see. When it cleared a little, Elizabeth stepped forward calmly. She mentioned that if they came to save their friend, they could take him, although she had already beaten him up. And from their faces, they didn't look happy to see her. The hooded figure remained silent. Elizabeth reminded them that they started this mess by attacking her first. Still trying to understand it all, she demanded to know what was happening with the people who would disappear and then reappear to attack her. Among them was the third daughter of the Shaun family, Shaun Gracia. Like the others, her eyes were empty and she seemed lifeless. Seeing that empty gaze, Elizabeth understood that Shaun wouldn't say anything. Even so, that was fine with her. She was eager to test the formula she learned from Alwyn in a real fight and to test out some of the new moves she practiced. With a mocking smile, she warns them not to turn to ash too quickly. Then, she unleashes a great flame, twisting like a tornado as it lunges towards them. The three of them watch in amazement. Two of them slam their hands on the ground, raising a wall of earth that protects them from the fire. The force of Elizabeth's attack surprises them. They realize that her claim of being a new pillar of Akalusha isn't just talk. Her power surpasses what a fourth circle mage should have, and they know they won't last if they don't act fast. They turn to Shaun, asking if she's ready and telling her to take Elizabeth down. Shaun creates a flaming arrow, aiming at Elizabeth's position. She fires, launching it. It speeds forward with intense heat. Elizabeth doesn't flinch. The flame approaches and stops, just inches from her face. She looks at it calmly and scoffs, calling it a puny fire stick. Shaun is stunned by this. Elizabeth bursts out laughing, mocking her for using such a mediocre spell. Then she returns the spear and follows up with multiple spears, making them huge to show what it really means to face someone from Akalusha. Elizabeth isn't holding back at all. She unleashes a barrage of fire needles aimed at Shaun. The enemy raises a fire shield, dispersing the needles on impact. But Elizabeth doesn't stop. She keeps firing one after another. The enemies realize that just defending isn't enough. If they keep this up, they'll be overwhelmed. One moves forward while the other stays behind to protect Shaun, remembering that she is key to the plan. Of her master, she is destined to defeat Akaluya. Suddenly, Elizabeth launches a larger, faster needle, surprising them. They don't have time to react, and one of them screams in pain as the needle pierces a fourth circle magical firewall. Elizabeth keeps up the pressure, bombarding them with needles relentlessly, and one by one, her enemies begin to fall. The mage, watching, can hardly believe how ridiculous Elizabeth's skills are, but he sees an opportunity. She's so focused on attacking that he assumes she won't bother to defend herself. He yells at the Akaluya, questioning if Elizabeth even thinks her opponent might try to dodge. Smart or not, being so full of herself in a life-or-death situation shows she's still just a child. He takes his flaming sword and throws it, warning her that her careless attitude will haunt her. But Elizabeth is way ahead. Spikes emerge from the ground and hit him before he can counterattack. He screams in pain, completely stopped in his tracks. Elizabeth laughs. She finds it funny that he thought he could take the opportunity she left open. She calls him a moth drawn to a flame. The surprised mage asks how she did it, convinced she didn't have time for a new spell. Elizabeth smirks and asks why she would need to cast something new. She explains that she just redirected a spell already in motion. Then she attacked from behind, sending a volley of needles flying at him, piercing his body. With her telekinesis, she makes the spikes grow and dig deeper. The mage screams in agony. He finally realizes she can use 2 types of magic at once, and it's absolutely astonishing. Elizabeth corrects him, saying that actually, she can handle 3 types. For someone like him, she thinks it's not worth the effort. After all, he's just a simple moth. He is then trapped in a whirlwind of flames. And once he's been dealt with, Elizabeth turns to Shaun, who is watching her intently. The mages are badly burned, but Elizabeth tells them they won't die that easily. Fire mages are tough and can take the heat, but that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt a lot. She advises Shaun to talk now, while she's still being merciful. No matter how young he is, he should realize that if the Akaluyas and the Zions go to war, it will drag the entire empire into chaos. In the end, it doesn't matter who wins. Both sides will end up in ruins. Elizabeth doesn't believe this plan. So poor is something Shaun came up with on his own. She wonders if their leader is involved, but quickly dismisses the idea. Someone with a lot to lose wouldn't start something as reckless as a war. Besides, as far as assassination attempts go, this one is very messy. Although it pains her to admit it, Elizabeth knows the Shaun family isn't naive enough to consider this a real strategy. If this is the most they can accomplish, they never stood a chance of matching Akaluya. Putting it all together, Elizabeth reaches the only logical conclusion: Shaun is being manipulated by someone hidden in the shadows, someone dangerous enough to start a war between families. She watches Shaun, who looks back at her with empty eyes. Elizabeth asks who is really inside him, and smiles. A different voice intervenes, saying it was clever of Elizabeth to notice. The atmosphere in the room changes as a dark ambience fills the air. The voice continues, lamenting that it's a shame to take out someone like her just for fun. Elizabeth is caught off guard when overwhelming pressure hits her, forcing her to her knees. A strange energy envelopes her like a dense fog, paralyzing her with fear. She's trapped, unable to move, as the shadow approaches with its hand on the ground. Elizabeth tries to figure out who she's dealing with. The aura expands further, and a hand reaches out from the darkness. The voice calls to her, sheep intoxicated by power, and orders her to raise her head, paralyzed with fear. Elizabeth watches as the figure tells her to burn his message into her mind. Dark and threatening wings unfold behind him, as he proclaims the name of the one destined to rule the world, Bajura. Alan asks our hero if what he mentioned yesterday is true, and they start talking about Bajura. He wants to know if Ronan saw that cursed name in a common book. Our boy says yes, otherwise he wouldn't even know the name of the forbidden book. Alwyn agrees with that, but he's still having a hard time processing it. They start to worry that the seal might be weakening. Air suggests they check it immediately, but Alan stops her. He mentions that he checked the seal just yesterday, and everything was fine. Still, he seems quite shaken and unsure. Air, frustrated, slams the table and demands to know if he went to the forbidden section alone. She reminds him that no one can enter there without her or the Tower Master, not even Alan. She's worried if those books are tempting him. She frowns and yells that she won't let this slide and will tell the Tower Master everything when he returns. Alan murmurs that he's sorry. He confesses that he shouldn't have hidden it. The pain shows on his face as he reveals the truth. The Tower Master, Lardan, is already down there, sealed with Bajura. He recounts what really happened a year ago on the day they said that the Tower Master left to train. He never left the Mage Tower. Instead, he descended into its darkest depths and broke the seal of Bajura, the worst of the forbidden books, to unearth the ancient knowledge hidden within. Awan asks if that's the reason why no one has heard from the Tower Master. He shouts in frustration, unable to understand why Lardan would get involved with a forbidden book when he had already mastered fire and phantom magic. Awan understands that's why the Tower Master believed he could control Bajura. Lardan saw those forbidden books as untapped potential and blamed the disasters on those who misused them. He thought that even a dangerous power could do good if it was in the right hands. To him, Bajura could have been a great gift for everyone. Ronan whispers that he already knows the end of this story. It seems the Tower Master didn't succeed either. Awan intervenes, admitting they misunderstood what that power truly was. It's a kind of evil that no one can truly control. Even Lardan could only contain it for a while. It's not just about knowledge. It's pure evil. When Lardan noticed he was losing himself to become Bajura's host, he took an emergency summoning scroll to bring Awan to the forbidden area. Once there, Lardan confessed to breaking Bajura's seal. He apologizes to Awan for dragging him into this mess and begs him to seal him away while he still has some control. If he doesn't, chaos will be unleashed. Awan is shocked. He knows that sealing the Tower Master means losing him forever. Lardan insists there's no time to worry about him. If this is the price of his pride, dying is better than allowing the dawn to be swallowed by darkness. He pleads with Awan to do it. Awan hesitates for a moment, but finally agrees, convinced it's for the good of tomorrow's dawn. So Awan casts the most powerful sealing spell he knows, capable of facing anything. It traps Bajura along with the Tower Master. Awan confesses that this is the truth he's been keeping hidden. He's aware he should speak up, but can't bring himself to do it. He respects the pursuit of knowledge and believes Lardan acted for the good of the world. He can't bring himself to tarnish the Tower Master's name. Ronan stands there, speechless. Everything has been darker than he expected. What happened to the Tower Master is tragic, but now is not the time to dwell on it. The facts are clear. Bajura's seal is already broken. Even if he still saw it intact with his own eyes, that doesn't change anything. This power can change perceptions throughout the entire Tower of Mages. It would be easy to deceive someone like Awan with just Lardan's phantom magic and the host in action. Ronan simply wishes to understand why Bajura, who always avoided being seen, is now showing itself openly. As he reflects on this, he suddenly perceives something strange. He's surprised to feel the mana of Nebula Clasier. He checks again that it's not coming from Awan or the air. The mana isn't coming from anywhere nearby, but it's powerful enough to fill the entire space. Not even Briga has starlight mana this intense. Ronan is completely confused, unable to understand what's happening. What he doesn't realize is that the mana belongs to the diabolical being already on the scene. Elizabeth is standing in front of Bajura, thinking about the name she heard. She knows it's linked to a book, so forbidden, with information so dangerous that even the Akalujas need the Patriarch's approval to study it. She wonders why it's here, but more than that, she's bewildered. She recognizes its face. It looks different, but she's sure it's the Master. Lardan. Bajura catches her, staring, and realizes she's figured out whose body it is. Since she kept him entertained, he decides to reward her by confirming her suspicion. The body belongs to Lardan, the Master of the Dawn Tower of Mages and an outstanding elder, close to being the best of humanity. But he tried to take Bajura's power without knowing his place and ended up losing everything. Bajura smiles mischievously and says it was fun playing with him, just like with Akalusia, with her face squished like a cartoon character. Elizabeth mutters that she never thought she'd hear about manners from an old forbidden book. She rolls her eyes and says that everything he's saying is total nonsense, but she manages to stay calm. If this is the Bajura she knows, not even the entire Mage Tower could stop him, but something feels off. If he's so strong, why is he hiding? The more she thinks about it, the clearer it becomes. A smile appears on her face. She scoffs, saying it's sad that someone so powerful is hiding behind a 10-year-old girl and making her do all the dirty work. If he really had all his power, he wouldn't need to be so cunning. It's clear he's still too weak to show himself without falling apart. Bajura laughs, saying she's only half right. Just then, a dark, heavy vibe hits Elizabeth, making it hard for her to breathe. Just as she thought, he still needs more time. Bajura explains that the old man's mind is still resisting, and merging their bodies has been a real challenge. Every time he tries, Lardan fights back from within. Bajura shrugs, calling him useless, but claims it won't matter soon. A much better vessel than Lardan has just appeared, walking right up to him on his own. Elizabeth frowns and asks what he means. Bajura just mentions Ronin. Her eyes widen in surprise as Bajura calmly states that Ronin is his true beginning and his final form. Bajura lifts Elizabeth's chin with his finger, but she doesn't flinch. Instead, she demands to know what he means by calling our boy both his beginning and his end. Bajura says that Lardan's mind is strong and exhausting to suppress, but that it will eventually fade. What really bothers him is being trapped in this old, weak body. He then explains how things changed one day while he was playing around and trying to erase Lardan's mind out of boredom. He shot a flare at a plane, and by sheer luck, he discovered our hero, a massive source of untapped potential that made Lardan look ancient in comparison. At first, Bajura couldn't believe his eyes. He hadn't seen someone like Ronin in years, but after a few days of watching him, he was convinced this boy could be his next vessel. The family feud doesn't matter to him. It's just a step towards something bigger. Looking at Elizabeth, he feels something else. Another potential vessel, worth keeping her around. With a smug smile, he tells her she's too valuable to kill just for fun. Suddenly, rotting hands burst from the ground and crawled over her, grabbing her tightly. With a malicious smile, he offers her an oath of loyalty. Serve him or die by the sword of Shown, and watch the empire burn to the ground. He tells her to choose. Elizabeth trembles, her teeth clenched so hard that blood stains her lips, but she answers mockingly, saying it's boring that he thinks she would even hesitate. With cold fury, she spits at him and tells him to stop talking and just kill her. If she were afraid of death, she wouldn't be worthy of the name Akalushia. Bajura sighs, calling her a boring bitch. He tells her to do as she pleases, sure that nothing will go her way. Bajura rolls his eyes, calling Elizabeth a disappointment. At his signal, Shown raises her sword, ready to strike. Suddenly, the air around them begins to crack, and the distortion spreads to the sword until it shatters completely. Just as you'd expect, our hero bursts into the distorted dimension, slashing his way through with his weapon. Without a second thought, he grabs Shown's wrist mid-swing and stops her. Elizabeth just stares at him, completely stunned. Ronin watches her for a moment, before turning his attention to Shown, the strange yet familiar girl, and calmly says they both owe him one now. Even Bajura is momentarily speechless, trying to process what just happened. But our hero doesn't wait around. He goes on the offensive, unleashing a flurry of slashes that cut through. Bajura is confused for him. His body crumbles and disappears, leaving only his head behind. His face is frozen in disbelief. He doesn't understand how Ronin saw through Lardan's powerful illusions so easily, without any clues to help him. Meanwhile, our friend is there with Sion over his shoulder, watching Bajura. But Bajura just smiles. Our hero has surpassed even his highest expectations. It's confirmation of what he thought. Ronin will make a perfect vessel. Shortly after, the illusion disappears. Owen watches in amazement, realizing the entire training site was hidden under spells that blocked every sense. He now understands that Ronin was right from the start. He checks the remaining mana and sees that it belongs to the Tower Master, Lardan. Then he drops the bombshell. Bajura's seal has been broken. Elizabeth, on the ground, lets out a shaky breath and starts to laugh. She mutters how ridiculous she must look, but can't stop. Even though it was only phantom pain, her mind treated it like a season finale. Still laughing, she shoots our hero a death glare and tells him not to say anything to Adishan. Ronin grins mischievously and teases her for being so stubborn. He then looks at the girl beside him and asks if she's really Schleiffen's younger sister. Elizabeth nods and introduces her as Shown Gracia, the third daughter of the Shown family. She mentions that Shown was sent away to study magic and admits she never thought their grand reunion would involve a dagger to the face. Elizabeth says she won't make a scene, since it's clear Shown was just a puppet for Bajura. Our hero shakes his head and comments that the Akalushas really are different. Then he laughs and calls Elizabeth incredible. She gives him a look and says only Adishan is allowed to say that. A moment later, she faints. Ronin sees how exhausted she is, but at least she's alive, which is enough for now. He sees a pile of blackened lumps that look like burnt charcoal, and his heart sinks. These must be the people who went missing from the Order's attack. Even though they're no longer under Bajura's control, their bodies still show signs of the Order's magic. Suddenly, he understands. The missing people were spies inside the Order. He remembers that only those who helped Air in the library disappeared. It all makes sense. The attack wasn't random chaos. The real target was the forbidden book section. It was all a distraction to keep everyone, even Air and EON, focused elsewhere. As everything falls silent, Elizabeth breaks it, gasping. She warns Ronan to run, since he's Bajura's main target. Our hero is confused and asks what she means. She insists there's no time, but he needs to understand. Bajura's real body was never there. Everything they faced was an illusion. Even Elizabeth was overwhelmed by just a shadow of him. Bajura is more powerful than anything she's ever handled. If he catches Ronan, and the Tower of Dawn Mages is completed, he'll be lost. She begs him to escape while he still can. Suddenly, they hear Bajura's voice cutting through the air. Our hero freezes, panic flooding his senses. The training ground warps, becoming dark and twisted. He calls out to Elizabeth, but she doesn't move. He looks over at Erend, the Tower Master, and are frozen too, gripped by panic. My boy screams for answers. Bajura calmly replies that everyone in the Mage Tower, mind and body, is now under his control. Everyone except Ronan. He says the wait is over, and the boy he's been waiting for has finally appeared, the one destined to be his ideal vessel. Outside the tower, dark magic swirls chaotically, with a smile. A chilling one, he tells Ronan to come alone. Our hero is absolutely furious, his eyes practically burning with rage. He curses Bajura and screams, "What did you do?" Tired of the games, he demands that Bajura show himself. But Bajura seems to be enjoying it. He laughs at Ronan's audacity, especially after having seen his power. Even now, our hero dares to raise his voice. Bajura observes, commenting that the tower is too ugly for such a crucial meeting. He decides to take them to a better place, saying this location is unworthy of their confrontation. Suddenly, our boy sees a woman approaching through the flickering light. He squints and notices she's the last person who disappeared. She tells him to follow her, and she'll lead him to her master. Ronan scoffs quietly, muttering to himself, wondering if they really expect him to walk into that den. But after looking at Elizabeth and the others, he knows he has no other choice. Either way, he's going to face Bajura, whether he was summoned or not. He draws his sword and signals for the woman to lead the way. She takes him to a place that glows with the same eerie black light. Ronan looks at it and asks, "Is this it?" They stop in front of a huge door, and as he asks if this is where those damn scraps of paper are kept, she slowly pushes the door open, letting the darkness envelop them both. A scream shatters the silence. Ronan's eyes widen as he sees Lardan on the floor, writhing and begging to be saved from Bajura, gasping with regret. Lardan admits he was a fool, just a powerless human who tried to take divine strength for himself. His cries for mercy intensify, but Ronan feels no compassion. His anger grows. He unleashes his aura. He grips his sword and swings without hesitation. The illusion vanishes the instant his sword makes contact. Ronan, gritting his teeth, tells Bajura to stop playing these twisted games and demands the papers appear. Bajura responds with a mocking smile, feigning surprised that Ronan didn't like the act. Then he says he'll play along. An intense light fills the room, making our boy shield his eyes. When the light fades, Bajura appears on a throne, smiling widely. He greets our hero with calm satisfaction, calling him his beautiful vessel. He says it's incredible to finally meet him, and that he's eager to make full use of him. But first, he mentions they need to take care of the annoying distraction. He casually gives an order to the woman who guided Ronan. "Kill yourself." She obeys. Her neck twists with a sickening crack. Her last words echo in the chamber. "Glory." Bajura. She collapses to the floor in a pool of blood. Bro looks at her body and growls. What kind of twisted stuff is this? He's confused because he thought she was with Bajura. Bajura laughs and says that she, like the last one who had her body, was just another insect. She desired power, but didn't know her place. He remembers what they all said when they arrived. They wanted to contribute to the cause and be saved, claiming it was the only way for him to live. In his eyes, they were worthless, but he gave them a chance anyway. He let them serve him for a while. Then he turns to our friend and asks if that clears things up based on how he's talking. Bajura. Our guy notices he's not with the order. Still, something doesn't add up. The energy of Nebula envelopes him, and that constant vibe makes Ronan hesitate. He takes a deep breath and stays silent. Before making his move, he says he's had enough of the self-praise. It's time to end this. Bajura laughs out loud. The fire in Ronan's eyes excites him. It's exactly what he wants from his vassal. But he wonders if Ronan Even realizes how scared he should be, or how big the gap between them is. Bajura could eliminate him with a finger. Our guy says nothing. Instead, he moves forward and attacks. He insists that if he really cared about the power difference, he would have already retreated. Bajura just sits there calm and smiling, watching him. You're interesting, he says. Then, without warning, a blinding flash erupts as Ronin's sword strikes through the throne. The sound shakes the room, and for a moment, our hero thinks he might have hit him, but suddenly, everything distorts. The frame stretches, and Bajura reappears, relaxed on a new throne just a couple of steps away. He tells Ronin that his arrogance needs to be checked. Suddenly, the floor opens up, revealing a huge hole beneath our hero. Bajura smirks, saying Ronin can struggle all he wants, but he'll soon see how useless it is. There's no way to close the gap between them. Our hero tries to back away, but before he can move, a green glow erupts from his front pocket. It's the Desirani ring. It's responding. The ring's energy flows into our hero's sword, surprising him as the glow envelopes the blade. But Bajura's attack doesn't stop as the large mouth lunges forward, ready to devour him. The monster snaps its jaws shut, and a green light suddenly shines from within. Our hero grits his teeth, enraged that such a disgusting creature would dare get so close. With a fierce look, he growls, "You want to die?" He attacks the beast without hesitation, striking it again and again until it dissolves, revealing Bajura sitting calmly on his throne. Bajura drums his fingers, and our guy is quick to notice. On cue, the mouth reappears and lunges at him without wasting a moment. Our guy braces himself as it charges toward him. He unleashes a fierce attack, slicing the creature and splitting it in two. Bajura watches with interest, clearly impressed, as our hero tears the monster apart. He laughs and says Ronin did well. It was rough and wild, but not bad. But Bajura isn't finished yet. From the monster's remains, arms surge out, grabbing onto our hero. More creatures emerge, piling on top of him. Bajura smiles maliciously, eager to see how Ronin will handle the chaos. The monsters hold our hero tight, crushing him under their weight. He curses as more pounce on him. Before he knows it, he's buried under hundreds of them. Bajura slowly raises his hand, and Ronin perceives the movement just before Bajura closes his fist. In an instant, the horde compresses into a massive sphere, trapping my boy like a fish in a bowl. Bajura watches silently, waiting. Suddenly, a green light erupts from the sphere. The monsters inside are destroyed one by one. My boy keeps swinging until everything around him collapses. Bajura looks amused and tells our hero that someone like him should be able to handle that much. He raises a bow, knocks an arrow, and fires it toward Ronin. The arrow hits its mark and cracks spread from the point of impact, before it explodes in a blinding flash of light. Our hero braces for the impact. Bajura smiles and says that it's good. Very good, in fact. Bajura is already roaring with laughter and tells Ronin to step it up. He wants to see what the boy is really capable of without holding back. Suddenly, a massive firebird appears out of nowhere. Bajura looks bewildered. It's the signature spell of the vice. Tower Master, the Firebird. He's surprised that a kid can pull off such a powerful trick. However, he remembers that the old man behind the magic is a consummate expert in fire spells. To him, a trick like that means nothing. With just a snap of his fingers, the Firebird vanishes. Bajura shrugs and says it's a shame. He thought that was Ronin's trump card, but crumbled so easily. Still, he can't ignore the boy's sharp instincts. As the flames fade, he notices that Ronin is gone. Then, he understands that the Firebird wasn't an attack. It was just a trick to hide Ronin by flooding the area with mana, a perfect distraction. Our hero vanishes from sight and, in an instant, appears right behind Bajura as he swings his sword at his neck. He says in a calm, firm voice, "Die." Suddenly, blood spurts from the wound. Our hero looks back at Bajura to make sure his heavy blow landed. Blood gushes from Bajura's neck, staining the ground. Despite the grievous wound, he's still standing and manages to get a few words out. He mutters that even when he let his guard down, our hero managed to land a hit. The gash worsens, tearing the flesh further. Ronin watches intently, ready for whatever comes next. Bajura lets out a low chuckle, clearly amused. Portals open up around him, and enormous, worm-like creatures with mouths full of teeth begin to slither out. He tells our boy to give it his all and show him what he's made of. The creatures lunge at him, and Bro gets ready. He dodges as best he can, taking down as many as he can reach. He thinks he struck Bajura's core, but it seems useless. The wound isn't that deep. He thinks about using the forbidden book that controls the Tower Master, Lardan, but the idea unsettles him. Growling, he tightens his grip, and tears the monsters apart like a wild animal. My boy knows he can't face Bajura directly, especially since the scrolls Adin gave him are useless now. Lardan is as strong as Instructor Navarro. The only reason this fight is still going is because Bajura wants the body intact for his plans. Otherwise, it would have been over by now. As Bajura gathers energy in his hand, it transforms into a huge, sharp weapon. With a swift motion, he hurls it towards Ronin at an incredible speed. Our boy grips his sword tightly, but doesn't move. Bajura is surprised, but Ronin just waits for the hit. The weapon nearly grazes his neck before vanishing. Ronin watches it dissolve, calmly thinking about his last option while Bajura yells at him angrily, asking if he realizes the disaster his recklessness almost caused. Bajura needed that body for his grand plans, and it was almost destroyed. Ronin glares at him furiously and calls him shameless. Anyone would think the body already belongs to Bajura, but our hero, deep down, Bajura doesn't actually want Ronin to die. He raises his weapon and presses it against his own wrist. If he's going to lose his body, he'd rather do it on his own terms. He plunges the blade into his wrist, and blood flows. The room falls silent, and Bajura scoffs, asking if Ronin really thinks he's trying to die, accusing him of faking it in a weak attempt to get the upper hand. He says our hero is mistaking a moment of mercy for a chance to make a full comeback. Bajura knows that any wound Ronin inflicts on himself can be healed. Our hero cuts him off, irritated by his endless chatter. Bajura isn't convincing him. When Bajura suddenly cancels his spell, as if afraid something might go wrong, Ronin realizes there are strict limits he's trying to follow. He's sure of one thing. Bajura can't take over a damaged body, and that gives him the advantage. He hesitates for a moment, somewhat bewildered, and then tells Ronin that everyone in the Mage Tower is practically defenseless against his magic. He claims he could wipe them all out in an instant, if he wanted to. If Ronin doesn't want to see his friends as corpses, he should stop making empty threats. But the guy just laughs. He finds Bajura more entertaining than he thought. Bajura seems confused by his reaction. My friend calls him nothing but scraps of paper, and wonders just how big of a fool Bajura thinks he is. Does he really think this is the first time Ronin has faced someone like him? From that haughty look to the way he talks, our hero knows he's already made up his mind. Whether he hands over his body or not, Bajura doesn't plan on letting him live. A confused Bajura stammers, "What?" Ronin throws down the gauntlet, and our hero tells him to give it a shot, making sure there's no room for doubt. Then, without missing a beat, he slices his wrist, letting the blood flow. He declares that even if it costs him his life, he'll take Bajura down with him. Our hero stands his ground, totally convinced this plan will work. He dares Bajura to watch and see if he's just bluffing, because no matter what happens, my boy promises to leave him with a memory he won't forget. Bajura watches him surprised. To him, my boy just seems like a talented youth, but he never expected to see such defiance in his eyes. Our boy breaks the silence, asking if Bajura still doesn't believe him. He takes the sharp shard and makes sure Bajura sees what he's doing. Without hesitation, he plunges it into his own neck, sending blood splattering everywhere. Bajura is frozen. He grabs Ronin's arm to stop him, but Bro just smiles at him. Bajura demands to know what Ronin is trying to achieve with his threat. He insists that Ronin explain himself now. The smile on our hero's face widens. The real conversation is finally beginning. He calls Bajura scraps of paper again and suggests a deadly wager. They look at each other, and our hero tells him to enjoy the game. Bajura asks if Ronin is willing to bet, and our boy says yes. He says he has studied curses thoroughly and found one called the Oath Curse. It's a strong spell that forces anyone who enters the ritual duel to see it through to the end. The terrifying part is that once you're bound to it, there's no turning back, even if it costs you your life. Our hero is totally on board with this plan, egging on Bajura and saying that a guy like him should be able to handle a curse like that without breaking a sweat. Bajura isn't afraid of overpowering Ronin, but he doubts if he can keep him under control. He feels that Ronin would rather die than give up. Plus, there's a weird vibe coming from Ronin that he can't quite put his finger on, something that seems to make him stronger. It's not a direct threat, but Bajura can't take any chances with unknown elements at play. Our hero feels he's found something unique that he hasn't seen in a long time, and he knows this opportunity might not come again. Our hero can't help but taunt him. He wonders why such an important forbidden book is hesitating over a bet with a kid, questioning Bajura's confidence. Bajura accepts the challenge, but insists on setting the conditions. He unleashes an unsettling force and warns Ronin that his leniency ends here. Ronin realizes Bajura has lost his cool and knows one mistake could be dangerous. But getting Bajura into this duel feels pretty good. No matter what happens, Ronin believes the outcome won't change. Then, a creaking sound is heard, and a large golden hand appears, dragging a chain attached to a golden bowl. Bajura asks Ronin if he's ready, and a golden scale appears. He tells our hero to start the oath curse now. This oath binds them to the deal until the showdown is over. If Ronin loses, he has to let Bajura take control of his body. If Bajura loses, he'll be sealed away forever after releasing the hostages. Bajura makes it clear that the terms of the oath are exactly as our hero sees them. The showdown will depend on our hero staying strong while dealing with an illusion spell Bajura will cast. He asks Ronin if he agrees. My boy thinks it's a dumb question and tells him to hurry up because they're wasting time. Bajura finishes it, and a blue mist rises on one side of the scale while a red mist appears on the other. The oath is sealed. Bajura tells Ronin to enjoy his dream because it will be his last memory. My boy replies sarcastically, calling Bajura a freak and suggesting he get some fresh air, warning him that when this bet is over, he'll regret ever meeting him. Suddenly, a bright light and a whirlwind transform the place into a sunny day. A guy says confidently that they'll catch one and enjoy it. He goes on about how valuable creatures like dream birds and sea fairies are. Another one laughs, pointing out he didn't even catch a bear. The first guy snaps back, sick of smart asses acting tough after having wasted their lives in some small town. The second guy gets annoyed, and then our boy steps in, telling them to shut up and asking if they really think this is a joke. A guy wakes up, wondering how he slept so soundly. They call him Captain Ronin, vice captain of the punitive squad, and Corporal Ronin, but he ignores them, telling them to check their gear since this is just a stupid dream. A red-haired soldier named Ballas complains about how endless it all seems, as the punitive troops are dropping like flies before they get relieved. He jokes about running away in the next fight and getting rich by poaching. Our hero quickly cuts him off, warning him that he'll cut off his limbs if he mentions it again. Ballas stands his ground, though our boy, he insists they quiet down, reminding everyone that the general promised them freedom in a few months. He's focused on enduring for a better future, not becoming criminals. Martin places a hand on our boy's shoulder, assuring him they won't die as long as they stick together. Ronin replies that it's every man for himself. He yells that his life comes first, and if things go south, he won't hesitate to leave them behind. He tells them to just focus on surviving. Our hero stays silent to keep morale from dropping, but he knows how risky the mission is. The general promised pardons if they succeed. Our hero wants to return to Nimbuten, where his sister is waiting for him. Suddenly, a magic circle appears in the sky, and a brilliant light descends, destroying everything around it. The troops panic, looking to Ronin for orders. Our hero is frozen, shocked by the overwhelming sense of danger. A shadowy figure appears, speaking with an authoritative tone, saying they must accept the fate imposed upon them. This celestial being is the dreaded Ajayut. Ajayut gets everyone's attention. The people start to panic and ask, "What's happening?" A man points to the sky. Suddenly, magic circles emerge, firing lasers. It looks like the entire sky is erupting with astonishing power. Everyone panics. The light intensifies, and debris rains down loudly. People are thrown around like insects. Most don't react in time. Screams are everywhere, as explosions rip through them. Blood, chaos, and people crying for help. Ronin is also frozen, not knowing what's happening. Trumpets sound from priest-like figures, and upon hearing them, Ronin's crew becomes enraged. Even though there's a monster ahead, they're told to keep going. They can't believe it and scream that everyone is insane. Our hero lunges forward, blocking a spell as lasers and debris rain down. His comrades are stunned by his bold move. He yells at them, calling them idiots and telling them to focus. This is no time to be frozen and complaining. If they want to get out alive, they need to either fight or move fast, but they have to keep moving forward. Then, his comrade sees a laser, aimed right at his team, and a massive explosion hits their position. Blood splatters across Ronin's face. He's frozen, watching as the lasers keep coming. Someone runs and pulls Ronin to save him. They fall to the ground. The man tells Ronin to move. Now, but he's still frozen. The man says they can't fight this. They have to hold out until help arrives. Our hero looks around. The bodies are pierced by golden spikes. His heart breaks. He lets out a gut-wrenching scream. Everyone he cared about is gone. The attacks continue from above. In the real world, Bajura's illusion delves into Ronin's memories, dredging up every painful moment. It's like a trap, catching him in his own mind. He's shattered, feeling crushed and torn apart, until he just wants it to end. But this endless suffering is something he must endure to move forward. Bajura believes no one can withstand eternity. He doesn't understand what Ronin was thinking when he made that bet. The moment Ronin gave himself the power to set the rules, Bajura thought he had already won. Now he feels curious to see just how far Ronin's desperation goes. In Ronin's mind, he's standing over a friend's body, filled with grief. That friend has just passed away. As he rides away on horseback, he looks back and sees another friend turn to ash. Then he sees another body. The guy looks shocked. Our hero's thoughts fall into a dark place, believing everyone around him is gone. Breathing is a struggle. He can't even count how many have died just to protect him. It feels like too many to count. He wonders if this is it, if everything has come to an end. But deep down, he doubts this nightmare has any end in sight. He has no real answers, just an urgent need for peace, even for a moment. With Bajura close, Ronin murmurs, just end this. He drops to his knees, begging for all to stop. He promises to give his body to Bajura if it means waking up from this nightmare. Bajura watches him in silence for a moment, then smiles smugly, knowing he's won. The book rises from the Tower Master's body, and Bajura is thrilled that it's finally happening. He says, Ronin, you're mine. A purple mist envelopes our hero, and he stands perfectly still until a faint smile appears. Bajura. He enters Ronin's body, feeling energized by the immense power flowing through him. Our hero's body is exceptional. Before his consciousness fades completely, Bajura offers one last gift. Grabbing our hero's sword, he accesses its true power and unleashes a massive wave of purple light. It shoots toward the upper wall, so powerful that the ground cracks where it hits, and when it collides with the wall, it explodes with a thunderous boom. Bajura says that Ronin's power is now fully awakened thanks to his blessing. He's thrilled by the attack, and wonders if Ronin feels the same adrenaline rush. To start, he decides to get rid of a nuisance. The Tower Master, Lardan, who had previously wasted his time acting tough. Lardan is still conscious, writhing in pain, and every cough brings a groan. Bajura laughs, seeing the old man is still moving, and admits Lardan deserves his title. He wonders what's keeping him on his feet, whether it's his duty as the master of the Dawn Tower or the guilt over how things ended. Lardan struggles to answer, but Bajura has no intention of waiting. He has no regard for Lardan's feelings and plans to destroy him slowly, drowning him in misery forever. Raising the sword, he gets ready to strike, but nothing happens. Lardan is motionless, and Bajura is frozen in place. The blade hangs inches from his head, and his hand trembles, unable to move. Everything becomes blurry around him, and before he knows it, the sword slips from his grasp. He falls to his knees, screaming in frustration, completely lost as to what's happening. Suddenly, black vines with eyes creep toward him and wrap around his body. Bajura is stunned, not understanding how someone like him can contain such dark and overwhelming energy. Meanwhile, our hero stands firm with a confident smile, making it clear he's no ordinary fighter. He tells Bajura that a sick professor nearly died just from touching the curse, while Bajura faced it head-on and even tried to attack it. Our hero admits he can't overlook Bajura's power, but that realization horrifies Bajura because the mind of our hero, Ronin, remains unharmed. He says the illusion Bajura created was too detailed, and because of that, he remembers every horrible part of that day. He admits that if a few things had gone wrong, either because of Bajura's plan or just bad luck, his mind would have been shattered if it weren't for the ring from Sorrento at that moment. The ring suddenly glowed, surprising Ronin. He was confused and didn't know what was happening, but now he understands. It only reveals its true form when it reacts to a specific type of mana. He explains all this to her, making him realize that Sorrento must have given him the ring on purpose, knowing Ronin was cursed. The ring is filled with anti-demonic energy and shines with a pure light. Air returns the ring to Ronin and tells him to keep it safe. She mentions that if he ever hits rock bottom, the ring will come back to him. And that's exactly what happens during Bajura's illusion. As Ronin sinks into despair, the ring lights up again, piercing through the nightmare to reveal Sorrento, who pulls him out of there. Air knows that ring is going to be a great help to Ronin in the future. With a guiding hand of luck, Ronin looks up and quietly says he owes him one and thanks him. Now back in the present, Ronin gets up and grips the ring tightly. He admits he didn't think the curse would be useful, but that gamble he took paid off. Meanwhile, Bajura can't process what's happening. He's stunned that such a power exists, but Ronin isn't surprised, since he's heard it too many times. He reminds Bajura of his words, letting him know he'll regret trying to take his body. The curse begins to take over Bajura, and he screams in denial as it envelopes him. He still can't bring himself to believe it. He struggles, shouting that he is the forbidden book of destruction, that he is destruction itself, destined to rule the world. He refuses to accept that he'll just disappear. But then, Ronin swings his weapon and cuts off Bajura's arm. Blood sprays out and the arm falls to the ground. Ronin tells him to stop being so clingy and to quit whining. Looking at the writhing remains, he scoffs and tells the damn curse that if it's done playing its game, it can get lost already. The dark energy of the tower disintegrates and falls. Elizabeth, Air, and Eowyn regain consciousness. The dust settles, slowly, revealing our boy on the ground. Letting out a tired sigh, he mutters about how he almost lost it. My man wonders why he always has to deal with that damn book, and if it's finally over. The dark energy is gone, but he notices that the star's mana is still there. Now he wonders if that has something to do with those guys. Suddenly, a voice cuts in, surprised that our boy defeated Bajura alone. It's the Tower Master, Lardan, and our friend makes sure he's okay. Lardan apologizes, embarrassed for putting our hero in danger, even though they've just met. He sees how strong and determined my man is, especially against Bajura. He's seen Bro's resolve even when he was about to pass out. It's something he's never seen before. Our hero smiles tiredly and admits it's been a tough road. Then he asks Lardan if he's okay after losing his mana. Lardan calmly replies that compared to how close Bajura came to ending the dawn and endangering innocent lives, losing his mana doesn't seem like a big deal. He adds that at least he was able to set things right, and that's something to be grateful for. Bro laughs and says that Tower Masters are really something special with their incredible will to keep going. Just then, Air and Eowyn come running and ask if they're okay. Ronin tells them they fought not just for them, but to protect what matters most to them. As Eowyn and Air rush over, Ronin's eyelids feel heavy. He whispers that he can finally rest and collapses to the ground. It's been a very long day, but at least they prevented another disaster. The next day, Ronin wakes up in bed with the Tower Master, Lardan, and Ewan by side. He asks how long he's been unconscious, feeling like he's been lying there forever. Lardan tells him he slept for a whole day, but seeing him so peaceful, they decided not to wake him. Ewan observes and mentions that his presence indicates everything is under control now. Ewan confirms this, saying it's all thanks to Ronin for defeating Bajura. The magic that was affecting people seems to have disappeared along with Bajura. They've been monitoring everything, and luckily, no one seems to have any weird side effects or anything similar. Meanwhile, Elizabeth finished her treatment and threw herself into helping repair the damaged mage tower. Although everyone asks her to take it easy, she refuses. She insists that as a priestess of Akalukas, she must guide the people through the chaos. Curiously, Sin has just woken up, but has been acting a bit strange ever since. He's been following Elizabeth around like a shadow. My friend is curious about how the two families are getting along despite some tensions. Knowing they're handling the situation is a relief to him, as it means he can return without any worries. Then, he half-jokingly mentions they're planning a cheesy farewell party. The Tower Master Lardan and Ewan are surprised and quickly say it's not true, but they secretly save their farewell plans for later. Lardan says they can't send their savior off with nothing. Although their gift doesn't compare to what Ronin did, he hopes Ronin will accept it as a token of their gratitude. Opening the box reveals the first rank insignia of the Mage Tower, showing that Ronin is now a Mage of Dawn. With this, he has full access to all the Mage Tower's facilities and privileges that only high-ranking mages enjoy. That includes entry to their Imen and the exclusive trade exchange for mages, along with the previous scrolls. They've also written down some useful spells and hope they'll be helpful in the future. These gifts declare that the Tower of Dawn mages will always be allied with Ronin. They bow their heads respectfully, thanking him again for bringing the light of dawn to their tower. Overwhelmed, Ronin tries to stop them, saying he understands and they don't need to bow. He insists it's fine, but before he can finish, Ewan steps forward. He conjures fire and creates a barrier, impressing Ronin. They say it's time to talk about the forbidden book. Time passes, and Air is standing silently by the ocean. Looking quite downcast, Ronin appears, and her face lights up when she sees him. She asks how he is, and why he's already out when he should be resting. Ronin plays it down, saying Bajura took such good care of him that he wasn't really hurt, but he needs to return to Philion soon, and he has something on his mind before he leaves. He struggles to talk about Sarani, but Air unexpectedly tells him he doesn't have to explain anything. He asks if she already knows what happened to Sarani, and her face saddens. Earlier, when Ronin met with Sarani, he suddenly appeared. Mysteriously, the old elf apologized for leaving so quickly. He thanked her for keeping him in her heart. As a fond memory, Air was surprised by his sudden appearance. Still, before vanishing, Sarani wished her peaceful days, and called her his dear friend. Remembering this, Air realizes that Sarani was definitely a bit strange, but he had a warmth to him. Her voice trembles as she talks about him, admitting he was odd, but also caring in his own unique way. Tears stream down her face as she remembers him. With that chat finished, it's time for Ronin to head back to the academy. In the training area, Ronin is trying to concentrate while holding his sword. The wind swirls around him, but everything seems normal. He thinks about the mana flowing inside him and the chi emanating from his blade. But then he sees this strange, glowing thing and simply can't understand it, no matter how hard he looks. He recognizes it as the star mana that those annoying cultists use. He can't help but curse Bajura under his breath. Inside him is a solid circle of mana, and he wonders what Bajura has done to him. A few days ago it was sunny under the flame barrier created by Awin. Ronin asked the Tower Master and Awin if they were really serious about giving him the forbidden book, Bajura. The Tower Master admits he's curious, but wonders if it's a good idea, worried that something might go wrong if Ronin takes it. Awin tells him not to worry. He explains that they've confirmed the demon in the book has completely disappeared, meaning it's now just a treasure trove of knowledge. If anyone found out, the magic tower could face criticism. Still, they decided to give it to Ronin, since he seems to carry part of Bajura's energy. Our friend is confused, and Lardan says they believe our friend's body absorbed Bajura, not the other way around. He assures him that if it weren't true, they would have felt negative energy from a book. Lardan insists that our hero shouldn't see it as a bad thing, as this was just their solution to the Bajura problem. In the present, Ronin mutters and grumbles to himself, but he can see what's coming. Thinking of Joppa, he's sure he'll defeat him if they meet again. He's glad no one else can see the star mana, because if someone saw it and misunderstood, they'd get the wrong idea. Suddenly, someone asks our boy about the wrong idea. It's Naviros, appearing behind him and startling him. Startled, our boy attacks on instinct while shouting. Naviros notes that our boy's swordsmanship has improved and asks if he's had some kind of revelation while they were apart. Seeing that it's Naviros who surprised him, our hero backs off and sheathes his sword. He tries to explain that it's not his fault. She just appeared looking intimidating. Naviros gets closer and asks what happened at the Dawn Mage's tower and how he managed to obtain a core. A bit confused, Ronin wonders if what he has inside him is really a core and not something worse like a tumor. Naviros is annoyed that Ronin compared a sacred core to a tumor. She thinks she already explained this in class and asks if he fell asleep, and Ronin quickly apologizes. She sighs and says that a core is obtained after constant training with mana and many battles. It's a blessing for a true swordsman. It's like a heart that has been filled with mana so many times that it now holds it directly. Developing a core is crucial and marks a turning point in someone's life. The mana in the core is dense, thicker than regular mana. This concentrated power allows one to unlock their aura, making core cultivation a key milestone for a swordsman. Having a core indicates they've leveled up and entered a new realm where their abilities change completely. Naviros knows it usually takes decades of practice to get a core, but Ronin has one with only a few months of experience. The strangest part is that it's not in his heart, but in an unknown form, suggesting he might have two cores. Ronin is surprised to learn it's such a big deal. Naviros doesn't ask any more questions, knowing she'll hear more about what happened at the Dawn Mage's tower later. So, she suggests he challenge her to a duel. Ronin is surprised and wonders how they got to this point. Naviros explains that a swordsman needs to test their new powers. Although it's an inconvenience for her, as his instructor, she's willing to deal with it. She thinks Ronin learns best by doing, not just by thinking. Ronin turns a bit pale, commenting that she doesn't seem to care. As Naviros charges, Ronin prepares for combat. She encourages him, and their swords clash, causing a massive impact. Ronin is pushed back and thinks that it seems like she's really trying to defeat him. Naviros charges again, and he raises his sword just in time to block the attack, sending shockwaves into the ground. Ronin realizes that meeting her strength head-on that would be useless, as his body couldn't take it. But if he can throw her off balance for just a moment, then he might have a chance. Remembering how Granius Rat did it, he feels the purple orb of light inside him pulse with energy. Suddenly, his foot glows as if covered in stars, unleashing a burst of power. It wraps around the legs of Naviros with a glowing rope. Ronin's face lights up with excitement, but then confusion takes over. He made a mistake. Naviros is trapped in glowing ropes, while Ronin notices it's Dolan's aura. He's confused about how it happened, as the ropes cover the ground. Naviros points out the technique used to trap an enemy, noting that he's acquired many skills in the mage's tower. She warns him that in battle, moves like that can be a matter of life and death. And if he has nothing else to show her, she's going to get serious. Not against him. With that devilish smile, Ronin panics and yells at her not to take the fight so seriously because he needs to figure out what's happening first. Suddenly, Navarros breaks free from the ropes. Ronin's purple sphere turns black, and he feels dizzy, staggering until he falls. Navarros notices something is wrong and sees him collapse. At the academy, someone comments on how foolish the swordsman can be. Jaredin scoffs at Navarros, telling her that this isn't a battlefield, and that her actions have left Ronin with no mana. He calls her a longsword-wielding scoundrel. Navarros is annoyed and asks if he's taking care of Ronin. Jaredin says that's a silly question, since he's an expert at this. After taking a potion, Jaredin notices a rebound effect from a sudden increase in mana. He assures Navarros that with mana potions and medicine, Ronin will recover quickly. He tells her to go get some medicine, adding that emitting such a strong aura that will only complicate Ronin's recovery. Navarros is annoyed. She says she didn't think Ronin was so weak, asks what medicine he needs, and leaves. Ronin thanks the professor, and explains that he lost all his strength, which really surprised him. Jaredin interrupts. He says that's not the issue at hand, mentioning that every time Ronin shows up, something happens. That normally only occurs once in a lifetime. Jaredin tells Ronin to look at it from his perspective. He points out that the energy he's feeling is something he's never seen before. He asks if it's the power of Vajra, and Ronin is shocked, wondering how he knew. Jaredin says he used to talk with Vaughn, who asked him to look after Ronin so that the power of Vajra wouldn't become dangerous. Ronin wants to ask something, but Jaredin cuts him off, telling him not to worry if he's going to ask whether it's risky. Jaredin observes that the energy from the Forbidden Book is stabilizing in a surprisingly solid way. If you didn't know about Vajra, you might think it was related to the core. He says they still need to dig deeper. But if everything goes well, it could be used as a core that harnesses aura. The news hits Ronin hard, and he jumps to his feet. The aura is something personal that only one person can access at a time. The secret to entering this world lies in the strongest emotion someone has ever felt, whether it's the pain of failure, a burst of inspiration, or deep regret. When that emotion connects with the mana accumulated in someone's core, it unleashes a powerful force. That's what the aura is all about. Ronin thinks it's incredible, something he never thought would happen, but he can't shake that feeling from before. The one he's sure was the aura of Dolan, manifesting again. It seems impossible for someone's unique aura to be copied. So he wonders if Bajira's core could be responsible. Jaredin then tells Ronin they still need to talk to Professor Secret. He casually mentions that Ronin is lucky. Ronin is lost for a moment. Jaredin is referring to Ronin's curse, and says that of the 8 curses he had, 2 are already gone. Ronin is confused by this. Jaredin notices his surprise and explains that he felt Bajira merging with 2 curses. It's rare, since the fusion of curses is almost unheard of. For that to happen, they would need to identify the exact origin. Ronin realizes it has to do with the nebula classifier. There's so many things happening in his body that he can't fully grasp them. Jaredin remains optimistic and says that one day, Ronin will understand everything. Under the bright sky, Ronin walks down the street, holding a book. He mutters to himself about how he thought Bajura was completely insane just from the look in his eyes. But even after his death, Ronin feels Bajura's discomfort, soaking wet. He complains about the cursed book and what it's done to him, but Ronin reminds himself not to overthink it. Despite his doubts, at least 2 annoying curses are gone. That has to count for something. He thinks he shouldn't be picky about getting rid of those idiots from the order. So he decides to relax while investigating. Then, he hears someone crying and calling out to him. It's Assel. Ronin, happy to see him, asks if he came all this way to find him. Since it's been a while, he's curious how Assel found him. He keeps talking as Assel runs towards him. Suddenly, there's an explosion, and Assel looks terrified as he screams for him to save him. Ronin is confused at first, but then he freezes when he sees a massive, mangled lion hybrid, growling and roaring. He just stares, wondering what kind of monster it is as the ground trembles beneath Ronin's feet. He blinks, trying to figure out if he's seeing things. What the hell is going on? He's in the mage tower, so for something like this to appear at the school. As he scans the scene, his eyes land on the manticore. It's clear what the beast wants, and it's way too close to devouring Assel. Manticores are from the northwest. They're brutal monsters that love to devour flesh, built like tanks with muscles of steel and scorpion tails loaded with poison. A paralyzing one. They're even considered more dangerous than wyverns. Our hero isn't too worried about the situation. It's a chance to see if Bajura's core will let him connect with someone else's aura. He focuses on his heart and the core, drawing out mana. From Bajura instead of himself. He's refining his technique for when he fights Navaros. He lost control and passed out from mana overuse last time. This time, he's keeping that in mind. He imagines taking a single step. Everything feels different now. He stands his ground, and a radiant light erupts. Axel feels it too. That light turns into threads that wrap around. Manticore, holding in place. Ronin feels a wave of relief, seeing that it actually works, and his curiosity is satisfied. But suddenly, the Manticore breaks free, and they both go pale with shock. He suggests that it might be possible, but the force feels weaker than expected. Maybe it's not as strong as the original. The Manticore opens its mouth and lunges at him, and he draws his sword. Suddenly, a beam of yellow light shoots out, hitting the Manticore and tearing up the ground. The beast stops dead in its tracks. Ronin and Axel are just standing there, stunned, as the beam extends into the sky, before fading away. Then someone appears, asking if they're okay. Ronin can't believe it's the professor. Baron, our boy took down a Manticore in one hit. Clearly, the instructors are way stronger than him. Shortly after, the place is in ruins, but they've captured the Manticore, and the crowd is buzzing. Vaughn steps forward, gently placing a hand on the creature's side, apologizing for the pain it feels. He knows that if the creature causes more trouble, the Empire won't ignore it. He tells everyone this is the best he can do. A soft golden glow surrounds Vaughn. It's subtle, but clearly powerful. Ronin squints, wondering if that's his aura, since it looks like some next-level body enhancement magic. Anyway, he's impressed that the professor took down such a feared beast so easily. Fun. Seems like a calm guy, but he also has a tough side. The professor backs away from the Manticore, keeping an eye on it as he turns to the boys. Vaughn admits he's not sure what to say. He didn't expect the Manticore to actually escape its fortress. He bows his head, feeling responsible. As the organizer of the Festival of 100 Beasts, Ronin shrugs, assuring him that everything is fine. Ronin asks about the festival. Axel assumes Ronin hasn't heard of it because he just got back. He tells him that Vidian is busy with preparations for the Festival of 100 Beasts, a huge event where the Empire shows off its rarest monsters. People come from all over, hoping to see creatures they'd otherwise never get to see. Our hero remembers seeing it on the show, and thinks it would be fun to see since it seems unique. Ronin asks the professor what he plans to do about the incident and wonders if it might lead to a cancellation. The professor says that the center has high expectations, and something like this won't stop the event. Besides, it's the first time they're revealing it. The next day, at the nest, Ronin meets up with Axel and Maria. He tells them not to worry about the Festival of 100 Beasts, but admits there's one thing he still doesn't get. Is it that special? Everyone's talking about it, and he's curious about the hype. He thinks it'll be fun, but doesn't expect it to be that big of a deal. Maria thinks that this year's Festival of 100 Beasts is going to be totally different. A pair of doppelgangers are going to appear, an alpha and an omega. These doppelgangers are rare, since they imitate someone. After seeing them and reading their mind, the alpha takes the form of someone the target loves, while the omega becomes someone they hate or fear. Maria comments that people would pay a lot just to see that, but since doppelgangers aren't seen much, most people never see them. Seeing a pair for free is enough to get everyone excited for the event. She asks Ronin if he wants to see it too, now that he knows what it's all about. Ronin imagines the alpha as Irule and the omega as Ajayut, which makes him a little uncomfortable. Still, he finds it pretty interesting. He mentions that all sorts of people will be coming to the academy, and when that happens, he's sure Professor Baron will be overwhelmed because unwanted guests always show up. Meanwhile, some guys in robes are talking in low voices. One says the higher-ups sent orders. He gives a paper to another and tells him to memorize it and take care of it. Our guy nods and says they won't mess it up. It's all for the honor of Calvado. Later, Ronin gathers everyone to talk about the Festival of 100 Beasts. He changes the subject to address the real reason for the meeting. He tells them he has a special gift. He gives a book to Axel and mentions that's a valuable item from the Dawn Mage Tower. Our hero knows that reading this won't be a walk in the park for Axel. From what he's heard, every page is filled with magic seals or something like that. He figures it'll take her a day to decipher a single page. He tells her to take it easy. Axel is very surprised. She can't believe something like this could even exist. Ronin asks if she can decipher it. Axel replies that each page looks like a complicated maze, but she can make out some parts of the text. With growing excitement, she says that if she's patient, she'll eventually manage to understand it all. But honestly, truly comprehending it is another story. The content is so advanced and complex that it's basically groundbreaking. She compliments Ronin, calling him incredible, and asks how he got such a crazy magic book. Ronin, remembering how difficult it was, simply says it's better if she doesn't know. Then he turns to Maria and suggests she talk to Professor Baron when she gets a chance. He mentions that there's an exciting opportunity where she could hit the jackpot. Ronan says the professor has figured out how to cultivate Serani herbs perfectly and is preparing to make potions with them that will be sent all over the empire. He suggests that Carabiel Trading, which is Maria's, handle the distribution. Ronan believes Maria knows how effective those herbs are, and with her business skills, she'll get rich soon. Maria's eyes sparkle with excitement at the news. Ronan stands up and says he wants to see how much they've improved. It's been a while, and he admits he has some expectations. Maria smiles and says she's ready for it. It has a lot to show him. Ronan encourages her to keep that energy. He tells her to grab her weapon and follow him because they're going to have a duel. Axel gets up, but Ronan tells her to focus on studying the magic book. He believes that will make Axel stronger and more effective than training right now. They say their goodbyes, and Axel watches them leave. Their chat is light and cheerful, especially with Maria's bright smile. A flash of sadness crosses Axel's face. For a moment, she feels like he's drifting away from her. 2 weeks later, in the Galalian building, two people are in the center of the arena. Adishan announces that this is her 14th chance. She asks if they're ready. Brown takes his stance, and his opponent is none other than our hero. Adishan begins the countdown at 3. Brown draws his sword as she gets to 2. He emits intense mana vibrations as she reaches 1. She blows the whistle. As soon as the signal sounds, Brown rushes forward, his sword glowing with energy. Ronan just stands there, even though Brown is inches away. As the sword gets closer, he feels something move inside him. Brown stops suddenly. His sword doesn't touch Ronan. It's as if invisible strings stopped him and his weapon. Brown says he can't move and calls it an amazing skill. Ronan sighs in relief and thanks him for the attempt. Adishan high-fives him, saying his mana output is perfect, as are his speed and balance. She's impressed that he reached that level in just 2 weeks. Ronan nods, saying it's thanks to her help. They analyze his skills and point out what's missing. They also teach him how to solve those problems. He mentions that Brown uses all his strength, which helps him focus and adds more power to his technique. However, he doesn't mention that the aura belongs to someone else. Brown says he learns a lot from Ronan. He's impressed that Ronan doesn't even flinch when a sword is near his neck. That kind of bravery is what every swordsman should have, he says. He thanks Ronan for helping him set a new goal with a smile. Brown declares that Ronan is the best club leader. Ronan laughs. He likes Brown's energy. Brown decides it's time to train alone for now and tells Ronan to call him anytime if he wants someone to aim at his neck again. Once Brown leaves, Ronan thinks about what he's achieved just by using Dolan's aura, but he still feels like something isn't right. He thinks about Professor Baron's golden aura. No matter how hard he tries, he runs out of mana, long before he can even get close to replicating it. He wonders if the stronger auras are simply harder to recreate. Maybe if he sees it a few more times, he could figure it out, but the professor is busy, and asking him to show his aura again might be an inconvenience. He's lost, not knowing what to do, when in the middle of his thoughts, someone shows up looking for him. It's Barry, the professor's assistant. Barry is happy that Ronan remembers him. Ronan says he's seen him before and asks what's up. Barry replies that the professor has already left and left a note. In a note, the professor mentions to ask Ronan for help if anything difficult comes up while he's away. Ronan is surprised. The professor is leaving with the festival so close. He asks Barry what it means. Barry says that some creatures from Teo all have gone missing. They aren't just any creatures. They're the most important ones for the festival of 100 beasts, the doppelgangers. Ronan is confused and asks what that's all about. The three of them go to Teo Hall, and the soldiers bow to them as they pass. Barry mentions that it's been a while since the professor left. He left right after the incident, so it's already been 2 weeks. Ronan frowns, trying to connect the dots, and asks if it's related to when the Manticore escaped. Barry confirms that's exactly right, explaining that the professor feels something is wrong with the whole situation, so he decided to investigate it on his own. Barry doesn't know what the professor found out, but he can't forget the look on his face. It was the angriest he had ever seen him. The next day, in the quiet of his office, the professor leaves a letter on the table, the one Barry mentioned earlier, and then leaves. In the letter, he instructs Barry to contact Ronan if anything complicated happens. Ronan crosses his arms, sighing in frustration, saying this is tough. After the escape of all the valuable doppelgangers from their cages nearby, Adishan observes the broken mirrors cautiously. Ronan turns to her and asks if she's found anything. Adishan believes the accident wasn't a random event. Barry feels a chill hearing her words. His voice trembles. She continues, explaining that the cage is specially designed for when the doppelganger's shape shift. It's made of a tough glass alloy and she assumes they understand how strong that material is without a long explanation. So, breaking the cage without a good reason isn't possible. She points out that most of the glass shards are actually inside, not outside. A faint glow emanates from the fragments, showing that the high-density mass is still present. It's clear proof that something strong hit the glass from the outside and broke it, even though it's made of a tough material. With this in mind, she believes it was likely a planned terrorist attack. She suspects someone has been after the doppelgangers from the beginning. Barry looks shocked by what she said. Ronan, on the other hand, is quiet, but his mind is racing. He thinks the Grand Commander has definitely earned her title. Her insight is sharp, and he agrees with her, because without that explanation, none of this situation makes any sense. He's felt uneasy ever since he entered the area. He says that if her theory is correct, then this is a serious matter. He looks around, worriedly, and his voice rises as he warns that there are dangerous criminals on campus, and that if they don't do something quickly, things could get really bad. He turns to Barry and asks if he agrees. Barry doesn't answer right away, clearly intimidated and looking tense and unsure. Ronan insists they need to investigate now. He asks Barry to get help from the knights at the entrance, because finding the culprits will be very difficult. But Barry just stands there with a bewildered expression, as if confusion is written all over his face. Adishan asks him to wait. After noticing suspicious things in this mess, her focused gaze makes her look like a detective who's found a clue. Ronan tells her to, stops them and assures them there's nothing to worry about, that it won't take long. He gestures for everyone to calm down again and promises that if the knights help, they'll be safe. He approached the knights, ready to talk about how his school life is a mess. Even though everyone thinks he's a top student, he still feels like a lost kid just trying to get by. He says that being in the spotlight at times like this is exhausting and asks the knights if they feel it too. They just remain silent. Ronan comments that the knights are quiet, looking all serious and cool, but their actions say otherwise. With a sarcastic smile, he points out that their response is a disaster, leaving the knights annoyed and confused. One asks what Ronan means. He shoots them a look and explains that even after the assistance call, they didn't bother to check while the students were already in the situation. What really bothers him is that none of the knights noticed what Adishan pointed out. On top of that, they act like everything is fine, even though this whole mess is because they didn't do their job. There's not even a hint of guilt on their faces. Ronan doesn't get it. He asks if they're not getting paid or something, that they have no motivation. A knight responds brusquely, saying that's nonsense, and it was just an accident. He wonders if they really have to explain themselves to a student, but Ronan cuts him off with a sarcastic smile, asking about the blood on their armor, which is something they definitely don't want anyone to see. He points out that there's no reason for anyone to have blood on them and Vidian staring them down. He demands to know who they really are. One of them responds with a hiss, calling Ronan a fool, and they all draw their knives, saying the kid must have a death wish. Ronan tells them they'll soon see who really wants to die, suggesting it'll all be clear shortly. Before he can finish, a knife from behind slits the throat of the one in front. The others freeze in astonishment. Ronan looks just as stunned as everyone else, struggling to believe what he's seeing as blood splatters everywhere and the dying knight chokes. The two remaining knights scream at the attacker, calling him a traitor. The area erupts into combat chaos. Before they can react, the attacker moves in, cuts down one knight and grabs the other to slit his throat. He kicks the bodies aside and steps over them. The knight on the ground curses at the attacker, but freezes when he sees the sword raised again. He starts begging for his life. Ronan still doesn't know what's going on and watches in silence, trying to figure out who this guy is. Then the knight turns, and Ronan senses danger, grabbing his sword as he sees him approach. But instead of attacking, the man stops and bows. Politely, he asks if Sir Ronan has seen how he handles those criminals. Ronan just stands there, confused. The knight speaks calmly, insisting he's not like them and doesn't want Ronan to think they're on the same team. Still confused, Ronan asks what he means. But suddenly, a memory hits him. He pauses. The voice sounds familiar. When the knight takes off his helmet, recognition washes over him like a wave, and he finally understands who it is. He looks at him and asks if he's Varus. The man smiles calmly amidst the chaos, saying it's been a while and asking how Ronan, our hero, has been. Is on his knees, and Ronan gives Varus a playful look at his unexpected entrance. In a sharp tone, he tells Varus to get to the point and not turn his little act of kindness into something it's not. Just because he shows a little mercy doesn't mean he's gone soft. Ronan makes it clear he's not the gentle type. Varus, in response, assures him that he'll tell him everything without leaving out a single detail. He starts by saying he can never forget the moment he was saved because it was a total game changer for him. That day wasn't just a change. it transformed who he was. He clearly remembers when Ronin offered him a new chance at Calboro to act as a spy and join him in dismantling the organization from the inside. Valrose mentions how hard he's worked since then, taking on risky tasks to gather information. His efforts are starting to pay off, and before long, he's noticed by Calboro's top brass and eventually earns the title of Wolf, a rank only given to the most trusted members. Thanks to his position, he gets key intel on important secrets, like the location of their headquarters and upcoming poaching operations. Following Ronin's lead, he passes all this information to a guy named Baron, making sure it gets to the right people without raising suspicion. Our hero remembers the professor talking about an unknown ally, someone who's been secretly working to ruin Calboro's plans. Valrose nervously admits that he's the one who takes the armor, but he doesn't know where it really comes from. Since he only handles communications, he doesn't know where the supplies actually originate. He really hopes Ronin trusts him. Ronin can't help but admire how hard Valrose works, but he's curious about why he's keeping secrets. Calboro might be reckless, but they're not stupid enough to go after Filion. So what's driving them to make such a bold move? Valrose explains that lately, Calboro has become something of a joke. His spying has helped Baron and the Imperial Guard take out almost half of Calboro's branches. On top of that, his efforts to disrupt their poaching operations have created major chaos, leading to rumors that Calboro is on its last legs. With a proud smile, Valrose admits he started those rumors himself. He thinks the leaders are starting to panic and want to reclaim their power. Their desperate plan is to take over the Festival of the 100 Beasts. Ronin gets it, with everyone focused on the festival. Seizing the doubles and the stars of the show would be Calboro's way of proving they still matter. But then he sighs. It all seems pointless now. The operation is about to end when Valrose steps in. He tells everyone that the doubles are just the beginning. The real goal is to take control of every species at the festival. To do this, Calboro is sending in its elite squad. Arendelle. Just then, the door bursts open, and the enemy knights are already outside. Valrose looks shocked, but our guy stays calm. Adishan walks in, smiling. She's happy to see Ronin and confirms his suspicions. Those guys aren't real guards. After Ronin left, she and the team started interrogating the captured men, revealing their true identities. Since Adishan knocked them out, getting answers won't be a problem. Ronin congratulates her on a job well done, and then turns to Bari with a worried look, asking what's wrong. Adishan chimes in, saying she's not sure, but Bari has been looking a bit pale for a while. Ronin is still trying to process the fact that there are spies among them, which isn't an easy thing to accept. On the other hand, Bari never expected to see the sweet and gentle Adishan unleash such a fierce side. She takes on all the guards by herself like a warrior. Once the dust settles, Adishan sees the guy behind Ronin and asks who he is. Valrose introduces himself politely, claiming to be a former henchman of the corrupt Calboro. He speaks with bold energy, saying he has a new lease on life. Then he calls himself Ronin's Blessing and states his name. Adishan looks confused at the mention of a blessing. Ronin tells her he'll fill her in later, but right now, they have more urgent matters to attend to. Still shocked, Adishan asks if it's true that Calboro didn't just plant fake knights in one place, but has spread its influence everywhere. Valrose agrees, explaining that the doubles are just a distraction. The real plan is to capture all the different species gathered for the Festival of the 100 Beasts. Given that the doubles are the festival's main attraction, if they disappear, it would create panic and divert everyone's attention. In that chaos, Calboro plans to exploit the security gaps to capture the remaining species. Then he reveals a crucial detail. The entire operation begins once the full moon aligns with the top of the Theo Hall bell tower, and that moment is now. He's sure the others are already in position. Ronin thinks that now that they have a clear plan, taking out the enemy shouldn't be too hard. But rushing in isn't the way. It's smarter to let Calboro think everything is going according to plan, to let them get too comfortable. He's not worried about the minor threats. What he really can't ignore is Arendelle. The werewolves are part of a tough group of wolf humans dedicated to fighting. The Wulam tribe is brutal and strong. 5 years ago, Arendelle, Calboro's lethal weapon, wiped out the entire Wulam tribe in a single night. After that massacre, Calboro went from being a small band of poachers to a feared criminal organization with a lot of power. With Arendelle now involved, it's clear Calboro is betting everything. Ronin realizes this, and if they're all in, then so is he. He tells Barry discreetly inform the Imperial forces about what's happening. Without looking back, Ronin leaves, promising Barry they'll get the doppelgangers back no matter what. Ronin thinks that Arendelle is the type who likes to show off but knows what he's doing. If he's captured the doppelgangers, he must be feeling pretty smug. That means if they locate the doppelgangers first, Arendelle will come straight for them. Ronan is determined to take that chance to end this fight once and for all. As twilight falls, a guy is there, devouring meat like a wild beast. He has a primal vibe, like a predator waiting to strike. Once he's done eating, he tosses the remains and complains about being bored. He's getting annoyed, waiting for the prey to take the bait. Every second feels like a test of his patience. He complains that the manticore and the doppelgangers are just distractions. What he really wants is for Vaughn to come out of the shadows so he can skin him alive. In the forest, 3 people are present. They all look familiar. Adishan is catching animals in the area. Valros expects her to be good, since she can take on Calvoro's gang alone. But seeing her in action, he thinks she's truly incredible. He turns to Ronan and asks what he plans to do with the animals. Our hero calmly replies that he's going to use the animals to find the doppelgangers, to let them feel their presence, track their scent, and lead the way. Valros is surprised to learn that's even possible. Our hero is confident because the future commander, Adishan, is very capable. As magic swirls in her hands, she thanks the animals as they listen to her. In the next moment, they head deep into the forest, guided by instinct and her power. Elsewhere in the forest, a fox is running. But this is no ordinary fox. It's Omega, the doppelganger fox. Above, a bird filled with Adishan's magic flies silently, watching its target. Just as it dives to attack the fox, it senses the danger. Its eyes glow, and it changes shape. It seems to be enveloped in a bubble of flesh, and when it emerges, a snake slithers out. The snake lunges upward immediately and strikes at the bird. The bird sees it coming, but it's too late, and it's devoured. That vision is connected to Adishan. She alerts our guy that she's found one and points in the direction. She tells them that the doppelganger turned into a snake. Ronan nods and praises her. Good work, he says with pride. He says it has to be Omega and moves to give the order, but before he can speak, Valros suddenly dashes forward. Leave it to me, he calls out. Ronan stops, surprised by the sudden move, as he rushes toward the snake. Valros says his past may be shameful, but he's still a wolf of Calvoro, and Ronan doesn't need to waste his time on this, because Valros believes he's more than enough to handle it. In an instant, this guy really gets the job done. He manages to grab it. Omega twists and turns, trying to escape, but it's no use. He holds its neck firmly and tells the snake to calm down, but he doesn't plan on harming it. Our hero gets angry and calls Valros a fool. Valros happily reports that he's solved a problem, but our guy scolds him for looking it in the eyes. He had just explained that Omegas change based on the target's negative emotions, like fears and terrors. The realization hits Valros, and his smile vanishes. With growing fear, the snake begins to change shape. Understanding the part about fears and terrors, Valros grows uneasy. The snake transforms, and Valros freezes as it becomes a bird. It makes an adorable sound, and his eyes fill with tears, remembering the pain he suffered because of the bird. Then, the creature flies off. It approaches Ronan, grabs his face and looks him in the eyes. Ronan, he shudders, surprised by the contact. But before he can react, the creature flies away. Ronan knows this is bad because he made eye contact with it. He's worried it might transform into an Ajayut, which will be a pain to deal with. He grits his teeth. He needs to catch it before things get out of control. Ronan takes off at full speed, not looking back. He tells Adishan to take Valros and track the Alpha. He'll handle the Omega personally. Ronan pushes forward at top speed, already expecting the doppelganger to have transformed. But he doesn't see anyone who looks like an Ajayut, and hiding should be impossible with its eyes. He also finds it strange that they're human footprints, but the mana traces are clearly those of a doppelganger. He wonders who it transformed into. The closer he gets, the stronger Ronan feels the killing intent. He thinks about the guy who gave him the curses. He moves cautiously, ready to draw his sword at any moment. He tells himself that no matter who it is, he'll face them. But he can't finish the thought. He freezes, paralyzed when he sees what figure the Omega has transformed into. The sight completely shocks him. Blood drips from the enemy's sword. The person mutters that he can't protect anyone. Our hero watches the guy repeat that over and over. He sees himself saying he didn't protect anyone. This is Ronan before he traveled back in time. The version of himself he's more afraid of than any other. The one who couldn't save the people he loved. The double slowly turns to face him, and Ronan stops dead in his tracks. He can't believe what he's seeing. The figure in front of him isn't an Ajayut. It's him. The only person he fears is himself. He realizes that's probably why he feels this vibe of senseless slaughter approaching. The double repeats that he can't protect anyone, then blames Ronan, saying it's because of him that he couldn't save anyone. Suddenly, he lunges at him. Our hero is stunned and quickly deflects the attack with his sword. It's a powerful blow, sending dust and debris everywhere. The force of the wind is intense. He remembers hearing that doppelgangers acquire the memories and skills of those they copy, but this one in particular is like looking at his past self. He realizes that if this version of him fought an Ajayut, things are going to get complicated. He figures he needs to create some distance and buy time. Suddenly, the double lets go and throws its sword aside. Ronin, completely surprised by the move, stumbles and loses his balance. He didn't expect it to let go, and that sudden change throws him off balance. Then, the double grabs him by the hair and yanks his head back, holding a knife just inches from his throat, ready to slice. Luckily, he blocks the blade. The double taunts him, pointing out that this weak fighting style is just like him. With a smirk, he tightens his grip, using only his sword's sheath to defend himself. Oddly enough, he actually thanks the double. It makes him remember something he thought he'd forgotten. He calls it a damn disciplined soldier, and as a thank you, he hits it with the sheath. It doesn't penetrate deep, but it's enough to destabilize Omega Ronin. The creature growls in annoyance as our man quickly backs away, ready for whatever comes next. Although he keeps his guard up, he barely dodges a blow that almost takes his head off. He realizes this is how he used to fight. A wild man, not really different from an animal. Someone who just attacks without thinking, with no real strategy, just trying to survive. No finesse or control, just instinct and panic. Ronin knows he can't afford a single mistake. One slow breath, and he's out. He keeps a close eye on the double as it moves. Suddenly, he drags his sword through the dirt, kicking up a cloud of dust right in its face. The double seems surprised. Ronin narrows his eyes and asks what's so surprising. It should know what he's thinking. After all, they're almost the same. Their swords clash. Ronin notices he didn't leave a serious mark, and is surprised he dodged it. He glares at it, ready to kill. Then, using the momentum from the dodge, he delivers a powerful headbutt. The impact is no joke as Ronin stumbles back, blood in his mouth. He coughs like crazy and curses that tough bastard. But before he can even get his bearings, a sudden kick hits him, totally off guard. He's sent flying through the air, crashing back down to the ground. He groans in pain. This wasn't just a simple push. He was launched. While Ronin was flying through the air, it suddenly struck him. As if this double really is him, it won't stop with just one kick. If he's right, that version is already preparing to finish him off. He slams hard against a rock, feeling the pain shoot through his body. He grits his teeth and braces for what's next. An explosion shakes the forest, and smoke fills the air. A sword slams into the stone right next to him, missing him by inches. He can't help but stare at the blade, thinking about how close he came to dying. Anger bubbles up inside him as he realizes this Omega version of himself is too powerful. He starts considering a risky move. Maybe if he can make eye contact with someone else, the double will change again, and that version will be easier to handle. But before he can act, someone else shows up. The guy says that his boy isn't the prey he was looking for. Ronin feels a surge of energy, hoping it's Vaughn, but he's disappointed to see it's just a kid causing chaos on his home turf. The huge, intimidating guy turns to the kid and asks, "Who are you?" This is Arendelle, the guy we talked about before. Our hero smells a strong scent of blood coming from him, along with an intense vibe that makes it seem like a wild beast is right there. He notices that Valrose's description fits him, and then he realizes this guy is Arendelle. Ronin didn't anticipate this. He always thought they'd meet someday, but not like this. The timing is all wrong. Arendelle asks if he's scared when Ronin doesn't answer. Arendelle's smile starts to fade as he catches a scent in the air. It's a faint smell, but familiar, and he realizes he hadn't planned for this. Today was supposed to go perfectly, but now he realizes he can't let the kid go. He asks Ronin why he smells like the doppelganger. Omega, and Ronin's heart sinks. He mutters a curse under his breath. Without warning, Arendelle lunges at him, claiming that everything is going perfectly fine. Their swords clash, ringing out with a sharp sound. Arendelle boasts about capturing the Alpha, and now following the Omega's trail. Ronin wasn't expecting this. Arendelle moves in closer, telling him he's out of luck. Our hero blocks the blow with his sword. He notes that the rumors about Arendelle, Calboro's toughest executive, aren't just talk. Ronin feels the force of his blows. He knows a single solid hit could finish him, especially since he's in such bad shape. And there's another problem. The Omega who was chasing him before, the one who should have finished him off, is now lurking nearby, completely silent and hiding his killing intent. That silence says it all. His former self is just waiting for the right moment to strike, which means he has to act fast. He needs to end this now. Suddenly, Ronin lunges forward, and his sword surprises Arendelle, giving him a slight cut on the neck. Arendelle flinches and complains that it hurts. But curiously, he praises him. Suddenly, he throws a punch. Ronan reacts quickly, raising his sword just in time to deflect it. Arendelle smirks and says his aura is so strong that just a single glance can make most people lose their will to fight. This is a good moment. Ronan can't help but think that his presence here is no coincidence. He's surprised by the damage he caused, even with a clean hit. He wonders, what kind of body can just shrug off hits like that? He wonders if it's because of the aura, and Arendelle senses it, confirming his suspicion. He explains that his aura has seeped into his muscles, basically turning his body into a weapon. This is far beyond a typical mana enhancement. This is body reinforcement at its absolute peak. Arendelle's words are menacing as he tells Ronan he has earned the title of a worthy opponent. From now on, he sees him as prey. He says the hunt is for the strong to pursue the weak, and until Arendelle is satisfied, Ronan is in for a world of hurt. With that, Arendelle attacks, sending Ronan flying backward and dragging his sword along the ground to keep his balance. He barely manages to recover when another punch is already heading his way. He dodges just in time, his eyes narrowing. As he shifts into high gear with fierce determination, he unleashes several strikes on Arendelle. Finally, Arendelle blocks the sword with his arm. Ronan's sword digs in deep, but doesn't pierce the flesh. They both take a step back, and Arendelle seizes the moment to grab a nearby rock and hurl it at Ronan. Bracing for impact, our hero slices the rock to pieces. In that same instant, Arendelle lunges, throwing a punch at Ronan's guard. He thinks he has our hero trapped, but the tables turn, because our hero is ready to strike back. He retorts that he's the one who has Arendelle trapped. With his sword glowing and a battle cry, he unleashes a powerful, heavy blow, challenging Arendelle to take the hit. Arendelle raises his arms to block, but the strike lands with a massive crash, and he groans. Suddenly, something changes in him. He yells out that this is incredible. Ronan scowls and lets out a frustrated curse. He watches as Arendelle starts to grow, his body filling with power. With a sharp gaze, Arendelle says it's been a long time since he's hunted with all his senses on high alert. He praises Ronan, saying that he's incredibly worthy of him going all out against him. As energy crackles in his hands, he prepares for his greatest attack, power gathering with deadly intent. But before he can finish his sentence, he's hit. Blood splatters through the air. The worst part is, it was the doppelganger who did it. What's even more terrifying is that the idiot still has his eyes closed. Arendelle's arm is sliced clean off. He lets out a scream so loud it shakes the forest. Blood gushes everywhere as he stands there in shock. He thought he had the upper hand by concentrating his aura into a single point. But now he's confused as to how a branch tore his arm off so effortlessly. Arendelle's eyes dart around, searching for his attacker. He has no idea where that idiot came from. Then he smells something familiar. It's the Omega. Now he sees him, just standing there with a branch. And the sight makes his blood boil with rage. Arendelle bellows, refusing to fall for the same trick twice. As the doppelganger advances, he blocks the strike with his remaining hand, calling the doppelganger a damn beast. Just as he speaks, a glowing orb appears. The world spins as he's slammed into the ground. But with inhuman agility, the doppelganger lands on his feet. Arendelle struggles. Are clear, his one-handed defense failing as the doppelganger closes in. His severed arm is near the doppelganger, who kicks it. Mockingly like a toy, Arendelle is distracted by the action, and in that moment he's struck. He roars at the doppelganger, calling him arrogant for toying with his severed limb. It fuels his fury. Model closes the distance and strikes Arendelle repeatedly. Blow after blow lands, each one igniting a new spark of rage with every impact. His body is battered, but his spirit remains intact. Our hero watches in confusion. The doppelganger's strange tactics, fighting with a branch and closed eyes, raise more questions than answers for Ronan. He thinks maybe it's doing this to maintain its current form in the fight with Arendelle, but the real mystery is its sudden change in attitude. Just a little while ago, the creature wanted to kill him. So why is it now focusing its anger on Arendelle? Arendelle's rage is palpable. Ronan's mind races with a new theory. He remembers when Arendelle said he captured the Alpha, and something clicks. Perhaps the Omega now shares senses with the Alpha that Arendelle trapped somewhere else. The Omega runs for its life, its heart pounding with every step, until suddenly something sharp pierces its foot. It falls to the ground, screaming. Someone approaches, mocking its cries. It's the Alpha, Arendelle. He grabs it and says it's time to go back. Just thinking about it puts the Omega on edge. It lunges at Arendelle again. Ronan knows that Omegas are born from negative feelings, like hatred, fear, anger, and regret. That's why, unlike the calmer alpha, they fight fiercely to avoid being captured. Ronin saw it coming, but it still surprises him. The ground trembles from the force of their clash. Arendelle squints, trying to understand what's happening. The creature seems to be linked to Ronin, and the thought that it could be his brother sends shivers down his spine. Although it looks young, the double packs a powerful punch. Arendelle realizes that if this kid were older, he'd be in real danger right now. So, reluctantly, he forgets his mission to capture the Omega and decides to focus on survival. The Omega charges at him again. Arendelle braces himself, knowing that this time, it really wants to kill him. He sees that the double always keeps its eyes closed, and thinks it's time to give it a surprise. He fires a massive laser beam, wiping out the entire forest. The range is enormous, and the damage is absolute. Once the explosion clears, Arendelle murmurs that he's curious about this doppelganger's original form. He can't believe how the creature dodged his attack. The double's true abilities are still a mystery. Its closed eyes hide secrets. The Omega strikes Arendelle's fist with the branch. Arendelle growls that if he hadn't done that, he would have been finished. But in reality, he feels relieved now that the Omega is feeling the pressure, just like him. He's had his fun with the beast, but he's ready to end this, even without his weapon, or his main arm, which was his greatest advantage. He says the fun ends here and orders the Omega to die already. But before Arendelle can attack, the Omega opens its mouth and speaks for the first time. It says it needs protection. Then it repeats that it must protect. Arendelle calls it a cunning bastard. He never expected it to be hiding a weapon this whole time, waiting for the right moment to strike. Suddenly, two fingers shoot out and plunge into his eye. Blood gushes out as pain explodes in his skull. The Omega grabs him by the hair and holds his head steady, forcing the fingers deeper. Arendelle groans in pain and falls to his knees, screaming. The Omega stands over him, slamming Arendelle against a rock. One arm pins him down while the other holds a dagger. Arendelle begs him to wait, but the knife doesn't hesitate. His screams turn desperate. He can't believe this is how it all ends. The rock splits in two, just like Arendelle. It's messy, brutal, and cruel. Vengeance for the Alpha is finally served. And finally, the doppelganger opens its eyes. The doppelganger is panting with Arendelle's head on the ground. It finally manages to catch its breath. Our hero watches from a distance, fixated on the scene. He remembers that ever since it appeared, the entire empire has been filled with cries and chaos. In the midst of his thoughts, Ronin feels a heavy regret weighing him down, as if his past mistakes were crushing him. He can't help but think about every moment, and he wonders what it would have been like if he hadn't lived such a wasted life. If he had listened to his sister, who always said it's good to learn from everything, maybe he could have saved at least one more person. That thought only fills him with self-reproach, and his eyes reflect the sadness in the labyrinth of his regrets. The doppelganger keeps muttering, "I need to protect," over and over, like a broken record. Suddenly, a rope shoots out and startles it. Ronin narrows his eyes, watching the scene, and noticing that the whole area is filled with ropes. One of them coils around the doppelganger's leg, immobilizing it. Ronin tells everyone to pay attention. He grips his sword and says, "This is me now," then launches a powerful cutting wave at the doppelganger, but it simply splits the slash. That thing gives him a fierce glare. Ronin doesn't hold back. He keeps striking it, making sure it gets trapped by the ropes, attacking with full force. Although it can't move its legs, the doppelganger defends itself. It finally manages to cut the ropes and break free. The doppelganger's senses activate, and it becomes aware of Ronin attacking from above. Its eyes glow with an intense yellow. Although the vibe from Arendelle seemed weird at first, coming face to face, he felt it was genuine. Without a doubt, it was the same power as the professor's. Everything starts to click, and Ronin understands much better. The pieces finally come together, showing a bigger picture. Now he focuses on the sword. The doppelganger braces for what's coming. Ronin's sword makes contact with the doppelganger's blade, forcing the creature to its knees. It's struggling hard to resist the pressure. Ronin remembers how he used to think that anything you could swing was a weapon before the academy. But then he thinks of Navarro and the grace with which she drew her sword, and he realizes how foolish that belief was. Now he understands. There's something special about a sword. Suddenly, the doppelganger's blade cracks. With a burst of his aura, Ronin's weapon shatters the enemy's sword. His reflection shines in the broken pieces. The doppelganger senses something bad is coming. It raises its hand to block, but the sword goes right through it. Ronin is shocked. Is it really going to give up its right hand? The doppelganger readies its other hand, grabs Ronin's face, and slams him into the ground, pinning him down. Blood trickles from his mouth. The doppelganger takes Ronin's sword, ready to stab him. Our hero lets out a frustrated curse. He thinks that if things have come to this, he has no other choice but to cross that line. He prepares to counterattack. Just then, someone shouts his name. The double stops, surprised. He recognizes the voice, and his focus wavers for a moment. Noticing this, our hero thinks it's the perfect moment. He smiles, satisfied that the double reacts to the sound. Ronin notes that at least this one is still the Ronin from before. He tells the double to take a good look at who is in front of this version of Ronin, mentioning familiar faces. The great commander is still incredible at what she does, even though her attitude has changed. Belrose traded the stealth house for public service and even managed to annoy Calvor. He says that Martin and the others are probably doing well somewhere too, adding that he's honestly living his best life. A calm washes over him. He stands there, sword still pointed at him, but the double no longer moves. Ronin breathes deeply and speaks to him, saying that things are going to be different from now on. He asks him to trust him and let him handle everything. He's speaking to the version of himself that was a strict soldier. The double begins to glow softly. He whispers that he will take care of everyone, that he trusts him. Then, he slowly fades away. Ronin exhales softly, hoping that in 10 years, they can both smile. The marketplace is buzzing with energy, as students laugh and explore every corner of the Festival of 100 Beasts. There are impressive monster exhibits. And amidst all the excitement, Maria sighs in relief. She expresses that if Ronin doesn't figure out who the doubles are, and if Professor Baron doesn't control Calvor's gang, they won't be able to make the most of today. Maria turns to Seal and asks about Ronin. Seal replies that Ronin is with Professor Baron, so he'll be late. She reassures her, saying that Ronin promised to join the night parade. Looking closely at Maria, Axel notices her slight disappointment. She admits it's a shame. It would have been nice to spend more time together. Axel, eager to liven things up, exclaims that they should have so much fun that Ronin will regret missing it. Maria laughs at the thought. Leaning in with a playful tone, she calls Axel pretty boy and asks if he's ready. His face turns red, and he stammers out a nervous yes. Maria proposes they go to the main event of the Festival of 100 Beasts. She's amazed by how large and beautiful the garden is. Seeing how impressive it is, she notes how seriously they're taking the doppelganger situation. Axel agrees, explaining that doppelgangers are very sensitive to their surroundings, which is why they put so much effort into creating the garden. That sensitivity also explains the limited number of visitors and the strict security checks. Maria nods, and as she scans the area, she points to something in the distance. She wonders if that creature is a doppelganger. She seems a bit disappointed and asks who it's imitating. Axel assumes the form they're seeing might be its original one. He says he's heard that doppelgangers revert to their original form after a while in their transformations, adding that the Omega is probably resting. So perhaps this is the Alpha. But then, something clicks for Axel, and his eyes widen as he realizes he forgot an important detail. The Alpha doppelganger doesn't transform randomly. It reads minds and takes the form of the person someone else loves. Suddenly, he feels himself blushing, panicking. Axel tells Maria he needs to leave urgently and asks to be excused. Maria looks confused, but before she can say anything, Axel runs off. She watches him go, frowning. Then a mischievous smile spreads across her face. She realizes Axel is clearly embarrassed. The Alpha must have revealed something. She shouts after him in a teasing tone, "Who's the cutie that's got your heart racing?" Axel shakes his head forcefully, trying to deny it, but Maria doesn't let up. She pushes him playfully toward the double, eager to see who the Alpha decided to become. The double meets Axel's gaze, and he slowly looks back. The creature begins to shift and transform. Maria watches, holding her breath. Right in front of them, the Alpha turns into Maria. Silence fills the air. Maria is speechless. Axel hides his face in his hands, completely embarrassed. She wasn't expecting that at all. Her cheeks flush as she understands the implication. She opens her mouth to speak, perhaps to confirm it, but Axel cuts her off. In a broken voice, he mutters that he really has to go now. Without waiting for her reply, he leaves. Days have passed since the Festival of 100 Beasts ended. During this quiet time, Ronin is in a private meeting with Professor Secret. The professor, after speaking with Yeridan, brings up Ronin's recent difficulties, especially how the curse within him merged with Bajura instead of disappearing. This fusion has become a source of energy, like a core in Ronin's chest. While that might sound good at first, the professor warns that the curse's fundamental seal is still in place. Combined with Bajura, the curse has transformed into something new that is harder to understand and far more unpredictable. Although the professor remains calm, Ronin gets the underlying message. The core isn't dangerous yet and has some advantages, but the constant presence of the curse is like a ticking time bomb. Calmly, Ronan reaffirms his firm desire to eliminate the curse for good. The professor notices a change in him, a new determination that wasn't there before. Curious, he asks if something has caused this change. Ronan recalls his strange encounter with his older self. He doesn't reveal everything, but makes it clear that it must be completed. He admits he made a promise he can't break. Your words hold great meaning, and Professor Secret notices the strength in them. With a slight smile, the professor comments that Ronan has arrived at just the right time. His research has progressed to the point where he can lift one of Ronan's curses. Ronan stands up, excited to know what he must do. The professor asks him to calm down. He explains that the process will be similar to what they've done before. Ronan must delve into his inner world, discover the curse, and find its origin. To eliminate it, he has to face it head-on. But this time, it's going to be more difficult. Unlike the last curse, this one has grown and will try to protect itself at all costs. The danger is real, and to keep Ronan's inner world stable, they'll need a lot of mana and, more importantly, a good catalyst. The professor reassures Ronan, telling him that managing the mana is possible. The biggest problem is finding the catalyst. He then asks Ronan if he knows of a place called Dinar. Ronan, surprised by the mention of the infamous place, confirms he knows it well and describes it. That is a deadly desert with monsters and hostile locals. Not a place anyone in their right mind would want to visit. Furthermore, it's said to be near the demon realm to the southwest. Ronan believes what they're looking for is the legendary Black Stone, a very rare resource even in that dangerous area. The professor seems quite relieved and tells Ronan he's right. What they need is the magic stone from Mount Dinar. It's a super rare and powerful magical material, filled with dense mana. It also has a mysterious characteristic that makes it the perfect catalyst. Whenever these stones appear at the Imperial auction, they sell for prices that are sky high because they're so rare and powerful. Then, Professor Secret takes out a small piece of one of these stones and admits he spent years saving up to get this silver-sized piece. Ronan looks worried and asks if they could use what they already have. But the professor says that such a small piece isn't enough for the procedure to work. They need a stone at least the size of a thumb. That's why he didn't call Ronan sooner. He was hoping to find a substitute catalyst. Still, Ronan finds it hard to accept this plan. The idea of going to Dinar, a place he promised never to visit, is overwhelming. But with no good alternatives, he realizes he might not have a choice. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Adishan. As she walks, a vivid memory flashes through her mind. She remembers being in a hidden cave where she and Balros confronted the thugs from Arendelle. They found a strange box covered with a white cloth. Balros asked if the creature called the Alpha was inside, and Adishan confirmed it, following her animal instincts. Curious and a little worried, she opens the box to see if the Alpha was hurt during its capture. To her surprise, a stunning, bright blue light burst out, and then. But the real surprise is that the Alpha comes out and begins to change shape. When the transformation is over, both Adishan and Balros are stunned to see that the creature has turned into Ronan. Embarrassed, Adishan quickly covers the double's face with the cloth and hugs it tightly, trying to hide what she saw. Balros freezes, not knowing what to say. Before he can find the words, Adishan begs him not to tell anyone about this. Ever since then, that moment has replayed endlessly in her mind. She couldn't look Ronan in the eye. Deep down, she knew the Alpha took his form because of the trust and gratitude it felt towards him, as he was the only one who believed in her visions. She told herself she shouldn't be embarrassed. From now on, she would face him without fear. But just as she makes this decision, fate plays a cruel trick on her. Ronan walks past the tree where she's lost in thought. Panic floods her, and she ducks down, hoping he won't see her. Ronan hears a noise and stops to investigate. With her heart racing, Adishan tries to calm herself and move on. Before she can move, Ronan spots her and asks what she's doing. Startled, Adishan screams. Ronan is surprised too and laughs awkwardly, asking if she saw something she wasn't supposed to see. She quickly shakes her head, her voice trembling. Taking her by the hand, Ronan tells her she's arrived just in time. He has something to show her, something important. With a smile, he invites her to come with him and help him craft a weapon. When she asks what he means, he doesn't say much, only that he's been wanting to take her there, that she should trust him with a scroll. Something unsettling in hand. He promises to show her something worth risking everything for. As they move on, the scene changes to a dark and ominous temple high in the mountains. Inside, the atmosphere is chilling. Many bodies hang from the ceiling, their lower parts severed. They are all dripping blood into a massive pool of blood. A woman dressed in white, holding a scroll in her hands, tells someone that a direct order has been issued from the leader himself. Someone rises from the pool of blood. The man raises his hand and uses his energy to move his robe, saying it's necessary for the severe star agent. He tells the woman that the failures in Breedia and Van's missions have delayed their plans. He puts on the robe and tells her there is no room for the slightest error in this mission. He emerges from the pool and informs Yuria that it's imperative they head to Dinehard. As he walks towards the exit, his robe leaves a trail of blood. The scene shifts to the largest blacksmith shop in the Empire, in the capital of Grand Carpathia. After the attack by Nebula Clagier, the forge has been completely rebuilt with a lot of help from the Grancia family. Ronan appears and smiles upon seeing Doran's renovated shop, thinking that the old man didn't just improve it, he made it spectacular. As Ronan and Adishan approach, Didakan spots them, and his face lights up with joy. The beast rushes over and hugs Ronan, calling him the hero who saved Grand Carpathia. Ronan returns the greeting, saying it's been a while, and noting how excited Didakan is. He smiles, saying he's been working non-stop at the forge, then mentions that he heard Ronan came for a new weapon from Doran, adding that the old man was up all night preparing it. Didakan sees Adishan and smiles, but she looks somewhat confused. Approaching Ronan, Didakan jokes, asking if Adishan is the reason he's been so busy lately. He asks if she's his girlfriend. Didakan says that Maria teases Ronan for being a bad boy. Ronan tells him to stop, warning that Isel would get angry if she heard him. He explains that he brought Adishan to choose the right weapon and tells Didakan not to get any crazy ideas like before. Didakan is curious and asks for more details. Ronan recalls the first time he showed up at the forge, boasting about some test before being completely defeated by Didakan. He warns that Adishan's powers can be unpredictable, and if they activate, they could take him out in a single blow. Didakan gives her a careful look, fear creeping into his eyes. Ronan jokes, saying that if he ends up dying, he'll make sure to arrange a proper funeral for him. Didi anxiously points out that they left those old practices behind a long time ago, and suggests they go inside since Doran is waiting. With a nervous smile, Didakan asks Adishan if she wants to follow him inside. She wonders why he's suddenly so nice. Trying to hide his nerves, Didakan kicks the door open and announces their arrival to Doran, stating that it's Ronan's long-awaited return. Before he can finish, someone throws a hammer at his head and reminds him angrily to stop kicking the door. Adishan asks Ronan if this is the guy he mentioned, and Ronan confirms it, smiling. Doran, the old blacksmith, gives Ronan a warm welcome and says he received the message and made the necessary preparations. He places a blueprint on the table, proudly stating that it came after countless sleepless nights. It's for a new weapon. Doran continues, explaining that if they build it correctly, the weapon will have impressive and innovative features. He emphasizes that the final product will heavily depend on the special materials they use. With a mischievous smile, he asks Ronan if he's thought about the materials. Ronan tells him not to worry yet. Then Doran asks if Ronan brought more of that strange shell they used before, pointing out that the more they have, the better the weapon will be. Ronan mentions they don't have the shells anymore, but assures Doran that he's gotten something superior. He pulls out a scroll that emits extremely dark vibrations. Doran's eyes widen in disbelief. He can't believe Ronan thinks this is better than the rare Dreambird shell. Upon touching the paper, he feels a wave of terror as he hears many souls screaming in agony. He feels restless spirits shrieking in his ears. Horrified, he drops the paper. He asks Ronan where he found something so dark and terrifying, calling it an infinite evil power, and saying he's never seen anything so sinister. Ronan praises him as the best blacksmith there is, admiring how he recognized the material's essence with just a single touch. Ronan admits it was a smart decision to prioritize this visit and says he can't wait to see what kind of weapon they can create with such a material. But Doran, yelling at Ronan, insists they can't use it. He acknowledges the weapon would be incredible, but they don't know what it would do to the one who wields it. Frustrated, Doran says that making a weapon with this feels like violating a blacksmith's conscience. Ronan tries to calm him down, saying the item won't harm him at all. Doran asks what he means. Ronan replies that he'll explain later. Instead, he asks Jerome to answer first. Ronan points out that Doran's face gives him away. Just the thought of creating a masterpiece with this material is making him drool. Jerome quickly denies it, but Ronan waves the paper in front of his face, teasing him with a smile. Ronan tells Doran he'd better give in to his desires and admit he's dying to turn this paper into a lethal weapon. He even jokes that Doran should beg him for it. Doran yells in frustration at the request, but in the end, Ronan leaves the smithy. Didi, who is waiting outside, is surprised to hear his master shouting and asks Ronan what he brought to make Doran act like that. Ronan says he'll be surprised when he sees it. Curious, he asks Didakan about Adishan. Didakan says she's with some warriors who are trying to explain why a weapon other than a sword might be better for her. He adds that she's probably having a rough time right now. Ronan sees something hanging from Didikin's neck and asks about it. Didikin proudly holds up a device that looks like a camera and explains that it's a storage and playback device. Temporal space, he says it captures moments and replays them with just the press of a button. He calls it a masterpiece and asks Ronan for his opinion, even offering to let him try it. Ronan asks if it really works, and when Didikin assures him it does, he smiles and asks to borrow the device for a moment, mentioning that it would be perfect for luring someone to dinner. Later that night, Schlieffen is walking around when a figure emerges from the forest and asks if he's going to train at this hour. Schlieffen wonders if something is wrong and then recognizes Ronan, joking that he must be on a mission to make up for lost training. Ronan tells Schlieffen it's good to see him, but he isn't there to fight. Instead, he raises his hand and asks if Schlieffen will join him, explaining that he's going to danger site and can only take him. Schlieffen dismisses it, saying it's foolish and he's not interested unless it involves combat, adding that he barely has time to train. Ronan presses a little more, asking if he's sure he won't regret passing this up. Just then, an intense light shines from Ronan's clothes, and Schlieffen's eyes widen in surprise. He asks if what he's seeing is what he imagines, and the scene changes to Carlisle, a barren desert in the southwestern U.S. Ronan and Schlieffen are on a cliff looking at the arid landscape below. Ronan remarks how scorching it is, and admits he never thought he'd return to such a sweltering place. He's brought Sita along for the trip and turns to Schlieffen, saying he's honored the boy decided to join them. Clearing his throat, Schlieffen says that Carlisle seems like an excellent place to practice real combat. With a serious look, he asks Ronan if he's going to keep the promise he made and wants to know if he'll get something from him once their journey is over. Ronan smiles and reassures him, pulling something from his bag. He insists that he keeps his word and shows him a luxurious lure, quickly correcting himself to call it a special gift. Schlieffen's jaw drops when he sees the photos of Irel, struggling to believe Ronan has them. Ronan laughs, his expression turning playful as he holds up the photos. Schlieffen's heart pounds as he stares, begging for a closer look, but Ronan tells him to hold his excitement until after the trip, reminding him they still have a few days of travel before they reach Dinehart. Afterward, Schlieffen warns Ronan that Carlisle isn't as quiet or desolate as it seems. He mentions the strong smell of blood in the air and the remains of bodies all around. Ronan nods, explaining that this is where those who fail to obtain the magic stone from Mount Dinehart end up. Some try again, but most stay and become bandits. He tells Schlieffen that if they run into any bandits, it's best to eliminate them. Schlieffen asks if by getting rid of these criminals, they would be doing the world a favor. Ronan nods. Suddenly, Schlieffen unsheathes his sword and charges it with his power. He tells Ronan that there are about 30 enemies nearby, and as he swings his sword, he releases its energy, which rushes past Ronan toward the enemies. Ronan wonders why Schlieffen is using his full power with his sword key. He watches as the energy spreads out, fades, and a blue light fills the air. Surprisingly, a powerful tornado suddenly forms, slicing through the screaming bandits, who are crying for help. Anxious, Ronan asks Schlieffen what happened. Schlieffen explains that some bandits managed to evade the initial attack, so they'll have to take care of the rest themselves. Ronan is very surprised and asks if Schlieffen really detected the bandits' movement from so far away and attacked them first. He asks if that's even possible. Schlieffen explains that he just extends his senses with mana, describing it as a basic way of handling energy. He then asks Ronan if he could do something similar. Ronan doubts that Schlieffen truly understands what he's saying. He recalls that Schlieffen's attack looked like a common sword chi, but it transformed into a tornado. Just before it hits Ronan, he can hardly believe that Schlieffen managed to compress the storm sword into a concentrated sword chi and launch it like that, especially since Schlieffen struggled with this technique the last time they tried. He starts to wonder just how much the kid has improved, even though he sometimes doubts Schlieffen. Moments like these make him think that this talented prodigy might one day reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship and become the legendary sword saint. 5 minutes before Schlieffen's sword storm activates, a bandit is watching Ronan and Schlieffen from a distance with a telescope. This guy sees Ronan, showing pictures to Schlieffen, and thinks they're perfect targets for robbery. This bandit, a scout named Pip, is part of the Red Desert Gang. Pip uses a walkie-talkie to inform his boss that there are 2 armed kids up ahead, all alone. He asks what to do. The leader, a burly man named Khan, says it looks like some young nobles are practicing with swords. His crew grins maliciously upon hearing this. Khan thinks it would be a fitting welcome to cut off the boys' limbs and send them back to their families for ransom. He adds grimly that they'll bleed the families dry before feeding them to the sandworms. As the boss of the Red Desert Gang, He tells his men to get ready, as it's time to get back to work. Just then, a blue light flashes in the air, and he feels a sharp energy approaching. Looking up, he sees the sword chi turn into a wild, fast-moving storm. He grabs his shield and tells his men to take cover behind him. Despite their attempts to protect themselves, some bandits are torn apart by the sudden attack. Pip is knocked down by the tornado and is left on the ground, stunned by what just happened. He raises his telescope again, hoping to find out if the boys activated some kind of magic scroll. But when he looks at the cliff, Ronan and Schlieffen seem to have vanished. Confused, Pip is pretty sure they were just there. Out of nowhere, Ronan appears beside him and stabs him in the head. The boys are now standing over the fallen scout. Ronan pulls out his sword and decapitates Pip. He tells Schlieffen that he was right about there still being a lot of trash to deal with. Some of the remaining bandits tremble in fear at the sight of Ronan. He grabs a sword hanging from his waist and remarks that this might be a good chance to test something out. Schlieffen wants to help, but Ronan says he can handle it. He thinks the guys they're up against are ideal test subjects for his new weapon. Schlieffen says he's been feeling something strange for a while and asks Ronan if it's because of his new gear. Ronan thinks Jerome has outdone himself this time. He's excited to see how it performs and leaps forward, telling Schlieffen he's lucky to be his first spectator. He hits the ground upon landing, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. One of the bandits can't believe Ronan is approaching them despite their numbers. He yells that they should take him down quickly. Just as he says that, Ronan swings his sword, and the man ends up with a hole in his chest. His comrades are stunned. Before they can react, Ronan throws his sword again. It slices off one man's arm and pierces another through the chest, crashing into a rock. Then, the armless man falls, screaming in pain. While the others tremble at the sight, paralyzed with fear, Ronan walks over to the rock and remarks how impressive its first demonstration was. As he pulls his sword out, he's surprised by how brutal it is. A quality weapon really makes a difference, he notes. He raises the sword, looks at it, and says he'll be depending on it. It emanates an unsettling energy as he speaks. As he swings it, he wonders why it feels so heavy, as if it were made of unique materials. He figures it'll take some time to really get used to it. Turning to the bandits, he challenges them to come at him. One of them rallies the others to take Ronan down. They charge, but Ronan zips past the bald man who called the attack, and with a clean slash, splits him in two. He's satisfied with how sharp his sword is, exclaiming that it's a beast. At that moment, a group of men rush in and swing their swords at him, but Ronan vanishes. Right in front of them, they're stunned when he reappears behind them, instantly cutting off their heads. A survivor shouts for everyone to get it together, warning that they're done for if they lose focus. He tells them to hold their position and support each other, assuring them that Ronan won't be able to run wild if they do. But just then, Ronan appears behind him, grabs him by the hair, and praises him for his good judgment. Ronan can tell this guy is no stranger to pillaging. Terrified, the man stammers, asking who Ronan is. Ronan cuts off his head, and his blood splatters everywhere. The bandits are freaking out. They can't believe their sub-captain went down like that. Ronan vanishes, and suddenly, everyone loses their heads. Ronan tears through the bandits left and right, but he senses something is wrong, and dodges the leader's attack. The man has a huge shield and is clearly not happy with Ronan. Ronan asks if he's the leader, confidently. He believes he can take on the Red Desert of Carlisle. He looks at Ronan furiously and tells him he messed with the wrong guy. He bangs his shield and growls that those who stray are crushed into meatballs by his bloody shield. Ronan shrugs and tells Khan to bring it on. And Khan's shield doesn't hold up very well. It shatters into pieces and Khan just stands there, looking stunned. Ronan asks if he's okay without his shield, and Khan is still trying to process what just happened, wondering how he can do this. Khan yells at his men to retreat, and they leave. Ronan is surprised that Khan decided to go to bail, but he knows they'll cause trouble again if he lets them live. Says it's time to take out the trash once and for all. He has one more trick up his sleeve, Amir's ability. As Khan runs, he thinks about Ronan's origins and decides to gather more men for an all-out attack. But before he gets very far, Amir lands in front of them. Khan is sure it's Ronan's dagger and wonders if it was an accident. Suddenly, the dagger's aura activates, called Spiderweb, and immobilizes the bandits. Trapped, not understanding what's happening, Ronan approaches, saying that Doran is his top man. The bandits see the terrifying image of a spider, and Ronan prepares to finish them off. Khan begs for mercy, but Ronan doesn't allow it. He strikes them down without question. After the battle, with the bandits defeated, Schlieffen asks Ronan about his weapon, Amir, and comments on how impressive its features are. Ronan accepts the compliment and explains that Amir is capable of channeling different mana techniques for long-range attacks, which helps add unpredictability in battle. While looking at the fallen enemies, Schlieffen wonders if such a weapon requires rare materials. Ronan remains reserved, saying it's a trade secret he can't share, but hints that the weapon has fascinating components. What happens next gets weird. All the blood from the bodies flows towards Sita, who immediately drinks it. Ronan acknowledges the rapid growth of Sita and notes that his vampiric powers are evolving. He jokes that Sita must be doing more than just having fun with Ophelia, and suggests he might even surpass Ronan if he keeps this up. Just as Ronan is about to say more, Schlieffen interrupts him with another question. Catching him somewhat by surprise, he mentions a restraining technique he noticed earlier in the fight, saying that it felt different from the usual energies on the battlefield. He's sure the aura was similar to that of the traitor, Dolan, and wonders why Ronan would have something so similar. He insists on getting answers, clearly worried about what it could mean. Ronan isn't thrilled with Schlieffen's insight and jokes that he doesn't appreciate how sharp the kid's instincts are. Then he tells him they have a long journey ahead and promises to explain everything on the way. That night, they sat in silence by the fire. Schlieffen reflects on what Ronan must have gone through in his fight with Bajura and comments that the situation sounds even worse than what Shaun described. Ronan agrees and gives credit to Doran for helping him develop the skills that ended up saving his life. The topic changes when Ronan asks about Schlieffen's sister, curious to know if she has recovered. Schlieffen says that the experts from Gracia examined her and assured him she's stable. He grits his teeth and admits that to his sister, Ronan and Elizabeth are heroes for saving her. He adds that his sister now sees Kalucia as a real sister, although it seems to be a one-sided feeling. Still, he hopes this will help bridge the gap between their families. Schlieffen hesitates, as if he wants to say something more. Ronan notices and asks directly. Schlieffen mutters something, embarrassed, saying it's no big deal. Just a simple thank you for saving his sister. Ronan smiles and says that gratitude is important. Then, mischievously, he shows photos of a girl, teasingly commenting that he's not ready to hand them over yet. Surprised, Schlieffen blushes and asks what Ronan thinks of him, insisting that he always keeps his promises. He accuses Ronan of being too playful, even in intense moments. Before Ronan can answer, a sharp eagle's cry echoes, breaking the quiet night. The bird crashes nearby, and Schlieffen asks if this is the start of a monster attack. Ronan doubts it and suspects it might just be a fallen bird, so he goes closer to get a better look. As he gets closer to the creature, Ronan wonders if it could be a rock bird. That's the type used for transportation in Diner. He finds it strange that such a bird would be injured here. Schlieffen approaches and says she senses the presence of a child. Nearby, Sita acts quickly, channeling healing magic into the rock bird and the child. A soft blue glow envelopes them as the magic takes effect. Slowly, they both begin to stir. The child is still half conscious and starts to recall traumatic memories. He remembers being on a burning battlefield with his older brother, who is yelling at him to escape. His brother says this rock bird is the last one. The boy, Thunder, hears his brother urging him to help fight, but the older brother insists he must be smart and survive instead. Tears stream down Thunder's face, but his brother keeps telling him to run as enemies close in. En explosion chaque. The area, and the brother realizes how close they are. From the firestorm emerges a monstrous beast, and on it is a woman who calls them insects feeding on the land of stars. She vows to exterminate them and wears a belt covered in blood. One of Thunder's comrades yells for him to run, but before he can escape, the woman kills the comrade on the spot. The older brother tells Thunder to hang on, saying he'll try to hold off the enemy while the rock bird carries him away. As the bird takes off, Thunder screams for his brother, feeling the pain of separation amidst the chaos. Thunder wakes up with a start, looking around in confusion and alarm. When Ronan and Shiloh approach to check on him, he freaks out, screaming at them to get away and calling them monsters, demanding they give him back his brother. He flails his arms desperately, and Ronan catches Thunder's hands gently, assuring him in a calm voice that they aren't enemies and won't hurt him. Thunder's eyes fill with tears as he asks who they are. Ronan gently tells him it's safe to talk and that they won't harm him. Deep down, Ronan feels that whatever path lies ahead, this boy will lead them straight to the heart of the matter. Our hero sits with the boy, simply waiting. Finally, the boy begins to speak. He tells an incredible story about how, 2 nights ago, the monsters came out of the ground. He can't forget the image of those large creatures. He explains that in his family's lands, the villagers prepared to face a hooded figure. The warriors advanced, sensing something was wrong. But when the monsters attacked, a woman in a cape, with straps and a fierce gaze, joined the fight, and the villagers didn't stand a chance. She cuts them down with brutal ease. They all fall, soaked in blood, without even scratching her. Ronan is stunned. He can't believe they fell so easily. He always thought the warriors here were tough, raised in the arid desert to protect their tribe. People say their strength rivals that of the Empire's elite knights. He remembers his past life, how he fought against them. A 3-day mission turned into months because of their skills. Now, they face an untouchable enemy. He asks who these intruders are, and Thunder replies that they never had a chance to find out. They fell before they could even act. They only know that the creatures are wrapped in white linen, which leaves them stunned. Thunder says these things have strange powers that make them almost impossible to fight. They are called the ones who welcome the coming of the stars. Schlieffen and Ronin become serious, their minds jumping to a Klager nebula. Thunder thanks them for healing him and promises to return the favor if he survives. He says he's going to save his brother and warns them to back off if they don't want to die. Our hero tries to intervene, asking if he's really going back to die hard alone. But the boy just shrugs his hand off his shoulder and affirms that yes, he is. He's a warrior of die hard. He won't back down, and he refuses to drag others into this. Then he adds sincerely, "You both look too skinny and weak. If you follow me, you'll just end up dead." That comment irritates both our hero and Schlieffen. The boy continues, saying he doesn't want them to die for no reason. He tells them to go back to their own land before they get involved in something way over their heads. Just then, a huge lizard monster appears behind him, ready to strike. As its claws lunge forward, Schlieffen jumps in and blocks the blow. In that instant, our hero grabs the boy and pulls him out of harm's way. Things are getting serious. The monster growls, its body looking heavy and armored. In the swirling desert sand, they notice it's an iron beast. Schlieffen narrows his eyes, saying he might not be strong enough, but he draws his sword anyway. The boy freezes. He recognizes this creature. It was following the cloaked woman, and doesn't understand why it's here now. Our hero watches the monster and says it seems to be after the boy. He mutters that those fanatics deserve some credit for sending something like this. The boy panics, insisting they have to leave. That monster took out dozens of warriors all by itself. Suddenly, the beast vanishes. It starts moving at an incredible speed, leaving blinding flashes of light. Our hero watches and realizes the monster won't let them escape easily. The boy feels terrible, knowing he got them into this mess. Schlieffen observes the monster's movements and calmly comments that its footwork is pretty basic but really strong. It reminds him of Ronin during the exams. Ronin stays silent, noticing the serious look on Schleffner's face. Schlieffen admits that back then, he didn't really know what he was doing. He couldn't handle that kind of footwork and chose the worst option, leading them to defeat. Then, the monster makes its final spin and lunges at Schlieffen with all its might. But Schlieffen is ready for it. He says it might have been true before, but not anymore. He slams his sword into the ground, and a huge wave of energy erupts, humming through the air. The monster stumbles, caught off guard by the sudden pressure. It gets sucked into a swirling tornado of mana that Schlieffen unleashes. The monster roars louder as the tornado batters it harder. Thunder watches in amazement as the creature's iron shell cracks like old splinters and its body crumbles apart. Just when it seems finished, the monster opens its mouth, revealing a hidden weapon. It fires, but unbeknownst to it, our hero is already on top of it. With calm confidence, he remarks that the monster put on quite a show, but he's not here to play games. With one swift move, he slices the creature's neck. The beast falls, collapsing into a crumpled heap, while the beam it fired shoots into the sky and explodes with a loud bang. Thunder can barely believe his eyes. Our hero lands, firm and steady, and asks if Thunder still thinks he looks weak now. The scene changes to cloaked figures. One of them turns to a woman and asks, "What's wrong?" The woman, Yuria, clearly the leader, replies that the connection to her runaway pet has been completely lost. It shouldn't have been lost to some local kid, or a desert wanderer. This indicates that the guest mentioned earlier has arrived. The man comments that this is probably for the best now. They will soon find out if the boy is worthy of the Starlight's baptism.